solidarity, and they were sharp as a whip, you know, ready to toe the line with the right side of history. Um, that being said, again, it's like there was no LGBTQ attached to him in that moment with me when I'm saying, oh yeah, they're serving food over there or something, or I don't remember what the exchange was, but it was just I'm just saying that like I grew up in theater, so the homosexual I don't even want to label it like that, but yeah, I mean homosexual tendencies, identities, whatever you want to call it. I just hate the fact that LGBTQ has gotten this politicized, and they're trying to divide
Well,
us. Like
I only know two, and one is a trans woman, and the other is a trans man. And the trans man is the one that I particularly care about because she, her family completely dismissed her. They disowned her. And this is a young white girl, and she comes to our family gatherings now because her family completely disowned her. These people got cash money too, big money, completely disowned her. She lived 2 doors away from my aunt's house. So Christmas, 4th of July, whatever it is, Thanksgiving, she's hanging with us because she needs love. I don't care what she does.
right, wow,
I've known that girl since she was 7 years old.
wow. So she family, it's just not her
Point
life.
out, I just want to point out the indifference that was brought up on the stage just now contributes to why Sandra's friend feels that way. I would recommend you both sit down.
No, don't shame me.
Like,
You're not gonna do that.
No. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
And you're not preaching at me.
I did
'cause
not.
I'm not preaching
I
at you.
did not interrupt you. What I should both do is sit down for like probably a good 1.5, 2 hours with a trans person. Have lunch, have dinner with them, and actually talk with them, right? Because what I'm feeling is I don't get it. Maybe there's some sort of maybe the internalized trauma is not coming from them. Maybe it's coming from a different place that is impacting you. Some people feel very uncomfortable with the idea that they might be attracted to trans people at some point. Maybe they're uncomfortable with the idea that at some point trans people.
Well, I'll tell you something. Yes. I'll tell you something. There was this show where they were talking about they were talking to trans people, and I was like, I just went to the show, and I was like, oh man, that's a hot girl, man, blah 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 blah. And then she was, and then she went, I can talk like this, I can talk like this, and then like the male part of her came out, and I was terrified. That was my initial trauma, because I was like, oh my god, I wouldn't know if that was a man or woman. The second thing was I saw the Crying Game. That fucked me up. The Crying Game fucked me up. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Because I'm gonna be completely transparent. Like I thought that woman was like the male woman. She was pretty, and I was attracted, but I felt fooled. And that was a little bit of shame in there, mixed up in there. And at that point, those were some of the core moments that helped shape, I think, how I feel. I know that's operating in the background because I tell those stories every time. And that's one of the walls. I can't get past that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know.
I'm going to skip
I'm going to be honest
movie.
with you. I'm a trauma.
You know what's crazy? I know about that movie because of my generation. I mean, your generation, all the jokes coming up about that, the movie, The Crying Game. I never once saw it, but I always knew what it was about. Yeah. Is it a good movie, Sandra? Did y'all see it? Damn, Dark?
No, but at least
I don't think I saw it, guys.
I guess, damn, at least, you know, I appreciate that you want to try to make an effort to move through this. And so, I would just recommend trying to do that. Like, go out to lunch with them and sit down and just have a meal together. I feel like your perspective may change a little bit. And it's like this. It's like, I can appreciate if a guy looks attractive. I'm not off put by that. I don't really care. I love my wife, right? I am content in my sexuality. I can appreciate beauty in all sorts of forms. So yeah, I just recommend just sitting down and having a meal.
I agree. I think that's fair.
So I'll talk about sitting down and having a meal with the gay community. One time, when I was like early 20s, I was working for a nonprofit organization called LAYN, Los Angeles Youth Network, and we raised over $2 million in Beverly Hills every day, just soliciting, loitering in front of Trader Joe's. We'd be those people like, hey, we need your help putting kids in the homes. And we break down the stats. Did you know every night there's 80,000 people sleeping on the streets of LA? 40% are kids, 40% are women and children. 12,000 of the 40,000 are just kids, and then 4,000 out of the 12,000 don't have parents. I used to say that every day, for a while. So I was doing that here, there, everywhere. We hit the market, and you run into different people. And one person said he was a theater producer. This gentleman. So he gave me his card, because I was into acting. We ended up having, I think I already told this story in this space, where I went to Yard House. He wanted to meet up at Yard House. He drove an hour from LA to meet up with me for what I thought was a business meeting. Halfway through the meal, right, longer story shorter, dude ends up proposing to me, making a proposition, a sexual proposition about how, like, yeah, you could come live with me, stay with me. However, I am gay, and I'm gonna want to have sex. Like, just like the most politically correct way to frame, I don't know what, just a sexual, like, it felt like violation, just having that meeting, even though it wasn't in his office, even though nothing was physically done, just mentally, the fact that he wanted to take it there when I came so professional, and he did not. Obviously, I had to take my tri-tip to go, leave the meeting early, and yeah, that sits with me, that sits with me, and I think of other, kids that come from Ohio, young adults that come from Midwest states, the South, and like they have no family, and not knowing how long or hard they've been struggling and shit. It's like you can see how easily these predators just prey on Kevin Spacey's of the world, right? So, yeah, he wasn't trans or anything, but there's good people and bad people in all communities, is what I'm trying to say. So I wouldn't never blanket statement like, oh, they're all good, oh, they're all bad. No, there's good apples and bad apples everywhere you look.
Virginia Roberts, do you know?
Like, have lunch with a trans person because you love the person, not because they're trans. That's fucking weird.
I'll do lunch, but I will not call it a date. Okay, I will call it a date. But we'll have lunch. Okay, so I have to be a +1. So, because I feel very fragile. If I'm gonna open up and be honest, I'm gonna be real fragile, right? Because my brain, it's like when I start, interfacing and talking, my brain just shuts down. It's like, I don't know what to do, and I just try to leave the situation. Because it's like, I'm not trying to deal with it. Like, that's really what it is. But again, I know it's an uphill battle. I know I need to confront it and deal with it because I'm that type of person. This is probably one of the hardest ones. And that crying game jacked me up. They didn't tell me what the story was about. I got the surprise too. I think I was too young too. So I don't know. I'm gonna rest on that.
Pat, I took the Yard House meat. Will you stop it? Hell no. It ain't that shit. And I read your comment, Jennifer. It's very real. You gotta speak up. You see something, say something, you know? We need a regime change in Hollywood as much as the government. Yes, Pat. Just the tri-tip. Not just the tip. Just the tri-tip.
Wow. Just try the tip. Wow. So I'm telling you, you got characters. You got characters, L.
I could joke about it. I could always joke.
That's a crazy story, Water.
And
That's crazy.
That's a daily occurrence in LA. You know, it gets that goofy that fast.
West Hollywood, telling you, that's wild, man. Like, wild.
Some people won't keep dancing at that pink pony club. But yeah, it was in his professional business card. It said that he was like a producer for a very like recognizable theater group, and I did the research. Like, I'm very, very thorough on making sure I'm not wasting my time. I'm not paying for a job. You know, like that's the number one rule you want to learn when you go to LA. If anyone's asking you to pay, you know, to do something, walk away from that shit. But it's not all bad. I have good stories I could share another time. Like, I had Clint Eastwood give me advice and shit. Yeah, I met Bobby Lee, Michael Che from SNL. I've had really good...
Clint Eastwood gave you advice? What did he tell you to do? Vote for Trump? Because he did. What did he tell you to do?
You want to hear this story real quick? Is it boring? Clint Eastwood and John Malkovich were doing the movie Changeling with Angelina Jolie. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was based on a true story of when the LAPD kidnapped a child, right? And anyways, there's this one scene we shot in like a church, and I want to say it was Pasadena. It's a real big, beautiful old church, real ornate. And I was doing background, nothing special. Oh, but I gotta tell y'all this. The person who cut my hair cut Halle Berry's hair on Monster Ball. And y'all, Halle Berry's such a dope person and like took care of everybody. When I say she took care of everybody, she dapped him up with like a chain. He didn't tell me how much that chain was worth, but you could tell it was worth something. It had a big piece, and she won the Oscar for Monsters Ball, so she got him that chain and stuff. She is such a class act. I just wanted to say that about Halle Berry. But
oh yeah,
she really is.
The rates go up when you get that Oscar. Rates go up.
Man, so. And then the haircut he gave me was the best cut of my fucking life too. To this day, I remember like he did such a dope fade. They cut my hair like 1920 style and shit. So I was feeling fresh. I was on set. I bumped into John Malkovich first at the crafts table, but he looked so different and fat. I couldn't even recognize him. But I did, like, just his weirdness, though. Like, we, like, you know, got stuck in each other's way. But then I'm sitting in the pews, right, of the church, and in between me and, like, half the people were spaced in between them were blow-up dolls, believe it or not, like to save money on extras. So it wasn't like a church full of people. It was like person, blow-up doll, person, blow-up doll.
Wait. So you're saying Hollywood and blow-up dolls? That's about right. Sounds about right.
The story checks out. Yeah.
Checks out.
So I'm sitting there, like maybe like the first, second pew. I have an Onion newspaper, right? Like a comedy one. So I see Clint Eastwood walk by, like, pretty close. He's looking at the paper too, like seeing what I'm reading. So I think he knows what it is, you know, a comedy paper. And Clint Eastwood, if anybody knows about his directing style, he's really chill. He's really, really cool. He does it different where he won't even say cut. He'll just be like, he'll say action, you know, go ahead, and then, and when he's done with you, he'll tell you you're done, but like kind of like casually, he'll just be like, all right, like that's it, like to kind of just, so like it's one big conversation between you and him. It feels like, I don't know, like I think it was really interesting how his approach, his intimacy. So, anyways, longer story short, he comes by. Oh, and John Malkovich and him are like both walking down the pews, down the aisle, and they stop right in front of me, and I hear this exchange where Malkovich goes like, "Oh, Clint, I really enjoy the pods. I really love the pods. Like just being weird, not just saying blow up doll, you know, like John Malkovich would." And then Clint's confused as fuck. Seriously. And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "The pods. You know, the pods, I really love them. It's a nice touch, like the pods." And Clint's like, "Oh, yeah, yeah." And then, like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, I wanted to get a joke in. I'm like, yeah, I'm just wondering where God thinks of me with all these sex dolls. Cheers. But I didn't say shit. And he just looks at me and he goes, "Oh, yeah, it's Lars and the real girl." And he meant to say Oscar and the real girl because that's the Ryan Reynolds movie where he's like with a blow up doll and shit. So then Malkovich had to correct him. And it was just really awkward. It's really fucking awkward, and he walked away.
That sounds wild. Yeah.
Snatch Cat one more. This is the part where he gives me advice. So he comes back to like, I think he wanted to show me like he's not senile. And he comes back and he goes, "Yeah, if you got a niche, go for it." And that was pretty much it. And it was like
That was the extent of the advice.
Yeah, it wasn't just me. It was to all of us in that area. But it was advice to us. It was advice to me. I took it. Got to go for it.
Well, I guess it paid off for you, right? You're doing
Yeah, here I am. The rest is history. No, I'm thinking about going back down. I ended up skipping Hollywood altogether and went up to Sonoma and learned how to do farming and shit. But, you know, Hollywood ain't going nowhere, and I needed to get my mind right. I needed to work on my emotional trauma with my family falling apart and stuff before I started, you know, making a lot of money really fast. Like, because I wanted to know what I was going to do after I retired, get out of there. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I think I would have crashed out, like, just like any other stereotypical story of too much too soon.
So if you go back, are you going to go back to Atlanta, or would you go back to LA? Because I know, or New York, because those are the three hot spots right now.
I have a best friend and a writing partner down in LA right now doing like a weekly show at Barney.
We can kick him out. Congressman, what would you like to tell us today?
Good.
Congressman?
I just like to read some Bible verses, if I may.
Oh, look at you. Would you like to read one? We'll let you read one, brother. And then you're going to have to wait for a little bit. Okay?
We know that for those who love God, all things work together for good. For those who are called according to his purpose. I am the bread of life. He who comes to me will never go hungry, and he who believes in me will never go thirsty. God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. The peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. We walk by faith, not by sight. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go.
Well, that's awesome that you quote these. It would only be great.
Bye.
I met Bobby Lee that night, Michael Che that night, Chris D'Elia, I don't really give a shit about, but I got passed by Bobby Lee that night. So even though I bombed, I made some connections.
That's good.
Yeah, there's never too late, y'all. You do it whenever you want. Anybody can do it too.
Well, just so I can put a cap on it, do whatever you want. Just don't be a pedophile that has a RICO company and international RICO company that's embezzling money and destroying the lives of political people and Americans. Outside of that, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's a good amendment. Sure.
Okay, Wilder, I put some pictures in my thing. Do I have to put it on my PTR for you to see it? Or can you just look at my pictures? They're in my gallery, on my Clubhouse gallery. I'm getting ready to put a piece of cabbage in my hat.
Instagram?
No, it's in here.
Do I gotta update the app to see your Clubhouse?
Oh, these are PTR type stuff. Yeah, it looks nice.
Yes,
I'm seeing it
PTR.
right now too. See some tomato.
Yeah, you should be able to just go to the PTR.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
green
that's
too. It's
big.
like I don't see any signs of like even like insects trying to grub on it either. That's the real part about it. Oh no! I see a little bit. No. Well, for me, that's how I know your shit bomb is because if it's really bomb, everything's gonna try to get at it, right? That's how you know it's good. But you gotta protect it though. So yeah, I used to grow some butternut squash and some butternut squash, crookneck squash, pumpkins.
They started on the green, so I started spraying neem oil.
Oh,
Because they tore my
yep.
eggplant up.
Yep.
But my eggplant's coming back strong.
Liquid smoke in a spray bottle diluted will work real good too for any soft body bugs.
Are you
Do
serious?
sucker? Yeah, that's the
That's
best.
cool
That's
as
my
heck.
favorite. Mm-hmm. Do you sucker your tomatoes? This lady taught me how to sucker a tomato, and they say
I'm sorry. What?
you sucker
That sounds
a
a little-
tomato.
Using the suckers to produce more yield.
Yeah.
I gotta stop talking to y'all because my man is here. He's helping me.
Don't get in trouble now.
Mm-hmm. So tell me how. So what is that? That's a technique where you kind of cut something and you kind of
Exactly.
use a straw or something. What are you using?
Same thing works with cannabis too. It's a really good trick. It's like basically you get the clone, right? You know when you go to the nursery, you get the 4-inch pot of a tomato. You get the first 4 bottom leaves, right? Until you see the shoot coming from the middle, like the first shoot coming from the middle. You take about 4 of them off, 6 of them off, and then you bury it all the way until that first set of leaves. So lower than the root base. Yeah, and then you just create a huge root ball with all that space. And then that means you get bigger roots, bigger everything.
Yeah. Okay. And is it just does it strengthen the plant too as it's going through, or is it just allows you just to kind of propagate your crop?
Oh yeah, you could do that, and then it makes it stronger, beefier all around. Just a more stronger, robust, resilient plant. And then there's one other trick you can do.
Uh-oh. You still there?
Yeah, my mic went out for a second. Hold up.
Okay. So, all right, keep going. So you're
Okay. Check. Yeah, I was just gonna say one more trick is self-pollinating your tomato plants with an electric toothbrush. You go around collecting the pollen.
Electric toothbrush. Okay.
Like a bee. Yeah, like you do like a bee. But hey,
Yeah.
man, I saw some massive. Oh, and then another trick is you do charcoal in the soil, activate that with
Okay.
compost, now you got 2 times as big and 2 times as fat. That if there's one tip, charcoal. That shit right there was gonna change your entire garden.
All right, I got something I got to ask you because when I was doing my butternut squash, that's when I discovered grubs. Like afterwards, some of them were dying, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And I had to do some research. When I started digging some stuff up, I saw there were some grubs down there deep in there, and they told me to use nematodes, beneficial nematodes. And I did that, and that was the wildest thing ever happened. Added water, put the little powder. I guess I had the beneficial nematodes in there. Added the water, and I came back like 6 hours later, and it like all the nematodes kind of like came up to the surface, and because I guess it's like it attacks the grubs, and all of them came up to the surface. There's like 20 of them. But how do you know any other way to kind of like protect your soil from grubs and stuff like that? Doesn't like suck on the sap of your roots.
Man, that's a great question. Yeah, shout out to nematodes. That is definite.
Yo, that link in the chat is for you, Water.
Word.
You know your best friend Shannon Sharp.
Oh God. Okay.
It sound like to me that he paid her off, gave her some money, and they dropping everything's dismissed or something like that.
Oh.
How much money?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
It had to be more than 20 mil. Right? It had to be more than 20 mil.
She was asking for 50, so I'm sure it's under 50. But
I thought she was out for. Oh yeah, because he was gonna get that $50 million contract, right? It was $100 million.
it was 100 million.
Oh, it was 100 million. Okay.
But
Yeah, she won a half without the baby. When she won a half without the baby. Cold-blooded.
They smart to wait for all the publicity to die down before they make that deal, because she probably would have won that whole milli when things were popping.
Well, yeah, she's gonna. Was she from Spain?
she's the one that had the lawyer. She was the one that had the lawyer from Houston. That Mr. Bugsy.
Yeah.
that Water doesn't like.
Oh man, look at that. $50 million sexual suit against Shannon Sharp has been settled and will be dismissed with prejudice. Attorney behind the case acknowledged their long-term consensual relationship. Oh, interesting.
So maybe they didn't. I don't know. You think there was no money?
It was a consent. Oh man, it was consent. Everybody, it was just some money.
No, I'm saying,
paper
do you
chase,
think
man.
that maybe there was no money exchange? Like they just.
Oh, well,
decided not
that's
to.
true. Maybe.
You
Maybe.
never know.
Well, the thing is too is like she would have to sign like something to be like, okay, now that this is over, you don't need to open your mouth about this shit ever again.
Mm-hmm. You can't do no interviews. You can't do nothing.
Yeah. Like I'll give you this amount of money, but you can't say shit about it, So, but you know how long that's gonna last, right? That's gonna last maybe about 10 years. Something gonna happen, and then Shannon Sharp, something's gonna happen to Shannon Sharp, but she gonna come back and just blow some shit up again because they don't ever go away. They just
Is that or somebody else comes up?
Well, why? Or would we be surprised if Shannon Sharp had a side piece on top of a side piece? Do you think he would have that?
Well, she can't.
Is he that type of man?
That's like double jeopardy. You can't be tried for the same case 2 times. So they got their money.
It's a different
That's
woman,
what
though.
he did. It was a case.
It's a different defendant, though, so it's not the same case. But
Well, that's different.
does he have it in himself to do it again? Is he stupid enough to do it again?
No, I think he's a smart. I think he learned his. I hope to God he learned his lesson. I hope he listened to Monique. God damn it.
Like, yeah, get an old black man to rub your feet all the day. Oh man,
That was the best advice he ever got.
Cassie,
I
be careful.
just hope it teaches other people to not do shit like that. I mean, everybody's getting caught up. everybody's getting caught up on some sexual stuff. Well, we had Cosby,
That's why you gotta get
we
that.
had
That's
Kelly.
why you gotta get that contract. Gotta get that contract before y'all get in the bedroom. Fuck that shit.
Man,
That's
like,
the only way this is gonna go.
stay
Straight
away
up.
from
I like kinky stuff. You like kinky stuff, and it's about to go down. Sign off right here.
it. Sign off right. Oh man,
Yeah.
just a tip. Right?
And then you gotta sign before and after.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Before we did it, after we did it.
Uh-huh.
Nah, you fuck that. You gotta make a video saying I consent to A, B, and C.
Oh man.
I've signed this under no
Yeah, but he has to
duress.
do it afterwards to make sure that nobody was raped. Like everything you enjoy. Did you enjoy it? You have a few questions.
Thursday, yeah, there's going to be a before and after signature and video of it.
Sure.
You're right. There's going to be nothing romantic about this.
I don't know.
Jesus.
By the time you tell me to sign, I'm like, I'm out. I didn't want to do nothing with you no more. Bye.
Exactly. What a turn off. Once you see it, pull out a briefcase and pen.
Like, hey baby, you want this? Well, check this out. I got number 2 pencil right here. Number 2 pen. No.
This is my lawyer, Ari. Say hello.
Oh, now, you know what I'm walking past right now? Macy's in downtown. They're closed. So it's just, they just have it all blocked off. They have like this gate, and they have like plywood all over the place because it's closed. It looks kind of sad. Anyways, are y'all noticing a lot of stores closing and stuff closing in your area?
Wow. So I seen
Slowly.
stores closed because people don't want to renew contracts. They ain't got money to renew those leases.
Facts. Like bigger malls, like the malls that were, there's a big malls, they're still okay, but the smaller malls that are kind of like transition malls,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm starting to see like, you know, like the boards going up, or I start looking and I don't see nothing in there at all. But yeah, it's a sign of the times. So we're gonna see more of that.
Well, this brand that I like, there is Sephora. It's a black-owned brand. Amy Collet, the founder, just announced that she wrote an article that she announced that the brand is closing, and they were saying a lot of brands like Sephora, like these higher-end brands, they're not gonna make it. Costs have gone up. It's really, expensive to produce this stuff now. People aren't buying as much. So a lot of brands that are good are not going to make it. So, I don't know. It's kind of sad. It's very sad, actually. You work hard, you build something, and then you have to shut it down. So, anywho.
Sim, why are they gonna go out of business or stop selling?
Amy Collet, she wrote a whole article. The founder, she's from Harlem, and she has like a Senegalese background. I didn't get a chance to read the article. Like, I'll read it, but it's, it's hard for like these. It was like a small brand, like an indie brand, and so it's really hard for these brands to make money, right? A lot of these brands, like, they rely on like influencers to produce content for them.
Yeah, and they gotta send a lot of free stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, these fucking influencers are basically pieces of shit. On one hand, like the big ones, you have to pay them X amount of dollars. These people are getting paid to push your product. And, other smaller brands, especially black-owned brands, get ignored. So it's a shame, really. So, anywho, I'm sure she'll be all right. She's talented and everything. But, you know, I'm sure at least the beauty industry, black beauty industry, is certainly going to struggle, right? There were certain brands that were in Target that people aren't going to Target anymore. So, a brand called the Lip Bar. Actually, I think Sandra, the owner of the Lip Bar, might be from Detroit. I gotta see. She's so pretty. I'm gonna put her Instagram in the chat. But
Yes, ma'am. The Lip Bar was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. They have their flagship store there too, so it doesn't bother me that I don't go to Target anymore. And their
awesome.
red is so beautiful. That's my favorite lipstick. But yeah,
I can't wear
so
red.
they got sold out by Target.
Yeah, but I can't
Target
wear
had them
red.
locked in.
But that's the only red that I could wear.
Yeah, because it's got so much blue in it. It doesn't turn orange on you.
Yep, it's literally the only red. But I don't like wearing red. I feel like I don't know. It just doesn't suit me.
Girl, I'm in the garden right now with red lipstick on.
Oh, that's amazing.
Care.
I wish I was that person, but I'm not my favorite that I wear all the time is Riri from Rihanna.
Not you in the garden with your lips popping.
Yes. I want to be that person, but I'm very yellow. So red doesn't look good on me. I've become so white over the
I always
years.
wear my red lipstick.
I used to be very brown as a kid.
She always wear her red lipstick.
I love it. I love it. Girls.
You know why probably, Sin, you don't get as much sun as you did in the past.
No, I was in the beach.
You can't compare Miami sun, you always.
But let me tell you, when I'm gonna tell you I get black, I get real dark.
Yeah.
I can get, because my daddy was dark. So I can get dark. I need a week. But lately,
So I got a picture in Miami. I was dark too. That was just a week of me being there.
And I love being dark because I can wear white.
Yeah.
When I'm really dark. I feel like you could wear certain colors, but
I love to wear orange. A nice orange bathing suit. A nice.
Orange.
Yeah.
But I definitely.
When you get tans. Yeah. I love how the orange looks. Oh my.
My. Where's everyone at?
I don't know. They left me. I know I'm not participating. Then my phone overheated. It shut off, and now I'm back on the phone, and it's probably gonna shut off again.
Okay. I'm fighting phone right before rush hour because I'm I just want to be home. At this point, I was in downtown Brooklyn, Albee Square Mall. It's called City Point now. Yeah. And they have this food court downstairs. Oh my God, it's amazing. Amazing.
I'm telling you, when we're not speaking on politics, nobody want to be in this room.
I mean, I don't even know what's going on with politics right now. I've been in the mall. Oh, damn, there's really nobody in there. All right, well, can we talk about something? That's what happens when you let water take control. What happens? Everybody bounces. Let's see. You heard about the Stephen Colbert Late Show? It was canceled.
No.
You heard about that? So
Oh, I'm sorry. What? It was canceled.
yeah,
Yeah.
That was like
so
the Late Show,
apparently-
right? That was a Late Show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starting at the beginning of next month. He must have said something really bad about Trump.
So what he said was, okay, CBS is canceling Luke Show with Stephen Colbert next May. Saturn, a decades-old TV institution and changing media landscape, and moving from there, one of President Donald Trump's most prominent and persistent late-night critics. CBS said Late Show was canceled for financial reasons, not for content. But the timing, 3 days after Colbert criticized the settlement between Trump and Paramount Global, parent company of CBS, for a 60-minute story, led 2 U.S. senators to publicly question the motives. It looks like it came a few days after coincidence. So
I'm pretty sure, like viewership was probably declining anyways. And I bet you, I'm not really concerned as much as if Jimmy Kimmel, because Jimmy's like vicious on Trump, man. And if that happens, then I know we're in a situation that even Jimmy Fallon might be in danger too. But late night is not what it used to be.
You know, what's really wild is there's no plans to replace Colbert. They're literally just shutting it down for good. Like they don't want they're washing their hands from it all, which is really.
I wonder if David Letterman's happy about that too, because that was supposed to be his slot.
okay, and then let's maybe dive into the suit more, the Paramount suit. Anyone know anything about that? I'm gonna put a link in the chat. And I'm on the
Paramount
post.
what? Paramount what? Sweet.
So this is supposedly why he got fired for criticizing Paramount. So Paramount is a I guess a derivative of CBS. What did he work for? CBS? Hold on. CBS. So by criticizing Paramount, he's basically criticizing CBS, right? So it says here.
I can see that.
Paramount will pay $16 million in settlement with Trump over 60 Minutes interview. I think this is. Let me just read it. In a case that became a closely watched test of whether a corporation would back its journalists and stand up to President Donald Trump, Paramount Global decided to pay Trump $16 million to settle a lawsuit regarding editing at CBS story 60 Minutes news program. After effects of the deal are likely to linger. Journalists are infuriated Wednesday, and the senator wants to investigate whether bribery laws were broken. The company was hoping to put the issue to rest as it seeks administration approval of a merger. So Paramount, which owns CBS, says the money will go to Trump's future presidential library to pay his legal fees and is not apologizing or expressing regret about the story. The company announced the deal overnight before a Wednesday morning shareholders meeting. So it says the case highlights decision by editors in putting news shows together. So at issue was the broadcast editing. Harris was given. Remember when Kamala Harris was given, it says she was given 2 different answers to a question about Israel by correspondent Bill Whitaker and Twitch aired on 60 Minutes and Face the Nation. Both responses came as parts of a long-winded answer that Harris gave to Whitaker. Editing for brevity's sake is commonplace in television. What was jarring was hearing different words from Harris directly after Whitaker spoke. Trump said CBS was trying to make the opponent look better. CBS said the claim had no merit in trying to get the case thrown out. Many legal experts dismissed the president's claim. But the Trump-appointed head of FTC launch an investigation, a complication for Paramount as it seeks administration approval of its proposed merger with Skydance Media. So, okay, so this is a complicated story. So people think that CBS caved because it was trying to make the Trump administration happy. They paid him $16 million, and the lawsuit, the Trump files, goes away. But then they want this merger to go through. And so, in the interest of this merger going through, they do all of this. But I think the FTC, like Trump's like the FTC on them anyway. So I don't know what's going on with the merger at this time. Trump's lawyers claimed he suffered mental anguish following the 60 Minutes interview in October with his Democratic opponent, then Vice President Kamala Harris, and sued for $20 billion. Hey,
how are you?
Good. Are you familiar with that story?
I am. I'm very familiar with this
Okay.
story, yes.
Maybe you could provide some insight. So let me just back up a bit. So Stephen Colbert's show got canceled 3 days after that. I think he said something about Trump, about Paramount paying $16 million to settle the suit for Trump. And so that's what we were talking about, but it's connected to that lawsuit related to the Kamala Harris Trump debate.
Cool. Yeah, so there's likely two different things occurring here. So the reason they paid Trump the $16 million is not as a bribe, but to make the lawsuit go away, because you can't enter into a merger if you have a liability pending like that, a legal open case. So they did that so they could get this merger complete. Now, the Colbert thing is a bit different because they probably, and whether they talked with Trump about this, someone in his administration openly about this or not, they would recognize that, like, Trump is vindictive and he may have ended up being petty over approving the merger. So I see them as slightly two different kind of motivations there. Did that make sense or no?
Yeah, that makes sense. Did you hear something about the Trump administration sending the FTC to investigate the merger? Because I heard there was some retaliation anyways. Like Trump accepted the money, but he still sent the FTC to investigate and potentially F up the merger.
Well, I mean, the FTC is going to investigate a merger anyway. I don't know what that means. Do you have any more context around what we're trying to say about that?
Let me dig a little deep.
Because, the FTC for the last several years has been much harder on mergers. So we're going to investigate it thoroughly anyway. Mel, how was New York?
CEO, New York is New York.
So
Welcome to New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came back fast. I didn't stay the whole 5 days that I was supposed to stay. Sunday I came back home, so it was Friday to Sunday. And yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So you didn't miss like seeing a huge rat or smelling hot
No.
garbage. You didn't miss those
No,
things at all.
as soon as I got to LaGuardia, I was like, New York City.
Well, I didn't want to see a show because Buena Vista Social Club is playing. You know, like shows. Hey, Kev.
Like, I'm a rare breed. I don't know what breed I am, but I'm a rare breed. I'm not into
hard on
that.
a rotten apple. Not too hard.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not into like Broadway shows. I'm not into that.
Okay.
My husband's like, "What's wrong with you?" I was like, "You should have got with an older woman."
What I don't like
That's
is
not my tea.
Cirque du Soleil. That's what
Yeah,
fucking
he
hate.
went there with his ex, and I was like,
Okay.
not into
I
that.
don't like Cirque du Soleil. I fall asleep. I've tried. I've gone to Vegas, and people are like, "It's so great." I can't do it. I cannot fucking do it. I can't do ballet. There's certain things I cannot do. I could do opera.
Yeah.
I can do Broadway shows, off Broadway, off Broadway. Like I like that. But yeah, I'm gonna get. It's not for everybody. You know, my sister doesn't really like Broadway, but I took her to Hamilton and she loved it because it's very much hip hop. So
Yeah.
she liked it a lot. So I think it just depends on the show.
Hamilton
Yeah,
was great.
last year my son and I went to see the Back to the Future.
Oh, was that
That was
good?
dope. Oh, that was really good. Yeah, they did different spin on the movie. They changed some things. It was cool.
Yeah,
I have to like really like something,
You know,
for me to sit through it. Once again, you know, you guys know I have ADHD.
I do.
So,
too. I think most
I
people-
cannot just sit through anything. It has to have my attention, or I'm gonna just be on my phone throughout the whole show.
Doesn't this is an official stat, obviously, but it doesn't 87% of Clubhouse have ADHD?
Yeah.
I believe so, because that's why everybody jumps off the mic and nobody has fucking control.
It was
It's like, I gotta get off my mic because I'm gonna forget what I gotta say.
You know, I hated Wicked so much when I saw the play, but I loved the movie. Like, the movie was so good to me. So, I don't know. I think I feel like you gotta try a couple of different.
Wicked was good. The play, you didn't like it?
No.
What
The
happened?
in-person play, I didn't like it.
We're gonna go home soon.
I thought it was like,
You guys got like 9 minutes in
I
the
don't
pool.
know. But the storyline was a little bit updated and for the movie, and I actually like the movie a lot.
Yeah,
more.
it's a little different in the movie.
So
But,
yeah, the singing was so incredible. It's just, I don't know, the playing Wicked itself was just very predictable and kind of like blah. And I think we're 2025. Let's stop making like these little storylines of the girl trying to get the boy. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the whole thing.
Does that not happen anymore?
that's the base of 70 Papa Sanders stuff.
Make it different. I don't know. Just, I don't know. It's just me, but it was just a bit dated for me.
Headwater, you still here?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, the cabbage leaf trick really worked.
Hey, rock and roll. That's what's up. That's what's up. What kind of hat you rocking?
It's a sun hat, but it's a baseball cap. It's a sun hat, but it's reflective on the top to push the sun away.
That's wild. I ain't never tried it
No, I can't.
myself. Now I gotta do this. I gotta find
I got a
package.
big one too. A big hat, but this is one I wear just to throw on. But yeah, it really works.
Oh, that's so
It works
cool.
better than the reflective stuff on the top of the hat.
That's wild. That's wild. When I was a kid, we would be at, the amusement parks like Universal. My pops would just take my hat off, go over to the water fountain, and just soak the son of a bitch and throw it back on my head. I'd be walking around,
Right.
dripping wet. But
Yep.
yeah, that cabbage.
Yeah, I felt a huge difference as soon as I put it back on.
Oh wow, that's so cool. Yeah, cabbage, that is a powerful, powerful food. You make kimchi with cabbage, you make sauerkraut, that stuff, man. The Russians know something. The Russians knew something with that. Yeah, Koreans can't live without cabbage.
We probably shouldn't either.
It's such a, it's a funny story. All right, my godmother, my Aunt Weenie, she used to have a best friend. One of her best friends was a stand-up comedian. She did a bit where she was talking. She was at the mall, smelling all the perfumes. Well, she was on a diet that was a cabbage-only diet, right? One of those fad things like Atkins and stuff. And that was the whole spiel. You can just eat a bunch of cabbage. You make it in this way, you make it in that way, and you're just gonna watch all the pounds just fall right off, right? So she's eating this and that, but she said it made her gassy as hell. So they're spraying the the perfume at the mall, and she feels the bubble guts coming on, right? And she can't contain it anymore. And like everybody's spraying the perfume, and they're like, oh, this is $40 an ounce. Estee Lauder, this is $45 an ounce, Calvin Klein. And she just rips a big one, right? And they ask, oh my God, what was that? She's like, oh, this cabbage, $4 a pound.
Oh my God. She crazy as you are.
I never forgot that. I was a kid when she told me that story. I remember that joke to this day. Yeah, I'm looking more into this Paramount Skydance stuff. I don't know if y'all want to know, but they're doing a probe. Just basically what you could probably already assume. Skydance is under regulatory scrutiny as the proposed merger with Paramount, CBS's parent company, triggers multiple investigations and controversies. What investigations are underway? FCC News Distortion Inquiry. The FCC has launched a probe into CBS 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. The complaint filed by the Center for American Rights alleges the show was deceptively edited to favor Harris, which could violate FCC rules, distortion rules. So, I guess that's rooted in the settlement outside of court, the bribe outside of court, whatever you want to call it, with Trump. And then it says the political legislative pressure. Senators Markey, Lujan have sent letters to the FCC demanding full transparency, blah, 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 blah. Number 3, shareholder lawsuits. Oh boy. Demanding access to documents challenging the fairness of the merger. Foreign
That's all just Trump's bullshit, though. But it's all Trump's bullshit because when they did the live show, they made it seem like she said something that she didn't say, and she kept telling them, no, go back, show the film. And when they did, they showed the real film. That's what Trump is mad about because they were supposed to make her look bad, and she demanded that they fix it. And they did, and then it proved that she was right in the first place. So I don't understand what that bullshit. And Trump is the only one that had anything to say about it. He's just mad. So he's such a crybaby. Oh my God.
So, did you watch all the footage, the unedited footage, Sandra? Did you watch all the unedited footage, Sandra? Okay. Water, did you see it?
Sir, no, sir, I have not. But listen to this, CEO. The number 4 they're saying is foreign investment in national security review. Dig this. Concerns have been raised over Tencent Holdings' stake in Skydance. Tencent is under U.S. military scrutiny, and whether the deal should be reviewed by the CFI. Now we gotta look into this. Critics argue that the transaction poses national security risk by integrating foreign capital into the U.S. media infrastructure. So now we gotta find out who's Tencent. Okay. You remember though, CEO, the interview, what was omitted and what they put back, or?
Yeah, I saw the unedited footage, and there was plenty of unedited footage that was very unfavorable towards her. So that's why I was asking Sandra, because there's a lot of footage that was very unfavorable to Harris. So.
I wish I could.
I just need dual citizenship. I'll be happy as a clam with this.
You can get dual citizenship a bunch of countries.
I'm gonna try to get dual citizenship to Canada. That's definitely gonna be my goal.
I don't know if they allow that one, do they?
Well, they're not gonna do it right now.
Yeah.
Oh no. That's so sad.
Sandra,
Just
go to a country like Vietnam or Thailand that's like super cheap and just go for a month. Give yourself a break.
By myself?
Yeah. You never solo traveled before?
I did before I lost the use of my leg. I mean, I'm a little crippled now, so you could like blow on me and knock my ass down. So, I don't go too many places by myself.
I got you.
I am an easy target.
I mean, you can go on a cruise. They have like month-long cruises, or at least a week or 2 long cruise, like to Alaska. I heard those are really fun. Or somewhere farther, but just maybe start off slow first. But at least you'd be with a group. There's travel groups that you can join too, so you don't have to be alone. There's a bunch of them on Facebook. And you can find.
Yeah, I joined Sisters Traveling Solo.
Nice. So
because my man ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He's so stuck.
I met this girl on a cruise. BP Travel Bandits. It's like Travel Bandits. Let me see if I give you her info on. She's like she didn't even fuck with America anymore. Yes.
That's a good suggestion. Send a cruise line Yeah, there's
I'm gonna put it in the chat. But I met her in person. She's lovely, lovely person, and she is like, she's a traveler. She's really a traveler.
You ever heard of Norwegian Cruise Line, Sin?
Yeah, I've been.
Yeah.
I like them. I mean, like, they still got newer boats, and then they got this freestyle kind of format where, like, there's no real, you gotta sit here, you gotta do this at this time. You just do what you want. And I had a good time with my brothers and my mom. We went island hopping in Hawaii. It was a really cool experience. We saw the volcanoes from the shit, active volcanoes at night. It was really unforgettable.
Nice. But if I had time, I'd go on one of those. My friend just came back from one of those Virgin cruises. She went to Greece.
Oh wow.
So we had a cruise book for 10 days with my mother-in-law last year, but my father-in-law passed away, so we had to cancel it. And yeah, thanks. So her dream is to go to Spain, so we were gonna go to Spain, France, and Italy. And now it's like we have the money to rebook it, but it's like now we gotta do this. It's like it's really hard now to find the time. And then I had everything planned. I had all these excursions. I had all this shit. Now to start from scratch, it's like a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah, my dad had to do the same shit with COVID. They had all the money saved up to go to Tulum when COVID hit, and they just now came back from Tulum all these years later.
The moral of the story is never pass up on a trip.
Well said. Hell yeah.
So now I'm going to Puerto Rico next month for the first time in my life.
Oh wow.
Very embarrassed to say.
Oh wow. Yeah. Don't be
25% Puerto Rico.
Wow, your first time to sin? I'm shocked.
I know.
Oh my god.
But I don't have friends like, I do have cousins there actually that I don't really, I'm not close to.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm excited to go.
As you should be. That's what's up.
See Bad Bunny. And
She want to see Bad Bunny.
That'll be cool.
Conejo Malo.
So if time permits, I will try to. The thing is, I have a wedding in Jamaica next year, January. I would like to go to Europe in the summer. I mean, in the winter, like for Christmas time. My mother-in-law's a Christmas baby, and we were supposed to go to Europe last year, and something happened, we couldn't. So now we have an opportunity to try again. And so I might try. The thing is, I really don't even feel comfortable traveling with this whole truck bit. You know what I'm saying?
Girl, that's why. Where you think I'm at home?
I don't want to go.
With my husband with his accent, they end up taking his ass.
Yeah, you see that lady, I think she was Chinese. I'm not sure. That left for a business trip and now they won't let her back in the United States. I read that this morning. Yep. I mean, could you imagine leaving for a business trip, leaving your family, your husband, your kids, your dog, and then you get over there and they won't let you come back? That is some crazy shit.
And then I heard they're looking at people's phones to see if you got controlling child.
I would have definitely have to take a burner.
I make it back.
I would have to get a burner. Ain't no way. I wouldn't take my tablet, my laptop, nothing, this thing, nothing. Nope. I'd have to put a lock on that shit.
So the wedding I have to go to because it's one of my best friends is getting married. I'm very excited for him. And so That's in January, so I feel like if I calculate my vacation days, I feel like I have enough vacation time to take off for a week and to maybe make a quick trip to Spain. But I do want to take my mother-in-law to Spain, even if it's just us two.
It's good that you're that close to your mother-in-law. That's a blessing.
What happened?
I said it's a blessing that you are that close with your mother-in-law. That's really good. Can you not hear me?
Well, I think she got a phone call. Sin, you heard her?
It broke up.
Oh, okay.
Let me get out the car.
Te I might drag my man, but he don't be wanting to go nowhere. And then when he does go somewhere, he wants to fucking be the last one out. I don't understand him at all. I'm like, you don't even want to come here. And now you want to stay 2 extra hours.
Really obnoxious. Like, I like intelligent.
He had to get in the groove.
It's like every time it's like to come on a trip, he never wants to go on a trip.
Many of those lives that were lost were
Right? But then he's like, every time we go to Miami, it's the same shit. I feel like I have to bribe him, drag him. And then when you get there, oh my God, he's like, so we're moving here. I'm like, what? You really don't even fucking come out here. He's just lazy. I don't know. You go to Peter Luger?
Yeah, I've been to Peter Luger.
Okay, I haven't been yet. And I'm about to pass by it right now. I still ain't been.
Yeah, I went on a double date with my sister's ex-husband, a spore.
Nice. Oh my God. I definitely want to go. I've been across it because they have like an Italian place across the street. I think it's good sushi. I've been there a couple of times, but I don't want to do a Luger. I pass by it like almost every day. So you feel like New York City has lost its luster?
What?
Do you feel New York City has lost its luster?
No, it's just gentrified. It's not the same. Once it got gentrified, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different type of vibe, and I don't like that vibe.
I understand. I don't like. Some places more than others.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Williamsburg. I don't like
That's
it.
where I was at, and I was like, "This is a vibe over here, but
Yeah.
I don't like this vibe."
I don't like it.
Yo, this
don't
girl
like
comes
it.
to us. Listen to this. So we're by Domino Park. She's like, "Hi, can you do me a favor? If I could record you, and if I could record you saying happy birthday to my friend." That's not New York shit.
What the fuck?
That's weird.
But we did it.
Oh, that was nice of you.
Yeah, we did it. We was like, "Happy birthday, Tina."
That's a good sport. I know you.
Yeah, we did it. Me, my sister, my nieces, we mad loud.
Okay. I almost got shitted on by a fucking pigeon. No,
Now that's New York, right there.
when I was in
That's good luck.
exactly. When I was in Bed-Stuy, I prefer Bed-Stuy 10 times as much. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're super lucky to live in Williamsburg." I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like these people. I like my block. right? Because I know a lot of people on the block. I like my bodega, but I don't like it here. I was much happier in Bed-Stuy. Much happier. But I understand, you know, my mom wanted to. It was more black. It was more black. So I felt just comfy there. Here it's very white, very expensive. And I've lived in areas that are more white than this, because in Chicago, I lived in a fucking white ass area. But
I think that's what it is. I'm not used to that many white people, being around that many white people.
Sounds insane. That's exactly what an insane person is.
Good Shabbos, Rabbeinu Shalom. There's no safer place than
What an incel would say. That's exactly what an incel would say.
in cellular.
How'd you pronounce that word, buddy?
In cellular. Jacob, when was the last time you caressed a beautiful woman's legs?
Dude, all the crazy people find each other.
I'm just saying, Shabbos is the safe space. And if you want to be safe, you gotta be in Shabbos. That's what I'm saying.
If you want to be a friend of mine, you better get down with me.
If you want to be a friend of Randy's, you have to believe that it's okay to kill children.
That's
Culture.
it's sick, Bobby Mattel. What kind of projection is that? You're a sick
That's
person.
what you just told us. You told us that long ago.
So you telling me that you're repeating his projection back to him, Barbie Mattel? Are you sure about that?
Sure. Why not? Are you a doctor?
I'm a congressman.
Sure. You sound black as fuck. How could you be a congressman?
Look at me, I'm the mayor now.
Black people aren't in politics. Are you kidding me?
Do you suffer from a lisp?
Don't make me laugh. Black people are not in politics.
Excuse me, but my sister is a lisp expert. She's a speech therapist, and I think you could benefit from speaking with her. I think you might be suffering from what we call in speech therapy a lisp. Am I accurate in diagnosing you, Bobby Mattel, with a lisp?
Nah, sorry.
Not
that's
accurate?
That's my pussy. It has a lip. Can she fix that?
You have a pussy that has a lisp. I've never heard of a pussy having a lisp. Is it like a queef? Is it like a queefing effect?
That's bad people. Is there such a thing?
No, one shouldn't impress anyone.
Even bad people? Even people who are trying to kill you?
Yeah.
Is that oppression, or is that trying to get rid of people or give justice to those who actually are done?
Just not impressed.
Who's this Congress John Kidover?
He sucks.
Really? Okay.
Sam's just projecting on me.
Oh, there you are, Congress.
There's something inside of Sam that he's not happy with, so he
Stop
projects it
getting
on me.
Congress.
The problem with Congress is he takes over rooms, he's loud, he's annoying.
It's so
Well,
cool.
it's Shabbos. I'm relaxed. I'm with Hashem Rabbana Shaloyloim. Shekhinah's here. Come now.
Love is the law. Love on the will.
Honest, you're going to see firsthand what I mean.
Well, you-
He's still salty. Look at this guy. Hey Ali, I told you I was gonna go after your prophet when you start going after.
Oh, I know this guy, Phoenix Flyer.
I try to keep my promise, Ali. I keep my promises, Ali. You know that. So I'm gonna go after your prophet.
You get this.
Sam, would you like to read my PTR for a second? Let's see what his prophet did. Would you like to read this one, Sam? Hi, Sam. How you doing? Good to see you.
I'm happy to read it. Okay, so we got the messenger sent for me on a cold morning, so I came to him. He's under a quote with one of his wives. So we lived under the quote and we became three.
What? Oh. Ali, why did your prophet having a threesome, dude? Ali, oh my God.
Yeah, but
Mustad. What a joke. You're wrong. Mustad is not considered reliable.
Do you think
Mustad's not considered reliable.
Phoenix Flyer? Do you think?
Hadith, do you know what
So then
you know the science of hadith?
that's someone like.
Do you even know how science of hadith is done? Do you even know how that is done?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that nobody cares about.
So okay, so here's a picture of the isnad chain, and I want you to read it out loud for me. If you can speak in Arabic, go ahead.
He hasn't even shared. He's a Shia, bro. What do you think?
Yeah.
And many Sunni scholars doesn't consider Mustad al-Sahih as reliable. They see it as a secondary source. As per the abridgment of Zahabi, like they say it's just abridgment. He doesn't care about whether he authenticates or not. Like, and nobody gives shit about the authentication of Hakim Nishapuri.
Really? So who are these people who are on the isnad chain over here? Are there? By the way, the Sunnis take this as authentic, as far as I'm concerned. I've actually checked that.
They care more about. They care more about the 6 books than this book. They care more about Bukhari, Muslim, Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud, and all that stuff.
Why do Shias always go like supporting the Sunnis when it comes to?
I'm not supporting Sunni.
You are supporting the
This clown, this is like about
the prophet is not the prophet of these guys, so you need to stop.
No, it's the same prophet. Like it's not. God is one. Whether it's
Let me put you. See, every time when you speak, so here is the isnad chain, and I'm going to read it to you. حدثنا أبو عباس محمد بن يعقوب ثم محمد بن سنان وقزاز ثم إسحاق بن إدريس ثم محمد بن حازم ثم هشام بن عروة عن أبيه عن عبد الله بن زبير عن أبيه, and then it says right there هذا حديث صحيح الإسناد. This is from Imam al-Dhahabi, who actually authenticated this as well. So, if you have a problem with your Sunni brothers, this is as authentic as it gets according to the Sunni science of Hadith. Now, you're saying you're not a Sunni, you're a Shia. But if you want to defend your brother, I have the Isnad chains to show it to you. It's right there. It's on my screen. It's fabricated.
How do you?
It says Isnad al-Sahih.
How do you think they made sure that the goat fat was hygienic enough in order to have anal sex with a slave girl?
Why do you defend your brother who has completely ruined the entire image of this prophet, which is completely different from your Shia paradigm? Why do you do that? Why do you not let whatever Phoenix or whoever it is expose it? Let it be. It's necessary to do so.
I think Phoenix Flyers, like PTRs, if you go through them all, they're so strange. You know, each one is like a piece of art. Some are upside down. It's like Phoenix Flyer. Just clean it up, create one master sheet of all the greatest verses with all the citations, and let's organize this.
Yeah, well, the one that you were just reading about the anal cream. This one is from Tafsir al-Tabari for chapter 2, verse 223, it says Abu Darda was asked about a woman having intercourse in their anus, and he said, "Can anyone do that but an infidel?" Ruh said, "I witnessed Ibn Abi Malika asking about that, and he said, I wanted to do it, quote unquote, do it with my sex slave yesterday, but it didn't work out. So I used some fat or cream to make it go smoothly inside the anus for the slave girl." Ooh, we're talking about 7th century lubes up in here.
Oh my gosh! Oh boy, that was disgusting.
Do you know how Bedouins brush their teeth?
We're using the miswak or the siwak, whichever you wanna.
Yeah, but what is that?
So a miswak is like a little toothbrush, it's a brand, so it's a very small one. A siwak is a massive one. It's as long as your arm, okay? And those things can hurt. They're not only used for cleaning teeth, but they're also used for whipping your sheep, or if you're herding sheep or camel or stuff like that, right? So it's used it's multi-purposeful, and also beating your wife too. So a siwak can be used also for beating your wife. So these are the many things that is used for.
multiple.
Isn't that
purposes.
amazing? All that from just wanting to brush your teeth. Fucking unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, that's what you did.
I have this. I bought some kind of product on eBay, like some musical instrument or something, and they sent me a Bedouin toothbrush, which is basically just horse hairs, like in some kind of like fluid or something. So I guess you chew on the horse tail in order to clean your teeth.
Oh yeah, my favorite girl. I mean, other than Nagus. Sorry, I didn't mean that out loud.
I and I share. You can share us. We share equal like love.
Thank you for that, but
We allow you to share us.
I'm saving it for marriage. I'm saving.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm saving it. I'm saving it for marriage. I think my virginity is very important to me.
So Phoenix Flare, what do you think about denaturalization and deportation in Minnesota with all the Somalis?
What do you mean naturalization of deport? I don't know what you're talking about.
Denaturalizing.
Minneapolis.
Denaturalization.
Wait, are we decitizenizing
Yeah,
people here in the United States? I
you
didn't know that.
decitizenize and you reverse their citizenship to deport.
Okay, where? In Minneapolis?
Yeah, Minneapolis.
I didn't know we could do that. That's awesome.
You don't think you can denaturalize just as you can naturalize? I mean, it's just words.
Well, not according to the like. If you're born here, you cannot be denaturalized.
Yeah, but in the 90s, I guess, because of the war, Bill Clinton brought in, 30,000, 60,000, and now there's like hundreds of thousands.
And it's. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Cool. Why is so that guy on the picture? Is he like a city mayor or something?
Yeah, he's running for mayor.
He's running for mayor, so he's not the mayor.
He says the greatest threat to all the Somali people are white men.
Jesus fuck. Jesus fuck. How is this guy not being kicked out right now?
I mean, it's the same thing in Chicago. The mayor says that climate change is white structural racism, and that in 1997, 750 people died because of white structural racism, because the heat is racist.
I actually read something in Haaretz like that once. So this woman who's an editor, she was trying to find any like evidence of IDF soldiers actually raping Palestinians, and she couldn't find them. And then she came to the conclusion that the reason that she couldn't find any rapes that are happening is because IDF don't consider Palestinian females as human beings in the first place. That's why they don't want to rape them. I couldn't stop laughing when I read that. It almost sounded like an Onion piece or something. So, hey, Ali, I'm gonna have to go after your prophet, or after Ali himself. If you keep talking like that, I'm gonna have to go down Cafe and find some really nasty stuff about your prophet. Actually, I remember reading this snitch and sniff test.
It's a different kind of book. It's not as grotesque as this one.
Well, there was one that I read from when I was at university, and it wasn't from Cathy, but it was one of the other books. I think they're the four main books, and then one of the books that talks about like a scratch and sniff test for like if you want to choose a wife, like you gotta smell her, and you gotta. It was weird. It was weird.
Phoenix Flyer, what are the most typical responses? Is the number one response this isn't a primary source text and therefore it's just like, gossip, or what are the primary responses?
For which ones?
For the whole slew of scandalous, Muhammad escapades.
Well, here's a funny thing. When it comes to the hadiths, particularly and the biographies of Muhammad, you have to understand something. I've never met, nor would you ever meet a Muslim would say, I would be willing to accept a book without knowing who the author is. Okay, that's you might as well say that any Tom, Dick, and Harry just wrote this book. Like Shakespeare wrote this Quran book, and people would believe it. You find these Quran only people, but they're like literally literally not even a community. Like they're so sparse in between, right? You only find them in non-Muslim majority countries. You'll never find them in Muslim majority countries, and if they're ever been found, they'll probably be killed. So that's number one. Number two, the very same people that they criticize, the Hadith, for example, from the Isnad chain themselves. If you're a Sunni Muslim, for example, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Ubay ibn Ka'b, Ibn Abbas, all these people who also have their hands on the transmission of the Hadith are the very same people who are giving you the Quran as well. Meaning that they transmitted the Quran and they handed up to the next generation, right? For example, Asim, okay, from Hafs and Asim, right? Sorry. So Hafs, okay, Hafs himself, which is pretty much the version of the Quran that they're using here today, the vast majority of them, his Isnad chains are in many different hadiths. Many different hadiths. Yet, if you're going to go after the hadiths themselves, if you're going to go after all the things that we know about your prophet, don't tell me you know anything about your prophet if you're going to be throwing away the hadiths. Because the Quran only mentions him 4 times. Three of them could be a title, not even a name. Second, if you're going to tell me all of these people who compiled about your prophet are bunches of liars and deceivers, then what stops these liars and deceivers from going after the Quran, making up stuff wholesale? What if they made up some verses of the Quran and they just sold it for a trifling? Like if you're willing to say that, then by all means just throw away the Quran in that case. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, didn't that previous speaker just say that this isn't like a primary source, meaning it's not the glorious Quran, therefore it's irrelevant?
Yeah, then in that case, then throw away the hadiths. If you're going to throw away the hadiths, then throw away the Quran as well. Because the very same people who transmitted the Quran are the very same people who transmitted the hadith as well. So by the time, put it this way, if I could say for a fact, like if you want me to, I can give you the benefit of that and say for the first 200 years, for the first 300 years at least, the Quran was memorized and it was passed around like accurately 100%, 1-to-1 ratio, everybody knew what they were doing. But until these new people came into place where they started to compile them into a book, okay, by the time around 300 years later, it's already been corrupted because at that moment, the very same people who were compiling the Hadith are the very same people who were compiling the Quran. Simple as that. So either say it was corrupted from the beginning, or say that it was corrupted 300 years later. Whichever you want to do, go ahead. Be my guest. But at the end of the day, you cannot criticize the hadith without the validity of the hadith without criticizing the validity of the Quran as well.
Okay, I think this could be an interesting question for you and Sam and others. That is the link to the Abyssinia scene from The Message. And I'm just curious, if you analyze the communication in the scene where he goes to the black Christian king, and he gets like a social, like the way that they frame it, I think is kind of interesting and maybe like in hindsight really ridiculous and totally logically flawed why this black Christian king accepts this testimony.
Najashi, Iris, come on up. Oh, you son of a bitch, you left.
I'm just saying, analyzing the conversation and the debate between the Christian king and the Muslim messenger is like an interesting way to like analyze how they prove it in the movie, or even though it's ridiculous.
Has anyone actually watched the new interview of the Ashraf Hadi? Have you seen it? No. So
this is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA. 90.
Like this.
I think I can bring them back.
But they do like historical, like they deal with academia.
Abyssinia.
And he said right out, he said,
it is
are not
nothing you may ask for that we will not hear.
there isn't any
Lion of Judah,
academic, in the sense
I
that
don't know where to begin.
they don't believe in the transmissions at all.
You have our friendship.
And I say this
Begin
as
there.
a part of my faith. At this
Certain runaway slaves have escaped from us into your kingdom.
part of my faith.
Slaves go back, as you no doubt would return our slaves to us. There are, however, some free men among them, rebels.
That means you're lying to people.
Rebels.
Like, why would anybody give
There's disturbance in that area. Why am I not informed? They are rebels in religion. At one time or another, all religions were rebellions.
Why are you in Yale?
The bodies of slaves of the world and within our disposal. But as Jesus Christ is our shepherd, the souls of men are his sheep. These are Arabs who have betrayed the religion of their fathers. They follow a lunatic they call a prophet. But I cannot put souls into chains without hearing them.
You're lying to students. No one wants to talk about that.
If you get a second, watch that Abyssinia scene because I'm wondering like how they frame it. If it's like a ridiculous interpretation of the situation, you know, because it looks like.
Are you talking about the king of the Najashi king?
The Abyssinian Christian Black King. It's like basically it's like what's that Disney movie Wakanda? It's like literally the Muslims come into Wakanda and they're like, we want you to accept that the Prophet Muhammad is the new messenger from God. It's a ridiculous scene. I'm telling you, like I think they manufactured this bullshit for the movie. Like it's not historically accurate.
Well, the story goes, Muhammad's people were being oppressed, so Muhammad sent some of the people to the kingdom to the kingdom of Ethiopia for protection. But even his own enemies went there in order to get those people back, in order to face justice. So they went to the King Najashi's court, demanding that they would be handed back to them for justice. And the others were saying, no, they were going to kill us, and they were trying to oppress us because of our beliefs. And then they say, oh, what's your beliefs? It's like, oh, we believe, in Jesus and Mary and all that sort of stuff, right? And then the Marines are like, no, they don't believe in what you believe in exactly. And so they went back and forth and were in the court arguing and debating. And so he read part of the Quran to lift out the last part where he said that Jesus that did not say free. So the Emperor Najashi accepted that they were actually Christians. And they have the same faith, therefore they're under the protection of the king, and the British went back to the Middle East.
Good. Their
So
stiff necks will hang
that
them.
is the Muslim account of Henry the Is that what you're talking about?
You good?
Yeah, but in the movie they frame it that they come to make their case. You just gotta watch the YouTube link I posted because I think a lot of people operate off of this movie. Most people are lazy, but I think that the way that they made the movie is probably laughable and totally not accurate. But they do make it look like the Kingdom of Wakanda, and the Muslims come in to debate the Christian king, and the Christian king relents. So it gives a social proof of validity and credibility to this messaging.
Is it that old movie?
Yeah.
A really, really old movie?
It's actually a really good movie. I mean, surprisingly, it's really good. It's called The Message.
Yeah, it's the old movie. Yeah, The Message. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
17th, I showed it to Daniel, by the way. You should watch that. It's a very socialist view. It's really presented.
You have bowed yourselves before your prophet? Muhammad is a man. We kneel only to God.
Well, Muhammad's miracles, Jafar. If he were a prophet, he'd light the sky with that.
Indeed, this is true. God has given his prophets the silent miracles that we may recognize them. The miracle of Muhammad is the Holy Quran.
A book written by an illiterate, attributed to God. I think the emperor has had enough. I'm mindful of Pentecost, when God sent down tongues of fire upon the heads of Christ's apostles, so they could speak the many languages of the world that they knew not before. But do such miracles happen in our times?
What judicial system, even in the 70s, would say, okay,
I've heard enough.
believe this.
You've made a poor case.
The government's like, I don't care. This has nothing to do with us. What, you know? You can make your own version of the Shia version.
When we suffered persecution in Mecca, Muhammad told us, go to Abyssinia, the land of a righteous king, where no man is wronged.
What they called persecution was fair punishment. That is order. Why did your prophet send you to me?
Because you believe in the book of the one God as we do. He sent us because in your heart God will protect us.
Talking with them is like drawing water from a mirage. But they now let a duty on me to listen to them, my friend.
Like grandfathers who became Muslims from watching that movie. Like, there are not 3 generations of Muslims because of that.
Go on.
Of that movie. Like, so, and this is when I
For years, we worshipped wood and stone, images of our own manufacture. We lived in ignorance of God. We had few earthly laws and no heavenly laws. The rich neglect the poor, and the natural pity of man, whereby he lifts his brother up when he has fallen, is described by them as upsetting social order.
It's not possible.
To this inhumanity has come a man whom God chose. And in that we believe.
It's also kind of funny because they like everybody who is a Muslim in this movie is like white or like aristocratic in a way. It's kind of a hilarious, racial identification.
I have a really funny story about this. So this movie, not a lot of people know this. Back then, it was really hard to get a job. It's really hard to get a job in the acting world, right? The guy who played.
Hello. My name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
He passed himself as a Muslim. How do I know
You're
this?
overcome. I beg you to collect yourself.
2 blocks away from me.
I speak of the messenger of God.
Told me the story that he was a Baha'i this whole time.
Muhammad teaches us to worship one God,
later on,
to speak truth,
later on,
to love our neighbors as ourselves, to give charity. Even a smile can be charity.
That would be so hilarious.
To protect women from misuse,
They went after him.
to shelter orphans, and to turn away from gods of wood and stone.
I cannot keep still and hear this blasphemy. We are an ancient civilization. To call our gods wood and stone is to speak ignorantly of them. The idol, the form, is not what we worship, but the spirit that resides within the form. I agree that idolatry is not always fully understood. Thank you. Now let me bring him back to the whip.
It's like a clubhouse room, this movie. Because, like, they're in their hall or a room in a house having a debate about, philosophy, God, and religion.
Women.
God made woman to be the proper companion of man. She is different, but equal.
Equal! We buy them, feed them, clothe them, use them, discard them. Women equal to us?
God created man from one male and one female. Now, you must respect in all women the womb that bore you.
Why are your 300 gods so tongue-tied? While his only god is elephant.
God has spoken to us before. Through Abraham, Noah, Moses, and through Jesus Christ. Why should we be so surprised that God speaks to us now through Muhammad?
Who taught you those names?
They're named in the Quran. I knew Muhammad when he was an orphan minding sheep. And we knew Christ as a carpenter. What Christ says, and what your Muhammad says, is like two rays from the same lamp. They are lying to you. They deny Christ. You worship three gods, they say. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, they say. What do you say of Christ? They say God cannot have a son. Christ is not the Son of God.
Yes.
Speak to me of Christ.
One day.
We say of Christ what our prophet has taught us. That God cast his Holy Spirit into the womb of a virgin named Mary, and that she conceived Christ, the apostle of God. The apostle, he says, not the son, not the son. What? That's your miracle. Your Quran. Say of the birth of our dear Lord Jesus Christ. May I relate the words?
Okay, yeah, you told me that you were in Mayfair, right?
I was in Mayfair.
Come closer to
At
me.
that point when I was speaking to them, I went all the way to Tower Bridge.
Right now I'm in Whitechapel.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful.
Oh, I met Mitch.
Relate in the book the story of Mary. How she withdrew from her family to a place in the east. How we sent to her our angel Gabriel, who said, I am a messenger from your God, to announce the birth of a holy son to you. She said, how shall I, Mary, have a son when no man has touched me? And Gabriel replied, for your Lord says, it will happen. We appoint him as a sign unto man, and a mercy from us. It is a thing ordained.
So I don't know if anybody watched that clip. Sorry to bring it up again, but at the end, I just watched the whole thing. It's like a 10-minute clip. It goes into this like hypnosis mode, and he is talking to the Christian king, and he goes into this hypnosis mode where he cites from the Quran by memory and convinces the king that they are that they believe in Christ Jesus. And it's so funny because it goes into this like hypnosis mode, and then it shows all of the Wakandans listening to this glorious revelation from. But the whole thing is they're talking about books, and they even say they're literally at a book club meeting arguing about the books, and then they don't even have the books, but he recites from the book by memory, and he likes the chapter that he recited from memory from the book. So it's like all communication is hypnosis. I am complete.
These guys speak with so much certainty, right? As if they were fucking standing there when the book was written. I was there when Allah was writing the book, and I know exactly what was written and how he wrote it and what he said, and it must be true. And then come and try and, shove it down our throats. Were you in the room, Mali room, when Nazi was speaking?
No, what happened?
I had a to-and-fro with
Difference between us
Really, she sometimes seems open-minded, but she can really trigger an energy.
No, she goes into these khutbahs for like bloody hours on end. Yeah. She doesn't stop, non-stop like chatter, right?
Not for a mountain of gold will I give them unto you.
Point, like, you've even forgotten what the first point was. Charles interjecting,
I've never seen you
like, you're saying this statement, but it doesn't make any
as
sense.
long as you wish. May God's blessings be upon you on your return.
She has like a fanatic side. That extreme on her positions.
Yeah, so she was asking me, because I told her, I don't think that we get punished. And I don't think there's anything like hell. Because if your God is omnipresent, then your God's going to be in hell as well. So what's the deal with that? And she was like, then what about all the people who do all this crazy stuff? What happens to them? I'm like, well, whatever happens to them is it finishes here on earth. You don't take anything back with you, do you?
Scene in this movie, basically the king of Abyssinia says, you guys are Christians, but you're not Christians, but you are Christians, so you're cool, you can live here with us, and I'm not going to punish you because of this accuser here, because your book has our information in it, and, you may say something new, but, like, technically we still have the original, so you guys are, just trying to discover what we've already got. I am complete.
When you look at early Islam, it was a more inclusive group, so that makes sense. Because if those guys came with the Islam that we know today to the Abyssinian king, no way he would let them pass and protect them like he did.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the Syrian Islamists murdering innocent Jews in the streets, going and being like, hey, can you give us protection because we're Christians like you? I mean, the Pope calls Benjamin Netanyahu and is like screaming, end this war, end this war. After a church supposedly got like some shrapnel. But I don't know, how do you go from being like, a Polish priest in Chicago to calling and like demanding an end to the war? I don't know. People are crazy, and like terrorists will just fight to the very bitter end until they just won't stop until they die. It's like brain dead, Japanese suicide. It's the same syndrome. It's like totally all or nothing, no new information in, no new information out.
Because in Islam, they don't want to say it, but the Ummah is God. The Ummah has the power to execute God's plan. So it's a human-based prophecy. And because of that, it has more similarity with communism, like delusional dreams of achieving a perfect society by human action. So this is like the Lulu people.
So there's something that Nazia said, right? She said, God sent somebody to go and tell, was it Jacob, right? Something. That this is what he should do. But the guy never listened. So I asked her, so Nazia, you're telling me this God that everything told his fellow to go and tell Jacob something, and he knew that Jacob would not listen. Like, was that a dumb thing to do for God? Like, if he knew he was going to refuse, why tell this guy go and pass a message to the other guy? These guys believe dumb shit, man.
Were you here when Daniel discovered like the Surah Al-Fil, like the elephant attack on Mecca, and realized that it happened before Muhammad was born? So basically, you know about that story?
It's the one that the birds came and fought with clay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this one happened like 4 years before Muhammad was born. So basically, Allah did this huge miracle in flying animals and everything to defend the pagan temple full of idols. So I'm like, guys, I think this story really, I think Allah is a pagan and it isn't true religion if that happens. The point of defending that place before it became Muslim, it was Arab paganism.
Transport systems that are ultimately responsible. Isn't it crazy that they say everything about like, we can't have any idol worship, but hang on a second, you guys turn towards a stone and bow towards a stone. What's that all about? Isn't that idol worship? You say, you can't look at the idol things and decide things from religion, the stuff around you. But hang on a second, you're going to break your fast depending on when you see the moon. How does that work?
These are the disciplines the prophet puts upon you. You may not harm a woman, a child, or any old person. You may not harm cripples. You may not harm the man that works in the field. You may not cut down trees. Strike only at those who have expelled you. Follow your rights and enrich themselves with your possessions.
It's Islamic slavery, and I'm listening to these morals.
Humane form of slavery.
Yeah. Wouldn't you rather be a Muslim slave? You'll be treated well, you'll be given everything you need.
The amount of delusion, my God. They were like, it's so impossible to remove slavery from society.
You have stolen your rights and enriched.
Alcohol, slavery is complicated, you know. And someone in the room, I don't know who it is. Well, you just have to start paying them, you know. It's not that really complicated.
Oh, and the other one that Muhammad abolished slavery. Islam abolishes slavery. Yes. Yet your own prophet traded 2 for 1.
Yeah, he died owning slaves. Like, as if he didn't really need slaves either, because if people really supported him and loved him, like he would just be their slave. Like
I posted another link to this movie where they discuss the disciplines of Prophet Muhammad, and the last sentence about after all these disciplines and ethics is the only time you're allowed to kill people and commit terrorism is when you're expelled and your rights are taken from you.
that's the rules of defensive jihad, and I think it's Bilal on this video.
Yeah.
The black slave. It reminds me of my childhood. We used to watch that every Ramadan. Oh my God.
It's like, you know, they're panned out with the camera. It's like, imagine it's like he calls a meeting and all these people like gather in the desert and he just randomly starts screaming out like just a couple little bits about ethics. That's it. Then it's like, and if you get expelled, it's like this generalization of expulsion. So I just find it interesting how they use that word expel, you know, movie as well.
Yesterday in that conversation you're having with Marty and Nubian, right? And Plonka.
Conversation, I was like fighting to be heard. It was abuse, but I had fun triggering them, honestly.
Yeah, so the guy goes, when they say the Shahada, they bear witness. What are they bearing witness to? Because I asked someone do you know God? She says, yeah. I said, so you know everything about God? She's like, no, I don't. So I said, okay, then that means you don't know everything about God. She said, yes, I don't know everything about God. So then I asked her, so when you bear witness that you know God, according to what Marty and Nubian say, it means you should know God so you can bear a witness about this God. Yet you don't.
Here's how you make my super easy.
If you're not getting your back.
Maybe it's a mistranslation because when I think about the Shahada, Ashhadu is like swearing.
Yeah.
Not really implying knowledge, but I may be wrong, I don't know.
How can you have knowledge of God? Even if we argue that it's knowledge. How can you have knowledge of God?
Yeah, that's a fair point. There is also this place in Mecca, like talking about paganism, Marcus. There's a place in the pilgrimage where the Muslims have to throw stones into a place where Satan or Satan.
Yes.
Satan. This is like the most pagan thing to do.
Is it they'll throw it on one sort of like mountain and then run to the other side and then throw other stones the other side?
I don't remember exactly. There's a place where they all throw rocks. Like it's all about rocks. This religion, bow down to a rock, throw rocks, wipe your ass with rocks.
That one I just don't get. I would
Rock
be
your
surprised. You know what? I won't be surprised in so many years. Like, you know, you get all these people who do this massage business, right? And then they do these hot rocks and they put the hot rocks on your body. They're going to claim this was in their books.
Stoning people to death, intifadas. It's all about rocks.
Yeah, this is like the esoteric belief that all of these black cubes are related to Saturn. I just wonder how many Muslims have any concept whatsoever of any of this stuff outside of like the Quran, which probably doesn't mention anything about Saturn, I suppose.
You can ask Mehdi, who will make his way to thinking that Satan is quoted in the Quran. He will find a way.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at all the things that led to one guy, Harrison Smith, who was both
the Kaaba in Mecca, the focal point of Islamic pilgrimage, holds profound symbolism beyond its religious significance. Today, we explore the many connection between the Kaaba and the planet Saturn. Since ancient times, the Kaaba has been revered as the center of worship. It predates Islam. Its origins tracing back to the time of Abraham. The Kaaba is draped in black cloth, adorned with black stone considered sacred. Its cubic structure symbolizes purity and unity in the Islamic faith. Interestingly, the Kaaba's cubic shape and its central position resonate with Saturn's symbolism in various other cultures. In Roman mythology, Saturn was the god of agriculture and time, associated with prosperity and renewal. And the planet Saturn, with its prominent rings, has captivated humanity for centuries, and is the furthest planet we can see with the naked eye. Astronomically, Saturn's position in the heavens has been a marker for navigation and timekeeping. Its celestial movements influenced ancient calendars. A Saturday, the seventh day of the week, is named after Saturn, and this reflects the enduring influence Saturn has in our cultural and linguistic heritage. And then, of course, the first day of the week is Sunday, which represents the sun. Monday represents the moon. Tuesday is Mars. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. And Friday is Venus. And every year they have this massive pilgrimage to Mecca at the Hajj, and the pilgrims encircle the Kaaba, and that represents and symbolizes the rings of Saturn, and they circle anti-clockwise, and Saturn spins anti-clockwise. So what you're looking at there is a representation of Saturn and its rings. Thanks for watching, and leave any thoughts and stuff in the comments.
About what they did and saw.
This is a double Leo in the expansive age.
I'm watching videos of Golden Moon. It's such a camera back then, it's like kind of blurry.
Returned with help from the Jewish tribes.
So you think we should go
with
back?
An army of 10,000 warriors.
Yeah.
This was over
Also,
3 times
like,
the size of
If you're gonna
Muhammad's
be
army of only
in gravity,
3,000
you should
men.
like have a suit that can handle
However,
you falling down so you can
Muhammad gained the initiative by
show how
digging
cool
a
it is to
massive
be, like, in
trench
low
to
gravity.
the north of the city, making it extremely difficult for the enemy's cavalry to cross. In an attempt to break the deadlock, the Quraysh secretly negotiated with the Banu Qurayza, a Jewish tribe in Yathrib, to attack Muhammad from the south. When this failed to gain any serious momentum, the Quraysh gave up and retreated
I'm looking
back
at
to
the people that
Mecca,
went to the moon. It's
leaving
literally
the
all white
Banu
men.
Qurayza Jews to the mercy of the Muslims. Once again, Muhammad felt betrayed by the Jews, who had treacherously reneged on the constitution of Yathrib.
I think that was the Netflix. The
He
HBO
sent
had
his
like,
army to their
they were
village,
like a cruise
and
line.
after a 25-day siege, the Jews surrendered.
But yeah,
This time,
so they
Muhammad had a
on the
problem.
moon and she was black.
He knew if he
And
banished
she
them
was
from the
translating herself
city,
in,
like he did with the other Jewish tribes,
and she wanted to say,
they might join
it's good
with
to be
his
back on the
enemy
moon.
and come back
That
later
was why they
to
were in
attack
the space
him.
program to get us back there. And she actually
He decided to
said
hand
be
over
black on the moon.
judgment to an independent mediator who found the tribe guilty of treason and sentenced all the men to death. The women and children were spared, only to become slaves to the Muslims. All 800 men were eventually put to the sword, although the deaths of the Jews was not based on race or religious grounds.
So I'm watching this documentary that I put in the chat. When the Jews surrendered to Muhammad, do you think that they were like offered peace or survivalship, and then Muhammad? It says that Muhammad appointed his court to determine the punishment. Then they killed all 800 of the Jewish men and kept the women and children. So do you think that they were essentially lied to?
Yes.
Is that what? Is there something in the Talmud or something about any of that history, or is there any history?
No,
Have
the
you
Jews
read any
don't
history?
have a history of that because they were killed.
Have you ever read a history book about
The
the history of?
of that massacre is from the Muslims themselves.
I came across a thesis saying that it was like a very distorted version of the Masada massacre. That it was like completely mistranslated, I don't know. I can find this for you if you want.
The knock-on effects created deep divisions within Muslim-Jewish relations, which it could be argued has never recovered.
Yeah, it's almost
Following on from the Battle of the Trench,
Trench,
a truce was declared between the two opposing sides. However, in 629, the Quraysh broke this truce by attacking one of Muhammad's allies. This set in motion the beginning of the end for the Quraysh. A few months later, in 630, Muhammad gathered an army of 10,000 Muslims and headed south for Mecca. The Meccans put up a resistance, fighting for months, but eventually were overrun by the Muslims, who entered the city and tried. Instead of putting his enemy to the sword, Muhammad declared an amnesty and forgave them all.
Do you love Muhammad?
When the city was safe, he made his way to the Kaaba,
Who, me?
walked around it
Yeah.
7 times
Who's Muhammad?
before removing
He's
all
the prophet of Islam.
360 idols, which represented various pagan gods, leaving only the black stone,
and blessings
which
be
is
upon
still there to this day. At this
Happy
point,
Eid.
he declared that there is only one true God, Allah. In the ancient pagan world of star worship, many idols represented planets, stars, and constellations. It is an interesting coincidence that there were 360 idols in the Kaaba. The same number of degrees
the
as
Romans,
the
the
zodiac.
Persians, they were the
And
dominant
the act
world
of
power.
circulating the
And they looked at
Kaaba
the Arabs,
7 times
what the,
before
what
removing
are
the
these?
idols
These are like animals, they're
could
living
have
out
some
in the desert.
metaphysical
They ain't
significance
got nothing
to the 7
we ain't even
planets
got
of the ancient world, or the
colonize
7
like, let's leave them to
Sephiroth
their own
in
shit.
the
They do
Kabbalah's
whatever they
tree
do.
of life,
We are the world
the
power. We
Sephiroth
was
of victory,
people
ruled by Venus.
like high respect. So
By
they
631,
Arabs were
the
regarded
last
as
pagan
like low
stronghold
class, like
fell to the
barbarians,
Muslims,
innit?
giving them complete
And
rule
yeah,
over
and
all of
this man
Arabia.
now, Muhammad, he
The only stone
comes
left
from this
in the
place.
Kaaba
He comes from these
was the
people,
meteorite,
and
which could have fallen to Earth as
effects
Venus
of his
moved
message.
into
If you
its
look
new
at the
orbit
world,
around the time of Abraham.
Arabs.
From the early days of
You
Islam
can't deny
to now,
the effect
the Kaaba
and
is
the
the focal
positive
point
effect
of the
that it's had
Muslim
on them,
religion.
how it's changed them,
Just as the
transformed
glib
into a more
Venus is a
civilized
circle of focal
people,
consciousness
and you know
over the cross
they've
of the
advanced in a
physical
lot of things, but
material
that's a
realm.
different story. But
The act
he
of
really
circling
gave
the
them
black
something they
cube
never had
at
before,
Mecca
and that
reflects
also, if you look at
these
history,
metaphysical
obviously
principles.
Islam now became
Muhammad had now done
threat now
all
to
he
the
had set
other
out to
world powers
achieve.
such as the Romans
In
and
his
Persians.
final sermon
And
to
yeah,
his
through
followers,
this man, Islam
the very
now
next
was
year,
another player
he commented on
in the
how
game
he had
of
abolished usury
power, let's say.
from the land
And that's
that now
through
belongs
this man.
to the
So
Muslims.
I don't know how you can say that you don't feel he's, I mean, you can feel whatever you want, but the stats are the stats. You can't deny that the man has had a positive effect on billions and millions of people.
Here's what I'm curious about. It says in Surah Al-Ma'idah, 7, Allah will protect you from the people. But then also Muhammad was wounded at the Battle of Uhud, and he was also poisoned. So, like, what's up with that? Sounds like Allah lied and said he'd be protected, but he wasn't protected.
The Jews.
So, what's up with that, Malik? This sounds like God's wrong.
Have you had many Muslims on stage today?
All of them.
Malik, after Muhammad liberated Saudi Arabia or the Arabian Peninsula, what was his final edict?
What was his final what, sorry?
Wait, why are we not talking about my thing real quick? Why are we...
Yeah. So Sam, the reason why I asked if there's been Muslims on stage before me today is because I'm not going to be used as some sort of punching bag, like some type of, like, if people have, I'm sure you have had this explained to you before. If not, then if you're sincere and you really want to, get to understand, you really want to understand because you're interested in understanding Islam, you're a person that really wants to give it a fair shot by understanding it, how it's meant to be understood, then that's another thing. But if you're just asking these questions to every Muslim that's coming up on stage, just because you want to prove that he wasn't a good human being, I mean, you ain't got to do all that. I can just take your word for it.
No, I think that you should update on evidence when people say the Quran's perfect and has no errors, and then I point out an error. What you should do as a rational agent and go, oh, well, then maybe that's like an error, so maybe the book is wrong, and then be open to that changing your mind about whether or not the book is from God or not.
100%, I agree with you. If you tell me, that's what I'm saying. So I've explained two types of characters that I've spoken to, like when it comes to me as a Muslim speaking to non-Muslims. So there's the non-Muslim that's genuine and he really wants to learn. He's asking you because he's curious. And I have many friends that become Muslim, and then there's the non-Muslim that they try to be slick with it, but it's clear these people hate Islam. And this is the reality. This is the reality, and this is a subjective experience that you can only feel if you are a Muslim. So obviously it's an anecdote and that, but it's a very true. It's me as a black man. I can tell you stuff that black people generally feel when they're in certain predicaments or certain situations with other races, how they feel, or like at work or anything. I can tell you generally how black people feel. So similarly with Islam and me as a Muslim, I can tell you generally what type of people we come across. So
it's very accurate, man. That's very accurate.
Yeah. So if you genuinely have an error that you're struggling with and you try to understand it in different nuances and different perspectives, and you try that, now you asking me the question because it's something that's a legitimate issue that has not been dealt before. Because now, let's be honest, like if you really want to know something, just go on ChatGPT. You'll find a detailed answer, or any other LLMs.
So, explain your claim.
Are you still doing this, Barbie? You ain't got anything better to do on a beautiful Friday.
Who are you? Oh, look, it's Blackie Blackerson.
Look at me. I am the mayor now.
I'm from Tidover. How are you doing?
I am good, Yakov.
I understand it exists, but it's just that in what context? can exist as a geographic territory like the Sinai. There are no Sinaeans. There's not a people called Sinaeans, but there is a Sinai.
You are allowed to now have shawarma shops, but no more rocket launchers.
Like we have areas in the country that are geographic areas like the Sierra Nevada.
So with Fox is not it's just fresh breaking. It's in listen, man. It's in Politico. It's in National Mail. It's a lot of people. Just go put Gabbard and Google search the new hits. Your eyes will pop out.
Yeah.
If Republicans get into power, they go after Democrats, and if Democrats come into power, they go after Republicans. So fucking back and forth. I don't care.
You can just see this tweet has got the particulars from the evidence. So it's going to go for criminal referral indictments. There was already announced on Comey, Clapper, and Brennan. They announced that a couple of weeks ago. Criminal indictments are on the way. But Obama.
What do you mean by I upside down 9 are welcome?
Obama is that's the main course. That's the main dish. So he's about to get served up. He could run to Kenya, run away from this.
I don't know about Obama anything.
You should know about him.
I don't know about Trump anything.
Obama was the first Muslim president.
Are you sure Obama was Muslim?
Yes, his name is Barack Hussein. He has a wedding ring that's inscribed in Arabic.
Angels is feeling so proud right now.
No.
He was a community organizer, just like Muhammad.
I never saw him that way. I did not know that.
He was a community organizer, a Harvard lawyer, a fake Columbia University student who worked for the International Business Corporation, aka CIA Front Group.
Raised in Indonesia.
It's a CIA family. And just like Macron, he married a man.
You know, because of your people, I'm right now having the question, who is, about who I'm talking.
Good question. Good question. What do you think S500? Who's the six? Is the six our gang? Who's six?
I think he means with the upside down.
He's talking about the planets, eVTOL, but he forgot there's 7, not 6, you schmuck.
We have more than 12 planets around us.
No, that's news to me.
Really?
But not all are counted in our galaxy,
Ew, JR's jerking off right now.
Disgusting. Yeah, there's actually 8
There are
planets.
9 that the rest are planets.
There used to be 9 when I was growing up, and now they say 8. The 9th is just a rock, apparently, not a planet. Pluto.
It is a planet.
No, it's not considered a planet anymore. There's officially 8 planets now, not 9.
Yeah, if you look at it from the American the American scientific community's perspective, it's 8 planets. If you look at it from the Hindu scientific community, it's 9.
Yeah, but they use Rahu. That's what you're missing there. They've got the phantom planet Rahu. Is one of them.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's also 8.
I wonder why they can't find the planet X. Should be relatively straightforward.
You know, the outside planets, they don't affect the planet Earth that much. That's why maybe.
Yeah, Uranus and Neptune are not counted in the mating system either. They go for the moon. And there's two Rahu and Ketu. So those are three bonuses. But, you know, they're more important than these distant planets.
Thanks for the compliment. Well, I want to know, how does Mr. Robert look like?
Who is Mr. Robert?
He's the guy that offered her a buffalo. You know, Robert never actually offered her a buffalo. I just made that up because I thought it was.
Yeah, I know the buffalo is made up, but still, I don't know who the person is.
Who is Robert? Why did you mention Robert just now? How would that be important to us? Why did you mention Robert?
Because yesterday, the conversation we had yesterday, I don't know. Somehow he had this kind of place to get in my mind.
Yeah, but we never discussed Robert yesterday either. That's what I'm befuddled with you. There was no Robert yesterday.
Then I don't know why he's doing that. He find a way, and it's just confused. I just want to know who it is.
You want to know who is Robert?
Yeah.
Is that a clubhouse person named Robert? Who is Robert? Yeah, tell us about Robert.
He was a guy in Stock Bully's room. I don't know if you remember him. He was going through a divorce back then. His wife took most of his money.
Why I don't think that Robert is, I think he's should be smart enough to avoid that kind of happening,
How do you avoid?
It's possible that two people.
The smartest people in the world cannot avoid. You can't avoid them taking half. Even Jeff Bezos could not avoid that. They always get half.
I think when people marry, then because they're loving each other, and there's no way they're gonna get divorced.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like reality.
And if, then one of them must be horrible.
JR, are you here?
JR is loving this. JR finds this stimulating.
He's in a stroke session, he says.
Disgusting.
So
no
gross.
relation fall apart because of, I don't know.
Just say, hey, someone says this is from God, and it says X here, and it says not X here, and then I am intelligent enough and I can read Arabic enough to know this is a contradiction. And every religion on earth.
I'm going through a storm.
Oh, okay. Sandra, real quick, how things up in Dearborn?
I witness that there is only one God.
I mean,
You
Lansing.
don't care how things is in Dearborn. You're just trying to start a conversation and piss somebody up.
Everything's good.
Did you say that you getting out? Or you?
I'm out, honey.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Wow.
Yeah. How did I say it that enough times?
It's okay to talk. congratulations, ma'am. I didn't remember if you said you were getting ready to get out or if you were actually out, but good for you.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I feel good.
Did Lee give you a pen? Did you get a cake when you left? 30 years?
I got a plaque. I got a fishing body plaque. Remember well, you might not even know the carriage, the old fishing body carriage. Remember, because
no, I don't know about.
Okay, fishing plant here in Lansing was 115 years old when they tore it down. It was originally a carriage factory, horse-drawn carriage factory. So the actual fishing body emblem was that golden carriage. So I actually got one of the plaques because they only had a few of them left from the people that actually started at Fishing Body. So.
Oh wow!
But I couldn't even post a picture of it because they were like, "Don't tell nobody."
Oh wow!
I haven't had my name put on it yet, but it's beautiful. It's got gemstones. It's gold. It's on a big wooden plaque, and it's gold, and it's got the fake jewels in it, sapphires and rubies and emeralds, and it's real pretty.
That's
but
awesome.
That was our original logo.
That's awesome. I'm gonna sound like Goat and say, "What a blessing." That's awesome.
It's a blessing to be out of there and alive because one of my friends just died last Friday. He retired 6 months ago and died last Friday, and I'm so devastated behind that. So, yeah, I'm glad to be out and above ground.
Is that why you said you might get you another job because you don't want to just be idle?
Absolutely. And if I wasn't working in the garden, I'd be taking my ass to the gym every day. But I'm, in the garden right now. But once I'm done with that, I'm going to be going to the gym. Because I'm used to moving like at least 80,000 steps a day.
80,000?
So when you on that line, that ain't no joke. They ain't playing with you. When you on that line, you are moving the whole time, other than when you're on break or taking a piss. Yes. So it's not for the and you see the girls that work on the line look totally different from other women my age. Like we got the racks, we got the arms, yeah, for real. I'm a Rosie the Riveter.
Well, excellent. Well, I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. Y'all can go back about your conversation. You know you don't want me dominating the conversation. I'm gonna get me a couple of vodka tonics and have a good day.
Oh Lord, and you about to come back drunk.
That's the question.
So this crazy.
Do you still go over to Mexico?
I never do go to Mexico. We went. I don't. No.
Okay.
So we went to Mexico. We were on a cruise and we went to Cozumel. We border Reynosa, and no, there is no reason for me to go to Reynosa. I'll be honest, it's not safe. It ain't safe for me to go to Mexico. Now there's
y'all to send me some sour sop leaves because I can't find none here.
I'll just tell you, there's a park down here. If you ever come down here, Progreso is safe, and parts of Matamoros, which borders Brownsville, that's safe. So going into Progreso is nothing, but we don't ever go. I mean, shit, I basically live in Mexico. But what are you looking for? What kind of leaves?
I want some sour sop leaves, but I can't find them here.
And you can only get the.
They come from Hot Crunch. Like in Jamaica, I know. I don't know. I just thought I'd ask.
All right, I'll ask.
Should saline have epi in it as well again? Okay, good.
Dan, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, like the sour sop, as far as they were like in the Caribbean. Like I remember going to the Bahamas. They were talking about sour sop, and when we cruised to other places too. That's what they were talking about, sour sop. So I've never heard of it come from like mainland Mexico or not.
I was just thinking like the heat, the tropical, not tropical, but it's definitely coming from hot climates. So I thought maybe Mexico would have them.
Maybe Cancun, maybe Belize.
Yeah.
But outside of that, yeah.
I'm thinking, damn, you probably gotta get it all the way down to Cozumel, the Yucatan Peninsula, which is like another 4 hours, 6 hours, no more than that, 7, 8 hours south of here before you can get that.
And see, we don't have any more, like they say you can get them at Asian markets, but our Asian markets most of them here have closed.
Oh, really? Where? What city?
Yeah.
What state you in?
I'm in Lansing, Michigan, but like we had a bunch of them out in East Lansing, and they're all shutting down because the tariffs and stuff.
Wow. What type of Asian? Were they just all strictly Chinese or?
It's
Japanese?
probably a mixture of everything. Probably like the one that I go to in South Lansing is Vietnamese mainly. That's their focus. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking for some. And I didn't want to order them off of Amazon because I don't even know what to get. I need to know what they look like first.
So Trey, you don't go to Cancun either? I mean, that's like a hot spot.
We just went to Cancun. Do we go normally? No, we just went to Cozumel. We've been to Cancun. Look, the reason why I see Michael in the chat, I live here. Like, it ain't, like South Padre, where I live, ain't a whole bunch different than Cancun, other than you have other than you have fully inclusive resorts where you can eat and drink all day. But because I live an hour from the beach and I can bring my own damn liquor, I can sit up in the hotel and drink and look out on the water. A vacation.
And the last thing to do was separate the factor from the.
Somebody get Lisa. She up there trying to treat patients. She gonna violate HIPAA laws.
You're right, huh?
Lisa.
She's up in trouble. She gonna say name.
Somebody's muted. Something muted.
No, don't mute me. Shut up. You can have it. Don't mute me because I'm walking around. Don't you dare. I'm talking to this person in my ear. Nobody said nothing about HIPAA. Be quiet.
Okay.
I have to work 3 hours extra time. That's why I'm trying to listen to you guys and help with the room. So I'm trying to work. And that's why I tell you guys, Patty, Mel, Spin, Deborah, Sandra retired. But we come in here and open these rooms and we're working at the same time because we're professional women. And we try to do this and then people come in and just try to disrespect us and all this kind of crazy shit. Keep in mind that we are working and trying to hold a space for you guys to have someplace to go. You don't want it? Open up your own damn room. And we'll come to your room and sit on the stage. But other than that, that's what we do. That's why Patty's quiet. Mel has a family as well. And you guys think we're here for your entertainment. That ain't it. We just trying to be good clubhouse people. Because I don't have to do this. You think I need attention? I get attention all day. I'm getting attention right now.
I was just protecting you, Lisa, because I didn't know what you might say, and I didn't know if you knew your mic was open.
Oh, no, not you. I knew it was open time. But how we sorry? They don't have the microwave here, girl.
So damn, yeah. For us, like an actual vacation is Jamaica, Aruba, or like the Caribbean. But like Mexico, not really. And the part that, like I said, the part I live on, like Reynosa, it's not safe. There's actually no travel because of the cartels. There's no travel between Mexico and Mexico City, so you wouldn't want to go to Mexico right now.
Situation, or are they exacerbating that situation? Do you know something else?
I would say that it's in Mexico because we've shut off the human trafficking from Mexico. That's why they're fighting more, because there's less money coming into the cartels. I don't know for a fact, but it does seem like there's less drugs coming across. It seems like the busts are happening more frequently.
I know that since they claim that the cartels are now going to be designated as terrorist groups, that allows a different type of posture for how they're going to enforce shutting that stuff down, which includes
That's funny. I got the jokes. That was funny. Quarters.
Right. That includes like military intervention. Like they can raise the level of like response. More than just like DEA and like border patrols. It's a lot more. Okay.
There's military. I'll tell you this. There's military down here. What exactly they're doing, I don't know. They're actually very tight-lipped, but there's definitely military down here, and they're not just doing. They're not. The border crossings are down so far. They're not guarding the border. I don't know exactly what they're gearing up for, but they are definitely.
Yes, they do. You'll be all right.
Damn, in the chat, I'm going to put this guy or this channel on X. If you watch that channel, and it is gruesome and it is graphic, but as far as probably the best and most, I don't even know how they get all their information. As far as the best and most updated information on what's going on down there, that's the channel. They are very good, and they talk about the different factions. There's been a truce recently between the Gulf Cartel and Sinaloa, I think. It's almost like the Crips and Bloods. They're like coming together because the violence has gotten so bad and they're killing so many of each other that they realize that they've got to coalesce and figure out something. Because I do believe the Mexican federales have become more aggressive. So I don't speak about it too much because not my place to talk about it. But if you want to follow somebody, follow that up in the chat.
Yeah, I was just checking because there's been kind of quiet on that. I haven't heard much coming from south of the border, other than other than just tariffs. But I know that's still a real problem that's going on down there. So
our side of the border is as quiet as it's ever been. Like definitely in the 7 years that I've lived here, but in talking with the Border Patrol agents, this is the quietest it's been in 10 years. It is, and some say ever, like because of the minimal crossings. And it's almost it's almost too quiet because they don't want to completely stop it, because then you don't need to pay these guys. They make some money, right? They make some significant salaries. So then you don't want to, funding can get pulled away over the course of time. But right now they're fully funded. But right now, I mean, I will give, if there's one thing I'll give Trump high marks for, it's not a lot, but I will give him high marks on shutting the border crossings and making an extreme difference in like literally overnight.
An extreme difference in our vegetable prices. Shit.
Trent, you sound like a MAGA, bro. This shit is crazy.
Okay,
he really does. I mean, I'm not saying that you are. It's just that you talk more about the good things that you like about what Trump is doing instead of the bad things, like what he's doing to public education and taking away people's Medicare and SNAP benefits. It's like,
kids learn how to read. Raise your hands. Yeah, nobody's hands up. Come on.
it's so crazy.
No,
I
look.
don't hear you. I don't hear you sympathizing for the people who are not just going to lose their livelihoods, but their lives. Because they're closing all these they're closing 3 rural hospitals close to me right now.
Well, you know my wife's in that. I knew when they cut Medicaid that obviously the rural hospital program closed. It's actually going to affect Republican states.
Wow.
More than anything, it's actually.
I knew that was going to happen. Okay.
It's dumber than fuck. It's dumb. It's dumber than fuck to close some of these rural hospitals. That's going to backfire.
We know that, and we empathize with those people, especially if they're farmers. Think about it. If they're farmers and they're 150, 200 miles away from the nearest hospital. If they get hurt in a farming accident, they're not going to make it.
Yeah, well, but the biggest thing for me, and when I was just actually talking to my grandmother's and grandfather's friend, she's in her 90s, a great lady named Glenna, and in Columbus, Ohio, and we just talked, and what is starting to happen, even amongst his supporters, is these ICE raids on workers and just on workers, on regular people, landscapers, people working in restaurants, people working in hotels, people that some people know in particular, like you know, and now that they're seeing it themselves, and I knew that this would happen. When the video started getting shared of people getting put into cars taken away in handcuffs, and these are mothers, these are people that you've known, the calculus is going to change. That's why I know it can't change, because the public perception of this is beginning to change. It wasn't that strong to begin with. And so I actually don't think that, I think some of it's terrible. And we needed to do amnesty before we did all this deportation. But I think it will actually backfire. The pendulum is going to swing, and we're going to end up because of this angst, we'll end up with the amnesty package finally.
And amnesty didn't work when Reagan had his situation. And I think personally, amnesty is what kind of set up what we have today, because it was a blanket amnesty, and it fueled more people to say, well, if they can do it, I can do it too. And it's just a slow trickle until it became overwhelming.
That's true. That's true.
Amnesty is not.
I don't disagree with you, but because you have so much of the business community, and that's the most powerful. When you have the agriculture, and when you have the travel and leisure hotels, and now the restaurant industry, all coming back and saying, we need to do something about this. This can't continue. We're losing profit. Whenever you start hitting people's pocketbook, damn, shit changes. I promise you that.
I agree.
I just don't think it should not even have to go that far, because if he was an intelligent person, he would have thought all this shit through in the first place. He doesn't think, he just does shit. And I mean, this shit is crazy.
Baby, hold on. One other thing I'll say. Look, before I get out here, look. This does, an extended amount of labor, a override of labor does affect, especially the working classes, labor costs. Wages are rising, and inflation is starting to rise because you've got to pay people more, right? And when you allow this subset of labor to come in that's got to work that will work for less because they don't have the same rights, they can't organize, they can't unionize, it actually does affect working class labor more. So, and this is why, Bernie Sanders and Nancy Pelosi and so many Democrats have been against unfettered immigration, because it often hurt the working class wages. So it does cut both ways. And so while I disagree with the manner in which it's being done, we needed to stop the influx of unfettered immigration, because all it was doing was driving people, especially black folks, out of work. That's part of the reason why in a lot of our cities we have a higher unemployment rate. Places like New Orleans, it was affecting those folks' wages and their ability to work. Anyway, that's it. I'm gonna go drink. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, please go have a drink.
Baby.
I got breaking news.
What you got?
It just came across my little news thing. It says DOJ moves to release grand jury testimony in Epstein case.
Oh, what?
I wonder what that means. Let's see.
The reason why it didn't make sense to me, what Trent just said before he left, is if the cutting off the immigration was going to then make it better for Americans and they would have jobs, then it made no sense to have Elon and Doge do what they did. If it was going to work, the immigration part, there was no need to go and fire and take people's jobs. So, to me, his assessment didn't even line up. If that's what he thought was going to happen, and he believed that that was what was going to happen, was it was going to then provide more jobs for people who didn't have them, then why did they fire all those people?
I agree, Deborah. And with them firing all the teachers, I was listening to Urban View yesterday, and the judge basically told them that, yeah, you can go ahead and fire all these people, but you're probably going to end up having to hire them back later, and then you're going to have to pay them back, paying all this other stuff. So this doesn't sound thought out. It's not a plan. He's just doing shit.
Right, because they cut before they did an assessment of where they needed to cut. So Trent's full of shit, as always. And that's why he gets to say what he says and run.
If he took the time he spent playing golf to look at the situation and analyze the situation, it would probably be better, but he doesn't think. And he doesn't listen to his advisors. That's another thing. If Biden was loony as a Betsy bug, it wouldn't make no difference because he listened to his generals and his advisors. He didn't just make stupid ass decisions on his own.
don't know what's making me sleepy, this rain or you niggas, cause boy, about to doze off.
I'm in bed. I'm in the bed too. I'm like, this bed is feeling good right now.
I'm sitting in the car though, cause it's raining so hard I can't even get out. But y'all just making it worse, Jesus. Cause y'all talk about something. I done brought 20 topics and tried to get y'all to elaborate on it, and y'all just won't go. Go. Shit.
Yeah, I was listening to Trent talking shit. I'm like, this motherfucker, he sound like a fucking MAGA. He's annoying.
He is annoying.
I'm like, sir, my daughter was like, is he KKK? Is he part of the KKK?
Damn. That's crazy.
I'm like, I don't know. He's bugging. He is too much.
The amount of young kids I be seeing with tattoos on their face, I just want to know.
I hate when they do that.
Like, what the fuck? Are y'all gonna be tattoo artists? Cause that's the only thing that makes sense. Like, seriously.
Yeah, because it's not professional.
Like, on your face, though. Like, I could see you could be tatted up from your neck to your toes with your face.
Yep.
Like, that is just ridiculous. I can't. And I always see them. Girls, boys, all of them.
So I remember when they used to do the teardrop.
Yeah. Yep, I know
They
my kids had that teardrop.
They get full-fledged pictures on their face nowadays.
I look at even Krishan. You look at that, like, why did you put that guy's face on your face?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Put that nigga face on your face. It's crazy.
Like, every time you look in the mirror, you gotta see that shit. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't Amber Rose have a Trump tattoo on her face? Or was it just temporary?
That was probably temporary. She just has her son's names on her forehead.
Yeah, she got a big stupid ass tattoo on her forehead. I don't know what the hell made her do that dumb shit.
Yeah,
Cause it looks stupid. It doesn't even look right.
Yeah, I don't know what was the purpose.
You gotta wear makeup now. Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, I don't know what was the purpose.
Yeah.
Who lost a bet?
No, that's what it looked like on Amber Rose.
It do like she lost a bet, but they had like I just want to go in here and get my food.
When we was in the pool, Cassie's like, that grandma got a tattoo. It's big. She had a tramp stamp. I was like, yeah, they were not. They just turned grandmas. They weren't grandmas forever. They were young before. Just like mommy. When I get old, I'm still gonna have my tattoos, and your kids are gonna look at me like, grandma got tattoos.
My aunt, she said, don't ever get a tattoo because your palm tree is going to turn into a weeping willow when you get older.
Yeah.
My daddy didn't want me to get no tattoos, but I got them anyway. I was determined. And I'm thinking about it, I want some more. The fuck?
Yeah.
He did not want me to get no tattoos. I remember being 14, being like, Dad, I just want a tattoo. He was like, no, you're not gonna get no. Like, you be doing, I used to be like, my father used to be doing too much. Like, you just need to chill out. What the fuck wrong with you? I was so happy when I got to the age I could just talk to my parents like regular. Do y'all curse in front of your parents?
You got good parents. Some people can still not talk to their parents like they, grown up.
No, it's like when we had 18, we was no holds, we grown. Like that's how they did us. We was grown. Everything that we did in the dark, we brought to the light at 18. I know a lot of people that they parents so strict still. They grown as hell. They got kids of their own and they still can't do shit around their parents. So y'all just gonna be silent, huh? Okay.
They don't want to come up. Nobody want to come up to talk to us. This is crazy. It's Friday.
Well, I know Patty must be busy.
Yeah.
And Deborah and Lisa gotta be busy too, but normally she on mic any other goddamn time. Now she wanna be on mute.
She's doing
we be dead in the middle of a conversation and we hear her giving fucking instructions to the people in her background. Any other time, but today she wanna be on mute. You see what I'm saying?
People tired, I guess. It's been busy.
Yeah, I'm talking about you, Lisa Gura. She's gonna jump up and like, is somebody talking about me? Watch.
Look how big that TV looks.
I need to be in a contentious argument real quick because I gotta wake up. I got shit to do and I'm just sleepy as shit. I need somebody to ruffle my feathers. Let me find somebody to piss me off.
Obama, you asked something.
Oh, shit. Here you go.
Well, you asked, so you shall receive.
Yeah, go ahead and ruffle my feathers, man. Go ahead.
Not a high blood pressure argument.
Let's see here. Where is the article?
Because I'm going to fight you if you talk about Obama. We going to fight. Stop the scrap.
Where's that?
You better put some Vaseline on your face, okay?
Brooklyn, I told you I was doing a butt implant. Be quiet. Brooklyn, I told you I was doing butt implants. Be quiet.
Yo, Brooklyn, somebody's doing butt implants. They crazy, bro. That shit's gonna flip. That shit's gonna be flipping.
You a cosmetic surgeon nurse, huh? Well, Lisa, can you send me to somebody that's good? Because I need some stuff.
Well, what's doing right now?
You get off of work, we gotta talk, Lisa, because
Nobody need that shit. Ugh.
I need some stuff done, and I need your discount. I'm not gonna lie.
Not a discount.
I need the discount. Because Lisa, my cousin, she said I get 30% off. That's gonna be me.
Man, y'all need Pokemon cards or something. Too bored
Not a
with
Pokemon
getting
cards.
money. But pocket. Oh my
Stop.
god.
Whatever you're
My legs hurt.
You need a hobby. You need to collect something like Ash's
When
Beerstein.
women
You
do
need
the
to-
butt
you need
trim,
to
it
collect some
must
Beerstein.
either be a man that's getting a butt implant or a woman with no ass.
She said a woman. She said she's doing a butt transplant and she's transferring fat. I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, she doing
Implants? Yeah.
Because when they put the I don't trust the implant.
And she's doing
That
lipo and
shit's
she's
not
doing something to her stomach. She crazy, all that surgery. I can't. I was telling her, I was speaking to my sister. My sister's about to go back under the knife.
Well, she ain't about to get that. She already got a BBL, right?
Yeah, she's doing more lipo. She's doing more lipo on her arms, and she wants some scar she got under her breast when she got her breast done. She doesn't like the scarring, so she's gonna do like a laser or something. I don't know. These people be bored.
Bad bitch, ain't you?
Yo, surgery and tattoos, they're addicting. That's why you keep going back to that shit.
They are addicting.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about the surgery because all my friends that got surgery, they like, oh, I'm not going back like that. Whatever they ain't do the first time, they ain't doing it again.
I'm surprised she's going back too. She got surgery 7 years ago. And I'm like, you going to get surgery again? Oh my God. She's like, yeah, my man's gonna pay for it. I was like, okay. Okay. She crazy.
Is that the sizer or the implant? Okay. So is the sizer 422?
Oh, let me. She doing some implant stuff too. She gonna be in that Brooklyn. She gonna be on that table for like 10 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, when that's late, they get surgery this late in the afternoon.
Yeah, they probably
get surgery in the morning.
Nah, they probably had somebody before her. That's probably what happened.
We did.
Yeah, you see.
So they got you working late today, huh, Lisa?
Put us in the waiting room. We'll talk them all out of it.
I ain't talking enough, because I like, listen, do what you need to do to be the best you that you need to be.
Yeah.
Is that gonna move? Okay.
Lisa, I'm surprised
So
you
the
ain't
muscle
never
is
been
holding
in
them in place? So the muscle holds it right there. Okay. Because it looked like it might want to slide to the left after a little while.
It's going to slide after a while. It's going to them implants ain't. Them things ain't.
Those things ain't thinking.
You got to have that. You should have told them folks to eat some more or something. They need to gain some weight.
Oh my God.
I don't like how implanted butts look. That shit look real stink.
I don't like that shit either. That's why I was like, ugh.
Like at least with the fat transfer, if they don't OD, it could look nice. But the implants always.
At least I want to say that the girl was crying because she was like, I don't know if I should do it. All of this surgery. What the fuck?
She probably spending $1 million getting that shit done.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, that's one thing. Surgery does not keep no man. So if you doing surgery for a man, that's the wrong shit to do.
But that's what I would. If I was doing it, I would be doing it for me.
That's what I'm saying. But there's some girls that do it for a man because Lisa said that the girl said that her man didn't like something, so that's why she back there.
Then he gonna be mad when she looking good. And all other men gonna be looking. You see?
Shit, if I would do surgery, I would have my husband come in to the back of the room and, yo, okay, how do you like it? Okay, you need a little bit more on your titties? Okay, yeah, she need a little bit more here.
Oh my God, yeah.
Is it I see doctors that do that. That they bring the person to the back, like their spouse to the back, so that they can look at them. Yeah, I see. What's up, CEO?
Yeah, it's like a menu. You get to do it like that.
I've seen surgeons do that.
Wow.
Like when it has to do with like the titty or the butt, they'll have their spouse come in to look at it. Shit, I trust my spouse. He ain't gonna make me look crazy, right? Oh man.
If you married to Trent, I don't know.
He said his wife got surgery.
Just be taking shots.
Deborah, he said his wife had surgery. I know she had surgery. You could tell. But yeah, she said she had surgery.
That's gonna work nice.
Yeah. Mhm. She probably went to Mexico. She went right next door.
CEO, what's the word, bird?
The word for what? What's that?
See, this is why I'm rejecting your black card right now. The fact that you don't know what somebody says.
I know what it means.
So why would you ask me that?
Because of like what you want to talk about.
That's what I'm asking you. Duh. The fuck?
She don't want to.
Lisa, this is
She wants you to tell her something. She don't want to be quiet in the room.
Lisa,
I want you to go back to 90s CEO, because this is 2025 CEOs for little You need to go back to the 90s, buddy, because you just got old and just out of touch. You old and out of touch CEO now. CEO, you got kids?
Yes, I got a 12-year-old.
Oh, they gonna be mad at you when they get to about 15, because you ain't gonna know nothing. You ain't gonna know nothing. You ain't gonna be able to tell them nothing. They gonna be like, my dad is so
I'm surprised you only got one kid.
Why are you surprised about that? That's much easier to manage.
Oh yeah, of course, I know that, but I'm just saying.
Hey, that's all he knows about, though.
Are you going with your baby mother?
What
That is baby mom. Isn't that his wife?
Yes, it's my wife.
It's not his baby mom, Brooklyn.
I didn't know he was married. You married for breastfeeding?
No, I'm married for fake.
I ain't know. I thought you was
Yeah,
out here.
these married men on stage.
I thought you was out here dropping, you know what I'm saying? Dropping loads and shit.
Trent married, CEO married, Roy you married, Matt is married. Who else? Dan is married. Aleph, I don't know. Sometimes he be sounding married, sometimes he sounds single. I'm a little confused about Aleph.
But he don't never talk about his wife though. Why he don't never talk about your wife? That's why I know you was married.
Womack is married to the game.
My wife has her own clubhouse life.
Oh, okay.
What type you want? Brown?
He said his wife got her own clubhouse life.
What now? Why you don't talk about your wife, CEO? Because you don't never say
I
nothing.
said she got her own clubhouse life. So.
Oh, she do.
Yeah.
Oh, she on here.
Yes, she is.
Right. So she might be in a anonymous.
No, she doesn't come in this room. She got a totally different life. She does like Marvel, Star Wars, all that stuff.
Oh, okay. Is she black?
Oh, he hesitated.
You know, Matt was waiting.
My daughter's laughing. You took a long hello.
My wife is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority and an HBC and went to an HBCU.
Okay.
You haven't said yes.
I remember. But you haven't answered the question. A lot of non-black.
Who said that, Sandra? Good job.
No, that was Deborah.
Oh, good job, Deborah. That was a good one. Good job.
So what was the answer? I didn't get the answer.
As Ron Burgundy would say, she's African and American.
Okay. Oh, she's African. Oh, okay. My sister.
No, she's African American. I was just being like, you haven't watched Anchorman.
I thought you was gonna say she was from
she's black. She's black. She's a black.
I thought you were gonna say she's Caribbean.
American.
Oh my.
She's not Caribbean. Trent looks like he Caribbean. Like he could be like Trinidadian or something. I mean, not Trent.
Are you happy, Matt?
Did y'all see Trent's wig?
CEO's not taking your women, Matt. Is that why you wanted to know?
When I lived in Hawaii, I took his woman.
Hey.
Oh, Lord.
That was my early 20s.
Oh, Lord.
There weren't. In fairness, there was no black women in Hawaii, though. So
I got no respect for black women in Hawaii. There's white black women in Hawaii.
There wasn't literally. There wasn't. Like when I was there. Okay, look, Brooklyn. I'll tell you like this. Do you know
There's
what
Puerto
Black
Ricans in
Planet
Hawaii.
is? Hold on. Do you know what Black Planet is, Brooklyn? Did you know what that was?
I know Black Planet. Yeah.
Okay, so on Black Planet in Hawaii, it was all Asian and white chicks.
Oh, okay. Because they were looking for a black man.
Because black women don't be outside trying to date y'all. That's why. They don't
No. Everywhere else in the country, it was mostly black women on Black Planet, except for Hawaii.
I have like 3 cousins that live in Hawaii, and they black women.
Well, in Honolulu. And maybe now, but this was 2004, so this was 20 years ago.
Well, I got a newfound respect for you since you married to a black woman. I don't got as much beef with you as I used to.
You do just you've always had a natural level of hate.
Yeah, I just
And then you was ridiculous with Finley. Like Finley and I literally had the same political reviews, and you was just like sucking up to him. And I'm like, this is what I say.
It's not.
You do be playing favorites sometimes, BK. I ain't
She
gonna
do.
lie.
I didn't even meet. I met Finley that day. What the hell y'all talking about? Like, I be trying to be
It
nice.
seemed like he was your best friend.
I be trying to be nice to reel him in, and then I crush him.
That's funny, Brooklyn.
And Brooke, if you look at my PTR as a picture of my wife, I just updated it. I'm taking it down in like 90 seconds.
Oh, y'all are
She real black. She's good.
That's what my daughter just said. That's beautiful. She's a black woman.
No, because I mean, not
Dark skin.
this is and so seeing not for nothing. This is nothing against you, but just something I have learned about black men when they say, "Oh yeah, my wife is black." She's like the very ambiguous black as possible. So for you to PTR the total opposite is refreshing.
What is cowboy?
Water said that's a photo that came with the frame.
I'm messing. You have a beautiful
The paper you have to take out before you put your photo.
That's good. I like that.
That's an old hack.
That's
joke.
crazy.
That's an old hack.
I can see
You have
that
a
too.
beautiful family, little family.
That's funny.
Did you know the photographer though, CEO, or was it just some?
That was on the cruise, so we did a cruise wedding, so it was just the photographer on the cruise.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that was nice. Look at you. Was it a bunch of y'all there? Like your whole family came? Or?
So we
Just-
I was purposely very strategic about this. So we did a cruise wedding because the people who was willing to invest to be on the cruise would be, so the wedding was very affordable.
It's pretty genius.
That makes sense.
Yeah, might as well get the ceremony done there. Have a reception on shore if you want another reception. Did you have the reception right there on the ship?
Yeah,
or-
right there on the ship.
Right?
Yeah.
That's fucking cool, actually. What was the cruise line?
Oh God, what was it? I can't remember. Carnival probably. And we went to Jamaica, Grand Cayman, and one other place.
Yeah, that was Carnival.
Oh wow.
That sounds real nice.
Royal Caribbean wanted to hire me during the pandemic. Well, right before the pandemic hit, actually. I'll never forget. The day I had my second interview with my recruiter, I was in my home office watching the news, and they were talking about the Carnival ship being in quarantine off the coast of California. So during my interview, I asked my recruiter, like, you know, how does this look for you guys? Because, I mean, totally different company, but the industries are the same. And this was March. This is like late February, early March of 2020. And so he was just like, oh, well, you know, we've pretty much taken quarantine measures. And he was telling me how no one is able to get off or get on the ship. So yeah, long story short, I did not take the contract. And my granddad actually told my mom, he was like, yeah, tell Oasis she can find another tour somewhere on the land. We don't know what this thing is, so she does not need to be on that ship with the people. It was funny. And like my recruiter took it even a step further and was like, oh my God, so we have this ship called the Oasis, and all of the whole team was saying how you would be a good fit for it. And I was like, no, thank you, I'll decline. And then they tried to circle back, like later on down the line when like the U.S. is going to open up for a little bit, but all the governors were just like, actually, no, thank you. So yeah, no, that the cruise ship life has always been very intriguing to me.
Wonder, are you one of them dickheads that don't believe in coronavirus? Would you give me that?
What the hell?
I'm just saying.
I mean,
You seem like the type.
I was definitely not a fan of the vaccine, that's for sure. But I was the first to start looking at, oh, what the hell is this? How do I combat it? So I was one of the first to figure out what the hell to do with it naturally. I know that there's specific strains of lactobacillus that kills it on contact. UV light was a huge upgrade in the system, in our healthcare system and the airplane systems. A lot of planes all have UV lights, which kills it on contact. It was cleared by the FDA to use, and hospitals too. So I bought my aunt who has breathing problems on oxygen, one of those UV light air filters. So I was ready. I was ready for that shit. But I never fell for the vaccine though. I don't believe in that shit. Yeah.
You don't believe
Saying that
in
if
vaccines?
you can't. Yeah, you can still detox it, but yeah, just don't.
Oh, that's horrible.
So you was against the vaccine, but you believe that, at least you believe that coronavirus was a real thing.
Yeah, I wasn't a dummy dickhead like you said. You're right.
You said the dummy dickhead that didn't piss me off the whole time. Did you get vaccinated?
Yeah, no, I didn't get vaccinated either. However, I never downplayed the vaccine.
Me neither.
My mom works in healthcare, and I trust her more than anybody else. And so with that being said, she told me firsthand, just like with her being on the front lines of the situation when it unfolded, that the people who did not take that vaccine, and you were already immune compromised, and you were not helping yourself. And as far as like when people
In the Matrix. I thought it was me that was in the Matrix. No, Brooklyn, I don't care if nobody takes the vaccine. There'll be less people I gotta take care of.
What a wonderful
damn.
Karen representative we have. with us today on
Lisa, you
stage.
being mean.
Tell us how you really feel, Lisa.
No, what happened with me was like January when that shit hit real bad. My cousins was like, go and get a flu vaccine. And it took me like a week or so to actually go and do it, but I went and got a flu vaccine. When I tell you I didn't get sick not one time, like normally I get like sinus infections and all of that shit. I get the flu. For the whole 2 years, I was in the house. Like I was in the house because I wasn't even in the house. I was breaking all the rules. I didn't get sick. I didn't know what the fuck was wrong with me. I was like, why I didn't get sick? Me or my ex, like neither one of us got sick, so we just didn't get the vaccine.
No, same. Likewise, Brooklyn. So my sister was living in the downstairs bedroom, and I waited on her hand and foot. She caught COVID at the very beginning of it, and I never got it. I ended up catching COVID 2022 when I flew out to South Carolina to prep for a tour I was getting ready to get on. But the whole from 2020 up until that point, I had never had COVID. But the moment I decided to fly somewhere, I got this shit.
I mean, that was a whole rule breaker. I didn't have no mask. I didn't wear no gloves. I just did everything that I was supposed to do. I don't know what the...
Yo, check out those...
I look back.
Check out that link in the chat. Look at those badass ass jobs. I can't with that. That's disgusting.
I'm driving. But
Wanna look at that link?
What is it?
BBLs?
Horrible BBL?
BBL jobs that don't match the fucking legs. Snoop Dogg posted it.
Oh no! I gotta sleep
Don't
tonight.
post that.
No.
Snoop Dogg.
Have you seen that video of that little girl on Instagram? Like every time her parents turn on Snoop Dogg, how she like gets riled up. It was so adorable.
Yo, they look like stick figures.
I'm not over Snoop performance for Trump, y'all. Y'all don't even know how that hurt my heart.
Yeah.
I'm still not over it because Snoop Dogg was like my grandmother and her sister's favorite person. Like they loved him to death because they said that he reminded them of their daddy. All I'm thinking is Snoop is the reminder of my grandmother.
I can't hold it against him because I'm in the industry as well. Like I was Ted Nugent's lighting designer a couple of years ago. Did I wanna be that man's lighting designer? Absolutely not. Was that check fat enough for me to look the other way?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And so the same thing happened with him. So I'm all for because entertainment is very can be convoluted when it comes down to that. If you don't know how to appease both sides without like selling a gimmick. However, I don't hold it against him negatively because I can understand like not only that but the good he has done. It's kind of like the scales, if you will.
And there's a big difference between doing the campaign versus doing the inauguration. At that point, that is the President of the United States. So that is the office. That's not the candidate.
I guess.
Oh, but the way
nobody cared when he decided to be a pimp.
Okay, you people.
So,
right.
What difference does it make?
Where did pimp come from now?
Right, I'm trying to. It's not where it come from. I was trying to figure out the correlation.
I'm just saying he asked his wife permission because he wanted to try his hand at it. He wanted to deeply investigate it. She allowed him to do it, and he enjoyed it very much to the point where he didn't stop for like a whole year.
Who wants to be a pimp?
She's talking about when Snoop that era when Snoop was with Don Juan and all of that was around era and like a little bit before that. That was like pre-2000s era.
Y'all think he was human trafficking or he
wasn't really pimping. He
wasn't pimping. He was just wearing the outfit.
He was just wearing the outfit. He was a cosplaying pimp. It wasn't
that part.
A cosplaying pimp.
Yeah, it's like Halloween for that nigga.
That's exactly what it was. A cosplay.
Patty, you back? You finished with your stuff today?
No, he was really pimping Brooklyn.
Thank you.
He was a real pimp for 2 years.
And not selling no women now.
Listen, but having a 2-year contract on pimping is crazy. Like what?
I think
he didn't want to extend. He didn't have like an extension clause or anything. He just
Can you do like pimp internships now too?
I guess.
Y'all gotta get niggas to prison. Human trafficking will have your ass locked up.
Okay, very fast.
Yeah, I don't think he was real truly pimping. I'm with Brooklyn. That nigga was playing Halloween for a couple of years.
Like Peter Nygaard was really pimping. Okay.
You know it's this girl on here that used to fuck with Peter Nygaard?
Yes, I do. I've talked to her. Yes, I do. Yes, it's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah. You talking about the old white man?
Yes.
Like the greasy looking old white man?
Yes.
Yeah, she's the fucking.
Y'all know that was one of her tricks. Yeah, that was one of her tricks. So y'all know that his like genitals were like got deformed because he had an STD that he did not get checked, and so like his genitals do not look.
His dick was in pain, and he just let it hurt.
Yes, basically.
Please.
All that money, and you walking around here. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they kind of it became inverted almost.
For real,
Conversation.
I didn't even know that was a thing that was a possibility. So STD could deform the dick? Oh.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
That's crazy.
An STD can render you blind if you leave it untreated long enough.
No, I know that.
We know that.
I know that. I know it.
Different direction. That's a whole nother type of disease.
Man, I'm telling you, it's crazy. The Tom Thumb in my mom's neighborhood is going out of business, y'all. And like literally everything in here is like 25 to 50. The Tom Thumb, the grocery store.
What's that?
It's a grocery store. It's a grocery store chain owned by Kroger, if I'm not mistaken.
Where are you?
Y'all so
in Texas?
Oh, Texas.
I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in Dallas.
We don't have one of those.
Yeah, I know Tom Thumb is going out of business.
Yeah, Miss Deborah, the one in Plano.
Yeah, Miss Deborah, you better go get you some groceries. It's a
all the groceries 25% off.
It's a Kroger that's going out of business on more than the neighborhood that sells every day. And I said I'm gonna go because I need some stuff.
What?
Listen,
I'm where? Moreland?
Also Moreland, yeah.
Yeah. Brooklyn, you in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta.
I don't know why I thought you were in Houston for some reason. That's Alpha Glam that's in... I get you and Alpha Glam confused. I think Alpha Glam is in Houston.
Alpha was in Atlanta too.
Oh, shit. Okay, never mind.
He said Atlanta.
Okay. I just assumed one of them... I don't know why I wanted one of them to be from Houston.
I think Texas is too hot. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just can't do it. It's like Atlanta is hot, but I think yeah, like I had this one of my professors, Professor Poe. She was from Houston, and she used to tell me all the time, like I cannot live there anymore. I lived there till I was like 22 and I left. I couldn't stay there no more. It was too hot. And she was like, it would be like 110 degrees in the summertime, like just a regular day.
Oh, yeah.
I said, oh, hell no, I can't live like that.
Yeah, but I mean, so the difference is the humidity levels. The humidity levels would definitely make a difference into how that heat is felt. So like in Arizona, that 110 is dire because they have a bunch of dry heat. Out here, you got a little bit more moisture in the air, so it's not as bad.
To me, the moisture is what sucks the life out of you. I just feel the dry heat.
It does.
That's crazy. That is.
The middle heat be hot, but it be dry. So you have to survive it. That goddamn and Texas is a whole other monster, girl. You gotta change your structure.
I guess I'm used to it. So like the heat, I like did not like the most was when I lived in Orlando. Like I had to keep a stick of deodorant and napkins in my center console just to like dab myself. Because by the time I get in the car, my deodorant is sweating out. I'm like, I just walked to the car, and it's just.
So what do y'all do? Y'all stand out in it all day? I mean, y'all be in it all day?
Listen, okay, Miss Deborah, tell them because we do fine here in Texas.
I mean, I'm just asking if you.
You know what I think is tacky that y'all do in Texas? People
What's that?
put paint on their windows.
What?
Yeah,
You think tint is tacky?
Yeah, I think that's real tacky.
Oh wow, you'll never see me.
You put dark tint in your windows?
They put dark tint.
Oh yeah, 5%. 5%.
It's
Yes,
not
ma'am.
illegal. I thought it was illegal to go too dark.
It is. But how many police is running around with their tinting?
Most vehicles are made with some tint already. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's kind of the when you
the standard on certain luxury cars.
Yeah, it is, but it's not dark. It's not dark.
She said she's not talking about the car. She's talking about the house.
Oh, the house. Oh, wait. Wait, oh no, I've never. Oh no. Oh wait, you are you talking about the tent with the blackout curtains?
No, maybe I have a tent. I've seen tent.
I've never seen that.
Me either, Miss Deb. I'm like, wait.
In Houston, some people have tent on their houses. Like, even look up the real estate. You'll see some of the houses have tent on it.
I'm intrigued now. I'm gonna go look it up.
I haven't seen. I'm literally in real estate, and I haven't toured.
Even in Austin, like I have a house in Round Rock. Some people put tent on their windows, and I'd be like, you fucking up the neighborhood too.
Oh, Round Rock is
beautiful. I thought you were talking about cars, though.
Me too. Me too.
Maybe it's so that people can't see in. You can see out, but they can't see in.
Yeah, I would like to think so.
I think they do it because of the heat, but I just be like,
right. I'm like Oasis. You can get you some blind. I mean, you could get some dark out curtains.
And the way houses are built now, it's the energy rating is good. So like, if you worry about the sun, man, get some dark.
Yeah, but you don't have to buy it. Well, come on now, Patty. You do have to be careful with this energy thing. You know who governor is.
Oh, listen, okay, man.
Like, they're not paying attention to the people. I mean, making sure the people got what they need.
Oh.
The regular degulars.
Oh, you know, Dan Patrick was mighty upset that he vetoed. What was it? SB? I forget the number of the House bill, but the measure to what'd you say, Brooklyn?
Y'all couldn't hear me? I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I thought y'all could hear me. I was saying, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, babe.
Yeah.
Okay. I was asking, do they do like hefty discounts on solar panels? Because my coworker that lives in Florida, she said she don't pay nothing for electricity no more.
Yeah, but she still has to pay her loan against it. So like, if you get like 40 panels, it's like $30,000, and you need like, depending on your use of electricity, each panel is like $10 towards your electricity bill, but it's cheaper. So like in Atlanta, I pay $200 and some odd a month, right, for my panels. But the people that previously had my home were paying $400 a month for electricity. So I was like, you know what? Let me just get some fucking panels.
Can you just outright buy it though? Do you have to finance it?
Yeah, you can outright buy it.
Yeah, if you can afford it.
But like, if you're putting a down payment on your home and you're putting your down payment, so like, if you're putting a down payment on your home, let's say your home is like $500, you're gonna have to come up with at least, depending on what how you finance. Like if you're doing FHA, maybe is FHA like 2 to 3% or something? I don't know, which is not much. But if you're doing like a regular loan, it's a 10%. So you're gonna have to have the $50,000. Then you're gonna have to have the 30-something thousand, depending on what you get. That's just the panels. The batteries cost money too. And some people get one battery, you need 2 batteries. One battery is not gonna last you a day. A minimum of 2 batteries.
Also, when you purchased your home, you purchased it with the with the solar panels.
So if you purchase it with the solar panels, that brings up the house. You purchase it with.
Oh, that's cool.
Or you can lease panels. People lease panels too. I wouldn't lease them.
Well, you have to be careful if you buy a house that already has them. You have to check and make sure the panels are paid for.
Otherwise,
yeah, but they can add it.
They can add it to the price of the home. So one of my girlfriends just sold her townhouse, right? She had put panels on it, and or her brownstone. When she sold it with the panels, with the balance. So
you can do that if you can afford that. If you can't afford it, you can't.
Yeah, I guess, but
So what I found, not always, but often, the person who is looking to buy a home that already has the panels on it barely are affording their loan. Right, so then when you're adding an additional, I mean, they just make it over they get approved for a certain amount, right? And then, you have to factor in the cost of those panels, which has to be the additional, amount that you have to afford, because that has to be paid for separate.
it doesn't bring up the value of your home, because I know, like, when they did my property valuation, it brought up the value of my home, just exactly.
You may have, Patty, but if you add that in to the note, doesn't mean the financier is going to finance it if it doesn't appraise.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It brings their appraisal rating. It brings your appraisal up. So it's already factored in. Like, say, for example, you pay $510 and you do certain upgrades to your house. Like, your kitchen may add an additional $15,000. Your freaking panels may add an additional $20,000, $30,000. Like, you're already, like, when they add those additionals with what you've already upgraded your home, with your upgrades of your home, you're not factoring all that in. You're just looking at what your house should be appraising for. Like, for me, I'll look on Zillow and see what they say, what the average is based off of the home sold. But then when you add the extra stuff to it, then you don't understand what I'm trying to say. Like, I looked on Zillow. I'll give you an example. When I looked on Zillow during the pandemic, when people were bidding on homes, at one time, when I was trying to purchase another home because of the 2% interest rates, I was going to use the house that I had in Hawaii. I was like, you know what, I'm going to use this house and purchase a second house. So it was pending the sale of that house, because I was going to, okay, let me tell y'all, I bought that house in Hawaii for $800,000. During the pandemic, that house was worth 1.5. In Hawaii, if you have a house over 3,000 square feet, you can sell that shit for 1.5 at a minimum. So at that time, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna cash out, take that money, and just save it, right? But then with the upgrades, they gave me extra. So I looked on Zillow. Zillow was saying the houses in your neighborhood are selling for 1.5 or 1.4 to 1.7 million. With the additional upgrades, they gave me a different price quote or a different appraisal on what I could sell my home for. And it was more than what Zillow predicted based off of the home sales in that area. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, the prices of the homes skyrocketed during the pandemic. Like,
no, but Hawaii is totally different, right? So what happens in Hawaii, if you buy a house in Hawaii, and I can tell anybody, I tell anybody to do it. If you can afford to buy a house in Hawaii, buy a house in Hawaii and sell that shit in 2 years. Every person that I know, my soldiers, I get soldiers, they can be private, they can be E4s. I tell them, use your fucking VA loan and buy a home. If you get VA, because if you buy a home in Hawaii, the time you leave in 2 years, it doesn't matter if it was a pandemic, it's regular, whatever. Them fucking Asians, them Australians, and them Californians are always buying those homes. They're waiting for someone to get out of that house. And everybody I know, I think the least amount that I know anyone came out of Hawaii, just being there for 2 years, they made a cool 180. Like, I mean, 200,000, 300,000. Look on Zillow and look at those houses, right? And then look, Zillow tells you what the houses sold for in Hawaii. Like, say you bought a house in 2017. If you bought it in Ocean Point, you might have bought it for anywhere from 800,000 to 6 to 800,000. 2017. Look at the houses that sold in 2019. Those houses were sold for almost $1 million. Like, the housing market in Hawaii is crazy. It's so fucked up that it's pushing them fucking Hawaiians out. Because people want to buy those homes. Like, I get phone calls. I don't screenshot. I got a message from a realtor, and I get them every fucking week. Like, they be like, hey, we want to buy your home. Can we buy your home?
Well, that's have your face in it, Randy. That's have your face.
Like, no. Like, I'm gonna bet. I don't give a fuck. When I retire and I'm fucking 60 years old, if I want to fucking pay for some strippers and just sit there with my fucking dentures, that's what I'm gonna fucking do. I am going to bank.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you want to see the evidence.
I struggled too long at the beginning of my career.
Okay, he doesn't want to know.
That's a fact. I love that. I'm not there yet, but give me another 5 years, so.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
But one thing I could probably, now that I think about it, just because I have since inherited my father's home and my grandmother's home. Both of them have been fully paid off.
Girl, did you hear that house? Pay somebody to keep your grass cut. Get your house sprayed. What do you call it? Get it sprayed, get it painted every so many years, take care of them homes. Because one thing, let me tell you something. I was so poor when I joined the Army. Like, there was times, so I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all. As a young ass lieutenant, I'm a single fucking mom, right? I'm a fucking young ass mom. I have a kid, and me and that little girl was fucking struggling. Like, there was times I would buy, like, Chinese food and fucking, like, share it with my fucking 2-year-old. 2-year-olds shouldn't be eating goddamn Chinese food. It's like, I was poor, y'all. I was poor. So someone told me, go buy a house. Get a duplex. See if you can get approved. I didn't have no bad credit that I knew of. I knew I paid my bills on time. I went and got approved and then did my VA certificate. I didn't have no money in the bank to fucking put a down payment. So it's like the little money I had in my bank, I promise y'all, I probably have like $200 in my account. Like, that's how poor I was. Like, it was really bad. So it's like, I bought that duplex. And my first thought at the time was like, rent out the other side, get a duplex. And I was like, I don't really get a duplex. I want to get a little house or a townhouse. It's like, get a duplex. It's a starter home. You're not rich. You don't have money yet. You're always complaining about your broke. On top of that, I was delivering pizzas. Let me tell you something. My daughter should have been taken away from me. I was so fucking poor because I had to pay for daycare that I was fucking delivering pizzas to pay for her fucking daycare. I would work. My daughter would fucking sit in the car. I would have snacks. I would be like, I'll deliver the pizza. Like, that's how desperate I was.
Is that
like,
before you went to the Army? I mean, to the military?
No, this is when I started off as a lieutenant. So when you start off as a lieutenant, at the time, I think I was making like $3,000 a month.
My Lord.
Right.
Isn't Patty's story like so good? Like, it's like you just see her on the stump speech running for Congress with it.
No,
It's an inspirational story. It's
I
amazing.
love it. That is, yes.
But you gotta remember, during this time, this is right before they got all these major pay raises. They were like, you have people going to Congress saying like, hey, the Army is suffering. These people aren't making money. And for me, it was like, okay, I can stay on post for free. Or, I mean, it was like really bad for me. So,
Patty, may I ask whose administration did you come under? Was in office when you started your career?
It was the end of George Bush going straight into Obama.
Okay, all right. So no, that puts some perspective in, because I want to say it was Obama that signed in that federal wage increase, right?
So George Bush did at the end of, so when I first came in, they were saying we're going to get our first raise in July, and that was Bush. Then Obama came. When Obama came, we had all these additional raises. I promise you though, that first year, like daycare for me was like $150 a week. It
was $150 a week. I was making $3,000 a month. I didn't have a car note. My dad was paying my insurance still. My mom and dad was paying my insurance. They were paying my phone bill, my cell phone. Because I was living off post and I didn't want people in my business. I should have stayed on post, but I lived off post. And living off post, let's say my rent at the time was like $1,000. That's already $3,000 minus $1,000. So then you got groceries. I don't qualify for food stamps. I had to pay for like kitty food. It was just bad. Like, girl, I would be getting paid and I'd be like, shit, payday need to come. And instead of like eating the food that's in my refrigerator, it's like, I'm going to save that food just in case. And I'll buy Chinese food because I know I don't, like, rice gets me full and I can eat the rice for 2 days. And let me tell you how bad it was with rice. And you know I'm a real Asian. Like, even if rice gets a little hard, I'd add a little water to it and put it in the microwave.
Yeah, I'm Geechee. We do the same thing.
Yeah, I still do the same. Listen, to this day, I made salmon and rice, and I put it in the refrigerator because I did not eat. I woke up the next day, put a little water on it. Over the
This is so ghetto. I was so ghetto.
Listen, we know how to survive. That's how it is. Survival skills matter.
But it was really sad. And then, like, that little bit, and then when we got our raises, and then as I got promoted, and I swear to this day, that fucking first sergeant put me on the game. Like, I love him to death because when he told me to buy that, it freed up my income, right? And then he told me every time you PCS, just buy a house, rent it out. That's what me and my wife do. And I was like, okay. So when I was getting ready to go to my next duty station, he wasn't the first sergeant no more, but he was still working on half. So he helped me look for homes where I was PCSing to. He told me what would be the best price range for me based off of, because I didn't know like how property taxes would change going somewhere else. And he's like, no, property taxes are too high there. So this is what you're going to need to do. Factor this in. Let's call and find out what insurance looks like. So he did all that for me. And when I got to my next duty station, I was still in line with being okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and he taught me how to buy a home and how to look forward and keeping the home. Like, I started to realize, like, I think by the fourth time I PCS, I had 4 homes. I was like getting my, I would like file my tax.
My fucking mortgage file, bitch.
Some kind of safety net, and I believe we should all have that, something. And then to the other point, like Ash said, is, driving up the costs for the hospital. And that would further affect me because insurance is going to get even tighter. And, it's all around just like, for me, it just feels like all around just a bad thing. I guess that's all I'm going to speak on.
Thank you, Mo. No, hang on for a while. So, Steve, I got you. Give me a second. Let me just say this, and I'm definitely being sincere. Been on this app 5 years. I know Ash probably 3 or 4, maybe 5 years.
Oh my God, I haven't logged
You
into
should
this
come up
for
to say
like
hello.
years.
So like the jet, a
Compliance
little bit
Committee
here and
will
there.
need
I've
to
never seen
collect
this side of
additional
Ash,
information from
and I
you.
love it. So I'm gonna stand down and I'm gonna let Ash do what she's doing. He's right now. I don't even know who this woman is. But before I get to you, Steve, the Kool-Aid, I want to say hello to you. Yo, you're a piece, man. I love you. I gotta tell you, you're a real one.
You know you my bro, man.
Yeah, I love your piece.
Your piece is the real. Yo, she's the real deal now. 100%. I love this one.
100. She's solid for real. She's
100%. Your piece. Did you want to chime in, ma'am?
I just wanted to chime in on something that Ash was speaking, and that's true. I've seen Ash in a few spaces, and this is the first time I've seen her actually probably speaking out like she has been. I've only been here a little while, but girl, you can't use your voice.
Thank you.
But the thing about it is that when it comes to these SNAP benefits, I'm kind of torn. All these things that are changing. It's not that they're cutting the programs off. They're making a lot of the restrictions a little harder. Parents are going to, the work requirements. Like, it used to be until your kid was like 5 or 6. They didn't really crack down on you about working to get free food stamps. But now they're like, no, like, if your kid is 2 or 3 years old, you can take your ass to work, honey. I know it's hard. It's hard. But at the end of the day, on the other side where the rubber meets the road is, I think a lot of times people think, well, on the other side of that, people are rich. No, there are middle-class families that are living check to check, busting their ass, and they don't qualify for that, like myself. You know, going to the store, spending cash for groceries is just what I gotta do. If I gotta get out there sometime and get a part-time job, I got a daughter in college, I will do it. You know, I'm divorced now, but it's just disheartening when it's like people can just ride, and I get it. I'm not, and I hate to people try to break it down. White, black, who's getting more food stamps? It doesn't matter. Whoever it is, sometimes people do take advantage of this stuff. But I'm busting my ass, getting up, going to work every day, getting a part-time job, neglecting being at home with my kids, neglecting my family work balance. And you're sitting at home smoking. I'm not saying everybody. This could go for black or white or any ethnicity, race. You're sitting at home making more babies, smoking weed, just fucking chilling. That kind of pisses me off sometimes. So I don't think that they should end these social programs. No, because there are people that have to utilize them as stepping stones. I have. But are there people that's abusing and being wasteful? Yes. And I think people forget about that. I'm done.
Thank you. Peace. Hold on, Steve. Steve, before I go to you, I'm going to go to Pool C because he's been here forever and he won't shut up. And then I'll come to you, I promise. Pool C, you got 30 seconds to ask your question to Miss Ash, and then I'm throwing you out if you get out of.
My question to Miss Ash was, basically, I know the program she's talking about, and I understand that. Now, New York was famous for this when they gave the legal immigrants the $10,000 for food. What about that actually going to American citizens? That program that they did, or those used in the Medicaid they got, that could have been used for your students, for your things. And that's what I was getting at. And like the $80 billion in California, why can't they take care of the forest or have their own forest fire, fight their own forest fires better? Or the bridge, the train line they were supposed to build above the sky or wherever it was, that $190 billion, where did that money go? The misuse of funds there. That's what I was getting at is, if you're going to take care of kids, why not? Why are we giving it to foreigners who come in here illegally?
Great
and that
question.
Money could be used for the students and could be feeding the students instead of $6 a day. They could get 12.
Oh my gosh, I love that question. Before we were giving immigrants $10,000 or Medicaid, which I don't think they were getting Medicaid. They just get emergency care, and then again, the hospital has to cover it because they can't receive Medicare. But before we were giving that, let's say it is $10,000. Why aren't we giving that to the students beforehand? Why are we freezing money for their breakfast program right now? And why are you worried about California's forests when most of the red states in this country can't foot the bill, so the blue state of California is paying? And how do you know they're not doing what they need to do to take care of it? Are you a citizen there? Are you on the board there? Do you have the documentation to go ahead and show me? Because I worked during Hurricane Sandy, and I will tell you, nearly 8 years later, we still weren't completely rebuilt. So Rome wasn't built in a day, and I'll tell you that Jersey is a hell of a lot smaller than that area, and what was hit by Hurricane Sandy was a hell of a lot smaller, and let me tell you why. Why weren't we there 8 years later? Because FEMA is so underfunded, and what did we just do? We gave it a $0 budget. So if our government programs, again, if we're so worried about that 10 grand going, let's say it is 10 grand, I don't know what it is, so I can't speak to that. In New York, going to immigrant, why are we worried about the fact that no money was given to FEMA before we gave them 10 grand? And why aren't we questioning why it took 8 years? Still, it's still being rebuilt, actually. in a state that does have property taxes, that is footing the bill for that. That in fact I had no trouble getting funding from the state, but had issue dealing with FEMA during that time. So my question to you is, why are we only worried about the kids when it comes to books, right? Like bad books. Why are we only worried about the kids when it comes to other people getting money other than the kids, but then we still don't give the kids money, right? Like why is that when we worry? Why isn't it when these kids are sitting in school now and because that $8 billion or whatever it is frozen, the kids in my state don't have their breakfast program at their school? Why are we worried?
And that's fucked up.
I agree. I agree. I live in Pennsylvania, right next door to you if you're in New Jersey. I understand some of the things. There are still, if kids are on SNAP or food stamps, at least in Pennsylvania, some of them still qualify for the free breakfast depending on the district.
But what about the middle class families?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some of those still qualify.
Like some of those parents might not have bacon and eggs and biscuits in the morning. It's like, all you get is cereal or an apple. And we all know that those kids are still going to be hungry. But then when they get there, and my daughter's even telling me this, she's eating off the plate. They're eating off each other's plate in the morning time in the cafeteria breakfast because they've already started cracking down. Oh, you don't qualify. You can't get breakfast. All those kids should be able to get a hot free breakfast, not just an apple out the door.
I agree, but that's why some of this was moved back to the state itself. If like California has that $80 billion budget, why aren't they feeding their own kids?
But how do you know they're not?
I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying if these states that are having these surpluses of budgets, like marijuana in Pennsylvania right now, they're trying to legalize marijuana to get rid of, to help use that tax money for schools, for other things the government in Pennsylvania might be able to use it and utilize it for. So right now, that's part of these things that are going on, and which is important for a younger program, younger kids, for families in need. That's what some of these benefits are. Like the lottery system, supposedly you get a rent rebate check if you're old enough in Pennsylvania and you qualify for it. So
could I get in here real quick?
These things are important to the communities.
Hey.
And if we continue to give it to illegals or people who aren't here, like...
Yeah, Ash.
I hate that word illegal so much. I just hate that. I do. So here's the thing is like if you do a quick Google search and you could do it, maybe just go on like the California Department of Education's website and see if they offer free breakfast and lunch to any kid of any income. Just do a quick search of that. I'm sure that you'll find many of the blue states do. And in fact, a lot of counties, even in a state like North Carolina, that's pretty mixed. I even believe that they just started it. And the only reason I know that is because they're like called school districts and pay off lunch outstanding bills for families who can't afford to, and that's his contribution because he does not have children in the area.
And do you know
so that's
if your kid, not to cut out, if your kid has a bill with the cafeteria, they won't even mail their report card home.
That's correct.
You got a bill.
That's crazy.
That's correct.
Could I get in here real quick?
Steve, I'm about to come to you, bro.
Yeah, Steve, just hang tight 1 second. Let JB finish. Just don't want to.
No. Well, the thing is, Steve is I consider him a friend. He's also a politician, and I'm not doxing him in one of the poorest states in America. So his perspective is just going to be different, I think, than some other people. Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead.
Yeah, before what I had to say initially got twisted into something I wasn't trying to say. I wasn't trying to expound on the virtues of the military. And this is for someone and people that's never had to sit in a budget meeting where you got to take numbers and you got to make hard choices. And people can get on an app like this, say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I got people come up to me all the time as the city councilman, tell me what I can and can't do. And have no idea about what kind of money there is to do it. My point initially, and I'll stand on this point, it wasn't about whether we had the best military. My point was this. If you're going to make decisions, There's going to be X number of dollars. Anyone that's ever had to sit in on a budget meeting knows this. You got X number of dollars you can do A, B, and C with. You got to make hard choices. And before you make hard choices, you got to get a consensus as a country what we're going to do. I'm not advocating cutting people off of Medicare. That's not the issue. What I'm trying to point out to you is this, and this is lost in the conversation all the time because people don't have to deal with this. They think Santa Claus is in the federal government. They think there's a printing press up there that can supply all of their needs. That's unrealistic. Here's the fact of the matter is, any decision you make in a budget, whether you want to supply Medicaid, you want to supply free lunch programs, you got to consider what the pros and cons of everything is. And you got to make hard choices. It's easy to get on here and go virtuous about all this stuff. It's not so easy when you got to sit down and you got to look at the hard numbers. I got places in my town right now that needs street repair. We have a sewage problem from dilapidated sewers. Well, you let the sewer run in the street or you patch the hole. These are questions people that have to deal with this stuff face all the time. They can't get on here and just say, well, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Oh, that's cool. Because you're not dealing with the reality of what is actually involved in actually solving problems. My point is this. If you want these programs, understand this. The federal government takes money from the economy. If you're cool with that, that's okay. Because it's going to extract money for entrepreneurs. If you want less economic activity and you want more social, fine. Make that decision. But understand, well, no, hold on, let me finish here. I'm thinking about everything. What I'm trying to tell you is in everything, when you're responsible running the budget, like say I'm sitting in a situation right now, we have a sewer problem. We got potholes that need to be filled. There's decisions, tough decisions people have to make all the time.
Steve, hold on, bro.
Well, listen, what do you mean, hold on?
Hold on,
That is
man.
not more important than a child being hungry.
No, you're not. You're missing my point. You're missing my point.
So let me just say this, Steve. The federal government made a decision to cut programs and empower other programs like ICE, right? Border security. Now, border security I'm with, but all that money going to ICE, that can go to kids? Come on now.
Well, let me ask you this, JB. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, all that food going to waste and the farmers.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this point right here. We had estimates between 10, 15 million people came in this country during the Biden administration. Well, they just going to walk out on their own? Or do you have to have some kind of mechanism to facilitate that? These are hard choices that people have to make. And people will get on this app, they will talk pie in the sky, and never had to sit at a budget meeting and make tough choices.
So Steve.
Here's the thing. If you want a certain thing, no.
Yes, this is like having one of my students. Hang tight there, Steve. To say I've never sat in a budget meeting, that's wild. But I mean, maybe people haven't sat in budget meetings. Maybe people don't even know how to budget for themselves. I don't know. If you've ever done a budget, you have an idea of, well, this is what you got to cut, this is what you got to keep, these are the consequences. But to compare feeding children to a pothole and tell me I'm righteous because I'm more concerned about that generation that's going to end up using that road. It's not. You literally just sat here and told me my righteous belief getting on here, like my 20 years of education and seeing what your decisions have made me do, not yours personally, but yours, the government, have moved my job from now making sure that I will take a bullet for every one of my students. Don't tell me I don't understand what your decisions mean. This government is more willing to put in, to spend money on metal detectors, force kids to wear clear backpacks than they actually are to do something about the problem. So don't tell me I don't understand budgets and what things have to go through. You just sat here and debated a damn pothole with me, and I'm sorry about your town sewer system, but maybe there should be a budget regarding that, and people shouldn't be complaining that their taxes go there. Look at what happened in Texas. Just because it was Biden or Obama looking to give them money for a siren, they had to cut their nose to spite their face and not have a siren. But they gave it to some.
Actually, that's a little different. I
Marshall, let her land, please.
Marshall, you can correct me after. My point is, you can't come up here and tell me I'm sitting here being righteous when I've seen the consequences of your decision on a budget. And yet, no matter how many times we talk about this budget, it's always the schools, it's always the children, it's always those moms, you know, that are utilizing SNAP. It's those single moms that are the problem. The single moms are always the problem. The single moms, they're utilizing this. Like, have you ever been a single mom? You can't tell me that you know what it's like unless you've been a single mom, right? Because that's what you told me. I don't know what it's like unless I sat in a budget. But do you know how expensive daycare is? And do you know that how little you get paid at Walmart? Like, if that's where you're working, or how little you even get paid as a receptionist, or maybe you're a dental hygienist. Do you know how expensive a child is? Like, for you to sit here and just say, like, I
Hey, don't forget about us single dads, Ashley. We go through it too.
Can I just interject something real quick, Ashley?
Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
Because the only reason I said anything about a pothole or a sewer was not to compare it with kid. That's being disingenuous. What I was saying is, in every budget, and you have to decide. I'm not saying that your points aren't. But what I'm trying to tell you, you have a bucket full of money. You take it from one pot and put it into the other, there's going to be consequences. And you have to be willing to elaborate that to the general public. We made this decision because of this. Now, if it's something that you can get through, fine. But we live in a constitutional republic. We have elections. The elections have consequences. And if this is something that's important, and I believe it is, then you have to change the Congress. And when the new Congress gets in, they're going to face the same thing. In every budget, there's a trade-off, and you got to be willing to understand what that trade-off. That's my only point.
I get it, and
Hold on.
I appreciate.
Let me just say this, Joshua. It's okay. Stephen 420, I need you to just stand down.
Sorry, brother. Sorry, it's Friday. I apologize.
I got you. No, I got you. You're going to get in the conversation. After Ash says what she has to say, I want to do a quick room reset.
I totally get you, Steve, and I hear that there always has to be consequences, but nobody's ever scared to say the consequences when the consequences are giving billionaires tax breaks, taking money from Medicaid, cutting off people from SNAP, right? Those are never things anybody's scared to say. They're never scared to say that they're removing breakfast. I mean, they just tell you, like, this president isn't scared to say anything. He literally just said that he bought 2 Congress people pretty much, right? And he pretty much, you know, whatever else he's done, he's not scared to say it. So there's no explaining to other people. We're just being told. Because if you think that majority of the country actually wants what is happening down to Medicaid, SNAP, down to the education programs, for the Grad Plus loan, for the cap on federal loans for college, for what's happening in women's health right now, stopping research and science funding, because that's wild to me. That is wild to me. Like, that nobody's afraid to say those consequences. But like, I'll be damned if people are afraid to say, we're not giving the billionaires their tax break this year.
All right, guys, let me do a quick room. Steve, please let me run my room. I'm going to do a quick room reset, and then you could be the first speaker after the reset. And I also want to get Stephen 420, John, and Abby the conversation. Guys, this is Healthy Debates. Just because you have a voice doesn't mean you should use it. This title came to mind when idiots like Cool C come to my stage. And that's why I thought of this title. Let me say hello to Rosalind, Brian, Jennifer, Matt Cool in the house. Elle, how you doing? Guys, you have a pink ticket, cash it in. We're having a spirited debate about kids not being fed, school cut budgets, and all that other stuff. So, guys, I'm going to just say this. Please be respectful to each other. Actually, I'm just going to say this. Okay, goodbye, John. You hear me talking, but you just thought it was more important for you to jump in. So actually, I'm going to say this. You're my friend. You know I love you like a fat kid loves cake. Steve's a good guy, and he's not MAGA. I can promise you that.
Oh no, I don't think so. I just get, I'm just
Listen,
debating.
I've never heard you like this, so I'm okay with it. I love it, as a matter of fact. I'll let you run the group. But let's go to Steve. You got 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to 20, and then I want to go to Abby.
Jay, stick with
you
too, please. Thanks.
Got you, Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not advocating one way or the other. What I'm telling you is that there's a bucket of money. As Americans, we got to decide, and that decision is made through the election process, how we allocate that money. It's not on for or against any particular thing. I have my proclivity to things, but that's a mechanism. And if people are dissatisfied with what Donald Trump is doing now, guess what? There's a solution in 2 years. And that solution is the Congress. Change it and then get what you want.
Thank you, Steve. Ashley, you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say I just appreciate the debate, the back and forth.
Well,
Actually,
Abby, hold on 1 second, please. Like I said, you're both really good people. You come from different, I think, ends of the political spectrum. But thank you for the dialogue. Hello, counselor.
Hi, I just came in quickly. I heard a little bit of what you were saying. I would take issue with when these funds go to these universities, that the funds are actually allocated for the research and the medical research and the essential research, as opposed to departments that have gotten infiltrated and have gone totally into a political direction that a lot of people are concerned with. If 100% of the money was going into cancer research or research in a particular medical area, but sometimes these funds blanket go into the university, and when they go into the university, there is not a control as to how it's allocated. And I think maybe something that might be a resolution is the direct earmarking and accountability, that it in fact is going into the science department, into the labs, as opposed to general university funds. I've heard that criticism, so I want to raise that to you.
Can I?
And how your thoughts are.
Hold on, Hinda, hold on a second. I'm going to come back to you, I promise.
Can I speak?
Did you want to respond? Hinda, I'm going to get you in the queue, I promise. Give me a second. But I'm going to give Miss Ash a chance to push back, and then I want to welcome Steven, and then Steve and Marshall.
Yeah, Abby, it's good to see you. I don't know that I've seen you since quite a few months now. With regards to the research program, that's not something I've heard of. I know in my field now, or what I'm studying, this has been a really big talk. Years of research being halted, and some things you can't get back once they are halted, right? Years of studying certain patients, certain things over time, and whether the point you're making is true or not, which I'm going to assume it is. You're quite an intelligent woman, but I don't have the background on that. The point is, you can't get that research back, so it's almost. I don't want to say cutting off your nose to spite your face. That's not the term that I'm looking for. But it causes a huge detriment to years and years and years of research already done. Just a recent study that I was reading actually went over 25 years. So imagine if that program was halted at any point, the detriment it would have done to what it actually found. So I think that's a big concern. And like I said, I'm not arguing back, because I don't have too much knowledge into that, so I can't really debate on that.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's. I think it's something that has to be discovered. But that criticism that I heard, that it's blanket money that gets allocated, not necessarily for what the intent is. The other point. Sorry, it's noisy where I am. The other point that you might want to look at is some of holding off of this funding. May end up allocating money to universities that were underfunded with respect to research. So what's the harm if, and I'll just like throw this out, what's the harm if Penn gets less, but Penn State gets more? Like, what if money starts going to state schools or into schools that maybe didn't get allocations before for research, and that it boosts up universities that are also complying with protecting the students on campus and not letting the university run wild and not focusing on the codes of conduct of the universities? Like, what if the fallout is actually funding those universities that make it safe for students? So that's just another thing I wanted to throw out there.
I mean, I think it would be great if all universities could get funded, but it would be really difficult to stop, one thing happening again, like thinking of the long term and what's already happening, and especially in places, and I'm only going to say this because I'm a woman, but with respect to women's reproductive health research, those things don't come up as, they're not as occurring as frequently in many universities all over, right? And some of those areas, like you said, they don't have the funding for it, but it's not worth it to halt where it is starting, in my opinion, after years and years of research. And I say my opinion because it is my opinion. There's no facts to this, so don't come at me. But I just don't think that justifies cutting off the research that's currently there, that people are benefiting from, that they're currently receiving treatments at. I've been involved in studies at the University of Pennsylvania. The one went the entire duration. I was there over years. So I do know how vital that information is, or how vital it is that the people receive those medications because they had already started it. So that's kind of where I take issue with this, is that, universities ask so much tuition of us to begin with. And if this is going for research funding, of course I want it to be investigated, whether it's going there properly, making sure that they're following the rules, everything else. But I don't think it's worth stopping those treatments from people who are currently receiving it, stopping those grad students who are currently maybe they're in a medical study that have been working for this doctorate. For me, that's just, in my opinion, it's not worth halting that.
But Ashley, if it's under the, can I make one last comment, because I got to run, but I just wanted to, because this is one of the few times we've actually had civil dialogue, huh, JP? At some point. But if it's under the umbrella of an institution that has fell short on their accountability for complying with proper legal standards and also with protecting its students, but it's under the umbrella of that university, there's got to be a point where you have to make the accountability there, to the same extent that we can, if we fund a nation that the nation is running hog wild, that we have to pull in, even though, let's say, funding of that nation may be feeding people or doing something helpful to that nation, but if the nation is in fact doing something that is harmful to the world, you have to have some ability to pull in your purse strings to maintain it. So I guess my point, and by the way, and I brought up Penn because I'm real familiar with what they do, like on the aging center and the Alzheimer's research. I mean, like, I'm just throw that one out. It's really important. But Penn had some accountability. Penn did some bad things, and they had to control that campus and control their own administration to stay within they were crossing the line. So and I use that by example because it's a university I'm familiar with. So that's my argument.
Before you leave, I just want to give you a little context of what started this conversation. And it's just my opinion, right? Certain programs are overfunded. ICE didn't need all the money that they're going to get. In that big, beautiful bill, they didn't need all that money. They're taking some of that money to have some programs open to feed kids in schools. And that's where Miss Ash is coming from, because she's a teacher. And she sees these kids going hungry. So do you disagree that some of these programs are overfunded like ICE? And some of these programs are getting underfunded? Because it doesn't matter to Donald Trump, and that's just my opinion.
And then maybe because my kids go to a public school, my daughter's telling me, this is anecdotal. I don't know how much weight it holds, but she's like, yeah, they're already like kids are eating off. Because how embarrassing is that? You're in line, you got 80 kids behind you, and you get up to the lunch lady, and they type in your student ID number, and they say, "Oh, you can't get breakfast this morning." So you walking out back into the cafeteria, everybody's eating pancakes, and you don't got a fucking tray.
Can I speak? Hold on, Hinda. I want to get to that promise, but I gotta say hello to Marshall and Uncle Steve real quick because they've been on stage, and I have to get Steven in the conversation. Marshall, Steve, how you guys doing?
I had a migraine earlier today, but it's gone and I'm doing better. So how are you, Jay?
I'm doing great. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah. I tend to agree with Steve. I think budget meetings are hard, and there are a lot of hard choices made. I think one of the things that was skipped when he was talking was his comparison about sewers. In his city, they're arguing between whether they need to fill potholes or fill sewers. You gotta take a choice. I pick sewers, but some people may pick potholes. The other piece I wanted to say, after this is just for what it's worth, we had some friends in Kerr County, Kerrville, near Kerr County, and the river for them rose 26 feet in 45 minutes. That equates, an hour and a half equates 62 feet. By the time you're at 45 feet, people are already blocked off from the highway. So it was a combination of act of God and sirens. Like the warnings went off at 1 p.m. and like 2 a.m., which I'm sure you would agree with me. 2 a.m. is like far too late for camp counselors at Mystic and Longhorn to get their kids together. So there needed to be an early alarm. I just wanted to interject that there really genuinely was an act of God piece of this.
Wait, Marshall. Hold on. I don't want to compare overfunded ICE to kids getting school breakfast and lunch. Hold on. That's not the same thing as sewers and potholes. So you got to go with the kids every day. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I was more noting that when budgetary matters are given, there are decisions like that are made. Not to say that we should be picking sewers over giving school kids proper.
There is no choice, bro. See, listen, let me just say this. Hold on, let me just say this. I'm a father. Now, my kids are grown, but my grandkids aren't. They don't take school lunch, but the option should be there instead of having an extra 10 ICE agents in the area. Sorry.
Agree 100%. I don't disagree with that at all in any way, shape, or form, Jay. I think kids getting the school lunches is important. I was more seeking to give the mix, the Texas floods that were referred to were a mixture between not having a siren and act of God. If you'd had a siren go off at maybe like 10 p.m., that could have been entirely different instead of the siren at 2 a.m. And as I understand it was a combination of like not using state funds and not using federal funds. So on that aspect was right. I just wanted to inject the act of God part. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I don't disagree. I experienced Sandy, and that too was like just the perfect storm. I mean, it literally was. You couldn't have had anything line up better to cause it the way that it caused. You know, my point was about budgets, because that's what we were talking about. And it was silly. It was silly all because, yeah, that was my point.
Thank you, Ash. Let me say hello to Uncle Steve, then go to Stephen 420, then Hinda. Uncle Steve, how you doing? Can't hear you, Stevens. Be speaking. You may have to leave and come back, bro. Sorry. Stephen 420, how you doing, Brent?
Good.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This I've got some technology on my end. I don't know what it is, but anyways, hi JB, hello everybody else. Thanks for holding the space. Happy Friday.
Hey, Uncle Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hi. So I want to talk about one thing. Hopefully it's on point.
Wait. Before you
Sure.
Let me read up. Everybody, make sure you show up Uncle Steve's Zoom tomorrow morning. Yes.
Thank you. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you very much. Ask Uncle Steve. So, anyways, I'll say one quick thing about the budget, and then I'll listen to other minds. The infusion into ICE Homeland Security is arguably up to $150 billion a year, basically to go after and kick illegals out of the country. Okay, fine. We're still using the same system that we use for aliens coming into the country, where they register, we let them in, and then they get a court hearing in 3 years. And then they do whatever they do for that 2-3 years. I say take a very small portion, and I mean a very small portion of that 150 billion. I'm literally talking 25 million. Yeah, 25 million is a lot of money. Compared to 150 billion, it's a drop in the bucket. And hire 100 judges. 250 million salary annually, that equals 25 million. You know what, screw it. Let's hire 1,000 judges. $250 million. Lots of money? Yeah. Next to 150 billion, it's still a drop in the bucket. Let's hire 1,000 judges to deal specifically with immigration administrative law. I'm in Southern California. We'll put them in California, in Texas, and Florida. If there's other southern states, I don't know, but I think those are the three main ones. And rather than having people, say, which one? Whatever, I'll continue.
Arizona.
Rather than have Arizona, thank you, Arizona, absolutely. Let's get 1,000 judges for $250 million. That's when we pay them, $250,000 a year. And rather than bringing people in, registering them, and letting them go free for 2 or 3 years, let's set a court hearing in 30 days. Hell, we might even want to house them. We keep trying. No, we don't want to do that. Let's just set the hearing for 30 days. And let's get them adjudicated. And if they're here legally, they're here legally. And if not, we kick their
There's
ass
too many
out.
people to do it in that time frame, Steve. It's way too many of them.
Well, I guess then it's a bad idea. Sorry, everybody. Back to you, JB.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think we definitely need more judges. I would even take 10% of the 150 billion and get some more judges, get some more housing for these people. I mean, listen, the way the media plays it out, they're going to talk about the one-bed immigrant that came into this country, did something heinous, instead of the thousands that come in here and work, pay taxes, support their family. It's bizarre to me. But let me go to Stephen 420, then Hinda. Stephen 420.
Hey, how's it going? Long time since I've been out on your stage, and thank you for hosting the room. Very interesting topics. I am a single father who has recently, became unemployed and has had to, rely on the system. And mind everybody, it's a system that I've paid into my whole life, that my parents paid into their whole lives, and my grandparents who paid into their whole lives, none of which received the full amount of which they paid into. So me feeling any sort of guilt about getting food stamps or any public assistance right now is null and void. And anybody who wants to shame me for doing that, well, go look at my tax history and how much I've paid into it. I'm taking out a small percentage. Give me a second, son. I'm talking a small percentage and have a game plan to be off of it. It's not a lifelong thing that I want to be on or do, but I am utilizing it at the moment. That's one issue. Two issue, as far as your potholes and your sewers. Well, I live in a very small rural community. We have a public utilities department, both water and power. Our water system has been failing for the last probably 7 years, pretty bad, due to a fail of lack of savings on the, publicly run, publicly funded water district. Now, during the course of the years, we've seen everybody within the water district get raises and all that fun stuff, yet none of that money was being allocated and put aside for the inevitable things that the structure are going to need. And that's a misallocation of funds by the whole district, taking raises, getting paid, well above the average wage in the community, and lining their own pockets and not thinking about the future of our community. And that's unfortunate, and that happens within all districts, and that is what needs to stop. CEOs need to stop making more and more money giving the same exact amount of freaking effort, which, I'm sorry, the average everyday person, mechanic doesn't get a raise up above a top mechanic, on a yearly basis, and because the price of doing business goes up or whatnot. In fact, most owners of businesses would take a little bit of a deduction, having been a former small business owner that was pretty much taken out by COVID. Watching that happen and really not being able to do much about it except for leverage everything I have. It was a time, and I'm getting out of it, and I've got a game plan. But, I am the average American. I am your average freaking person. I see these issues of potholes and water lines and all these things. It's not the federal government. A lot of those are local municipalities that we vote our freaking tax dollars to be there. So, and we've all voted tax dollars to go to funding public freaking or school lunches too. We were all proposed those things, and we voted on them. Now they're being reneged because of some bureaucrat's pocket. No, I don't.
Well, no, what's being reneged upon is the federal funding, not the state funding. State funding is entirely different than federal funding. Usually what happened is the school lunch programs had some sort of a matching program with the federal government.
I mean, please don't take me as ignorant, Marshall, and not know how it works. I have a kid in public school, okay? I know how it works. I'm not ignorant of it. Please excuse yourself from assuming that I am.
Well, Steve, let me just say this.
I assume people around you might not know, and I was using you as an example to inform others, but okay.
Well, let me just say this, Steven. Man, you got my support, bro. Remember, the comeback's always greater than the setback. You got this, man. Known you for a few years, and you're one of the good dudes on the staff. So I wish you all the best, and I know you're going to get on your feet real quick. We're going to go ahead.
And I am very passionate about freaking feeding the kids at school, because that is part of the mission that I'm on, and part of the reprogramming I'm doing for myself, and part of the business that I'm building. It is going to be providing fresh, local, organically raised food for our local schools. So
thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Appreciate you. Guys, hold on. Let me get the queue in order. We got Hinda, Moose, Rabbi, then Jules.
I was gonna say, like, prior to these lunch funding programs, like, my aunt worked in the school system, and she worked in the cafeteria. Like, she was a substitute, she was a cafeteria worker, and like, they just throw the extra food out anyway. So the kids would be hungry. They didn't have food. They didn't have breakfast, whatever, and they're like, I'm hungry. And she said there was plenty of extra food, and she would give it to the kids, and she was fired for that. They used to fire people for giving that food away. They would rather throw it out than give it to the kids. So that lunch program, those breakfast programs, it's true, is very helpful to the children, because they don't have a full belly. How are they going to learn? The other thing I want to just read, the other thing I just want to read here is the funding of ICE. So $45 billion. Now, they said it was more than this. I'm reading $75 billion, so maybe they increased it, because the original bill I thought was the $75 billion.
No, it was 45 in the initial funding, 75 in the secondary funding.
Okay. Because what I read, and I could be wrong, but this is just the most recent data I could find, it was $45 billion for the expense of immigration detention facilities, including family detention centers, $29.9 billion for ICE's enforcement and deportation operations, including hiring new agents and transportation costs, $10,000 bonuses for ICE and Border Patrol agents over the next 4 years, and additional funding for CBP, including personnel, technology, and vehicles. And to me, it just sounds like they took the money from the American people for the Medicaid, the SNAP, various things like the research funding, which I actually got really sick in 2020, and I was actually in one of those government research programs. Me and a group of people were. I have something that people don't believe it. COVID's not real, blah, blah. I almost died from COVID in 2020. This before the vaccine was available. We were all selected to study and monitor our health over a period of time to see how we recovered from the deadly virus, because we almost died in 2020. And it was to see the effects of COVID on the brain, the heart, the organs, lungs for all the people that got it before the vaccines were available, because they don't know the long-lasting effects, because COVID was a new virus and they don't know how it affects like children and the brain and all this kind of stuff. So that research has all been cut. That funding's has all been cut. And one of the programs I was in, I got to try medication, and that medication helped me with the long-lasting complications and the symptoms that I was having. So I was really sad to see that program cut. But anyway, I just want to make a long story short. It just seems like they say they put Americans first, but they're giving more money. They're still giving additional money to undocumented, because now they're spending it on rounding them up and putting them in, Alligator, Alcatraz, and all these facilities, and then taking away money from American citizens from the social programs that we had. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like with these, you can't win. It's like you can't win.
So people should know this. The most expensive line item in the federal budget is social programs. It's a combination of three: Social Security, Medicare, and disability insurance. It makes up approximately $2.5 to $2.75 trillion out of our budget every year. So if you are coming in and you're saying you're going to reinvigorate the economy and try to save money, which I'll say this from my personal view, I don't think Trump saves money. I think Trump just spends a lot of money and then says he's going to save money. Anyway, if you're coming in and you're looking at where the federal government spends the most money, you're inevitably going to come down on the side of social programs, because that's where we spend the most money. The second line item in our budget is the interest we pay on our federal debt. The third line item is our military, and the fourth line item is literally everything else that we pay for. And these social programs in the next 20 years are predicted to grow to something like 1/3 to 2/3 of the entire U.S. budget, right? There's not a way we can do what we do now, fund those programs, and continue going without a significant amount of closing tax loopholes, as well as raising taxes on the wealthy and the middle income. You just simply cannot continue to spend the way we're spending without doing that. Otherwise, what we're going to end up doing is spending so much that the first line item on our debt becomes paying the interest on our debt. And we can only do that for so long before we lose the reserve currency of the world.
Hey, Marshall.
I'm going too far down the rabbit hole.
No. Let me just say this, and I also want to get Moose and Rabbi in the conversation. And maybe it's just because I know Ash wants to jump in also. I could be in the minority here, Marshall. How about we cut the military budget by less than 1%, 0.5%? Take that money and put it into social programs and take care of our own kids. That's just my idea. But we won't do it. We like to be the big. Hold on. We like to be the big bully on the block. We have the biggest missiles. We have the greatest machine guns and airplanes. We're the strongest. We're the best. But we'll let our kids starve and people rot in prison. Let's start with that.
So look, I don't agree with cutting the waste out of the military. I'm sure if you had Brad in here, Brad could give you specific examples of where the waste is. The only specific example I have is the creation of the Bradley Fighting Vehicle, which is a 20-year-old vehicle. It started out at $2 million a unit between the Army and Ford, and went to something like $10 or $20 million a unit. So in the contracting space, there's a lot of room to cut out waste. I would completely agree with that. The point I was trying to make is, regardless of where you take money from, the social sphere and the interest on the debt are the two quickest growing parts of where we allocate. And unless we figure out how to deal with that while still being a leader in the world, so we don't get told what to do by Russia and China, which is what would happen if we became a secondary leader and they became first. They would tell us what to do. Then we have to think about how to deal with that. Maybe the answer, Jay, is that maybe the answer is that we just stop being the policeman and we do let China and Russia tell us what to do. Right? Maybe that's the actual answer to take care of the public.
Hold on, Mr. Rankin. Let me say this. This fear-mongering, I don't eat that shit. You don't put that food in front of me, I'm not gonna eat it. I don't give a fuck about Russia and China. We're strong enough to sustain a small budgetary cut in the military spending in this country. But I want to go to Ash and then Moose and then Ravi. Yeah?
Yeah, it's funny. Oh,
what about you?
Hang on, Jules. It's funny because we never have enough money for social programs. Like, what do you want your taxes to go to? So here's the thing. There was like a time, it's so long ago, it was the 1800s, right? When Congress people, senators, they didn't get paid, right? And they got like a per diem rate. But they were members of the community that they represented. They worked in the community. So let's say we even still have to pay a salary, which somehow we have enough money in the budget for them to get a raise. Like, I feel like it's every other week. I know I'm exaggerating. It's like every year, and we also have enough money in the budget to increase the cost, the money that they get per day to spend on food. And Congress people, 100% of their health care is covered. We always have the money for that. That vote is easy. There's always yays, right? It's always yes, 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 yes. How about they get capped, they get term limits, they don't get health care if they're not serving, right? And instead of them having to fly all over the place back and forth to Washington, we have Zoom now. You know, Zoom, you can even raise your hand on those things. You could put emojis to express your emotion, right? Because we know Marjorie Taylor Greene likes to make those funny faces. She could just do that with an emoji so we don't have to look at her. But instead of paying for them to fly back and forth and their gas and our tax dollars going away, we just vote on Zoom. You know, we can have these same arguments and these same votes over Zoom. They don't have to travel anymore. And that would save how much money if they came back and forth walking where they were? How much money, if they had to live in their community and we didn't have to fork up rent for them to stay in DC, how much money would that save? Because we do have Zoom, right?
Hey, Ashley, Marshall, hold on one second. Ashley, how about this? I love what you're saying. How about we put a 10% cap on all these politicians that do insider trading like Nancy Pelosi? We take that 10% and we put it into social programs. Because I guarantee you it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's...
Marshall, just hold on. Go ahead.
It's just wild that we're always talking about cutting social programs that help people because we think people stay on it. I mean, for the most part, Stephen, I'm sorry to use you as an example, but for the most part, most of the people on there are Stephen.
No,
they've paid into the system.
Please use me as an example because I am a perfect example, and I am somebody who does not want to permanently be on it. And
nobody does.
And you're a single dad. I don't care.
It's a pain in the butt.
When it comes to gender things, people say, "Oh, it shouldn't make a difference." But just let's be honest. A single dad. I'm sorry. I just couldn't because I think it's a natural innate thing when you're a mom, right? That nurturing thing, that's a natural thing. That's not a natural thing for men. It's like a skill you have to fucking develop because you got the kids now. So my hat to you, man.
Absolutely. Let me just say this, and then I'm going to go to Moose because he's been patient. When I first came home from being incarcerated, parole forces you on these social programs, right? Let me tell you what I was getting a month, and this is no bullshit. I think I was getting $139 a month and like $150 in food stamps. And this is what they're going to cut. $130. What the fuck am I doing with $139? Thank God I'm a different kind of man. I got on my feet. But people need programs. Let me go to Moose. Moosey, what's up, man?
What's up, JB? Best mod in the streets of Clubhouse, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, a lot here. I'll try to keep it relatively short. I know there's other folks that want to speak. So, yeah, I mean, I think folks saying, you know, I think Uncle Steve had a good point. Looks like he's not here anymore, but that's something we're laughing at, you know, about getting more judges. You know, it's like, well, let's just skip the judges, which means you're skipping due process. You know, let's hire more judges. Let's try to fix the problem. Or we can build more alligator Alcatrazes, right? As far as I know, the first is in Florida. And first reports is $450 million per year. I dug a little deeper, was looking at some New York Times stuff, and I think they were saying it could, when all is said and done, operation costs, personnel, insurance, all that, they could easily exceed $600 million for one institution. They actually even further went to say that while the state of Florida is initially funding the project, it can request reimbursement from FEMA, from Federal Emergency Management Agency. This funding is part of the Shelter and Services Program, which is normally used for disaster relief. Pretty timely considering what just happened to Texas, not to mention all the hurricanes that smash down on Florida on a regular basis. But let the elephant continue to cut off its trunk to spite its face and spit in its voters' faces. That we're going to increase the ICE budget alone to the increments that have been discussed. I think we last heard was $75 billion. Do we even have transparency or what exactly or how that is exactly being spent? I mean, the government just throws out these numbers like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I guess ICE, that's expensive stuff. Even though when you look at the previous budget that seemed to, be operating, maybe not perfectly, but manageably, was way, way, way less. But let's go crazy and just throw out a number there. 75 billion. Next week might be 90 billion, because we need to keep those borders safe. Never mind all the discussion that we've been hearing here with school lunch programs being cut, social service programs being cut. And Marshall, respectfully, I think when you were listing off some of those programs,
He's not here.
yeah. Anyway, I just bottom line, it's incredible that we're here where we are, where we're at a point where ICE budget alone has been increased to what it is, and per the DeSantis, governor of Florida, his state taxpayers are fronting the bill, but he can just turn around and get that backdoor payment from FEMA, which of course, again, will be, you can't say this enough, will literally be taking money away from emergency disaster situations. We're not talking about somewhere in the Midwest that doesn't really get a lot of stuff, not even California earthquakes. I mean, California fires are bad enough, but Florida is, with the rains, the hurricanes, and he's literally, I guarantee he's going to turn around, get reimbursed, and take that money away from the disaster relief funds where folks won't be able to rebuild. Take away alarm soundings that we've talked about from like that happened in Texas that could have saved many, many lives. So it's really frustrating. I'm not saying the left was handling it perfectly, but this is obscene and I think the government, as we as taxpayers, I think the government owes taxpayers more transparency on how exactly that ICE budget is being allocated. If anyone here can, I've tried to look online here and there. I would love to know really if there's any sort of breakdown, or if they're just using these big words like, operations and personnel and training and hiring.
Musa, I jump in here.
Yeah, all good. I'm good, man. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. So, thank you for coming in, Moose, and sharing. Ash, now I see all you guys there because I got a boogie. Do you want to keep it open or close it down? Hold on, MAGA.
No, I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go eat dinner. So I don't know if anybody else wants to keep it open. I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Oh,
Yeah, I want to say something to you.
Enjoy your dinner.
I'll keep it open for like 10 minutes to let the final. I'll keep it open for those final speakers to talk, and then I'm gonna bounce too, so I can go eat.
Well, Mike, do me a favor. When you go eat, please just shut it down. Don't leave it open.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do another room later. Guys, good seeing you. Good hearing from you. Ashley, I love you like a factory.
Thank you. Likewise. Enjoy your dinner, guys, and I appreciate the debate.
Take care, Ash.
Enjoy your weekend, JP.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, Ash. Okay, so any final speakers? Go ahead. The mic is yours.
Yes.
Go.
Yes.
Wait one at a time. Wait one at a time. One at a time. Hold on. Cool. I saw Cool C and with Jules. I don't know. We all came off the mic at the same time. Cool C. Be cool. Be cool, Cool C.
I will.
Okay. We'll go Cool C and then Jules.
So my biggest question, yes, we're talking about the budget. We're talking about ICE budget. You got 11 million people in here. that came across the border in a short period of time. Now, obviously, 11 million people take away regular jobs and other stuff. That's my biggest thing is they're taking jobs that maybe other people in the industry could have or Americans could have, and they would start having more money for themselves. Those 11 million people consume money that Americans could be consuming themselves, and that could help with the budget. Now, the ICE budget you're talking about, you got to deal with the 11 million people that came in here illegally or across the border when they shouldn't have or when it was open. Obviously, we got to give them due process or a process. There's also a process of taking them back across the border if they don't belong. You got 11 million people that are taking housing jobs like building houses. You got them in construction jobs. You got them in landscape jobs. You got them doing factory jobs. It's not just Spanish, Indian, they're Bangladesh, they're whatever they are. They're taking our jobs.
Well, wait a minute. Cool see somebody in the chat. Wait, Cool see somebody in the chat said it's the same old rhetoric that you MAGA folks spew. They're taking our jobs. They're taking our jobs. But what's interesting is what jobs? Because on the flip side, the argument is Americans don't want these jobs. So,
but they would take those jobs. Like in Wisconsin, when that factory got raided, I believe it was Wisconsin. Guess what? The next day, they had all the local town people apply for those jobs. That's the thing. People don't take jobs that someone's willing to do for less when they should be getting a higher wage as American. And if we started taking care of our Americans better and paying them a fair share instead of not paying enough to the lower class people taking the jobs from us, then maybe we'd see some people have money for the school lunch that they need to feed their kids. I'm kind of on that situation. I'm a truck driver. I'm not doing great. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. For 2 weeks, I made more than some people, $1,500. But the income I used to get truck driving was about $1,500 a week, not every 2 weeks. So I'm down because some of our jobs are lost.
Thank you, Kosi. Hold on, let's go to Jules. Go ahead, Jules. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad you let Kosi speak first because I like a lot of what he said. So I'll keep going on that. But first I want to say it was Steve or Steven, the single father. I want to wish him my best. And he doesn't have to make excuses. We know you're trying to feed your own kid, so that's really cool. Okay, I want to correct something. What?
I think he left, but yeah.
Yeah, all right, but if he's in the audience, and my sympathies are with him. I mean, you gotta feed your kid.
Wait, hold on, Kosi, go on mute if you don't mind, so we don't get any feedback, please.
Yeah, thank you. I want to. I just don't like hearing the false things when we talk about spending and whatever. How billionaires don't pay taxes. I'm an ex-IRS agent. Billionaires pay taxes. In fact, 90% of our federal tax comes from billionaires, and it's close to 50% now of families that don't pay any taxes. Which is okay with me if they're in the bottom, but let's not tell lies that more billionaires got to pay taxes, because that's really not true. And I just we spoke before. Who spoke about? I think it was Marshall who talked about the line items in our budget. That's the most. Well, the second most was the interest on the debt. And that is the second largest line item in our budget. Now, if Powell would stop playing games and reduce the Fed Reserve interest rate, that saves us billions, and that could pay a lot, to whoever you want to direct it to. So he's just playing political games. It's not right. I don't want him to be fired, but it's really hurting the country. and he has no reason because there's no inflation. And if we ever go into an inflationary period, he could raise it just as simple as he cuts it. So, there's just no excuse in that. He's just playing politics. I don't know. That's about all I wanted to say. Billionaires pay taxes. You can't keep saying, go get the money from the billionaires. You're getting plenty from the billionaires. You're getting more than their fair share from the billionaires. Trust me. And I don't know. That's all I want to say. Somebody wants to ask me something.
Well, somebody in the chat said, Leanne in the chat said, but Jules also says, I voted for this. Billionaires pay a lower tax rate. That's what Leanne in the chat says. I think she's responding to your comments.
Well, when the tax rate is staying low, that's what the big beautiful deal was about. The tax rate stayed low. And if it didn't pass, billionaires would pay more. But they're paying their fair share now. Why do you want them to pay more? It's more than by the way, more than billionaires would be paying more. Most Americans would be paying more. And we don't want that. We want lower taxes. And there's other ways. Trump is generating money on tariffs. It's just unbelievable what he's doing on that. So there's money coming there. Oh God, I wanted to say one more thing. I can't remember. So that's being. So take the phone out. So we're paying our fair share. It would have been the biggest tax raise ever in this country if the big bill didn't pass. And believe me, you don't want that. So I can't remember what I wanted to say. It was a key thing. But all right, I'll leave it at that. Any other questions to me about that?
Yeah. Just because you have a voice doesn't mean you should use it. Use it.
All right. What do you mean just because I have a voice? What does that mean?
It means you should use the mute button more than use your voice. Use your voice.
The thing about Point is one thing about Point, I've been informed about Point. We're not sure when Point is serious and when Point is trolling. So tread lightly when responding to Point, because oftentimes Point is quite serious with their submissions. Other times, as I've been informed, Point is trolling. In this case, it's hard to discern Point. I guess Point didn't want to hear what you had to say.
I'm not trolling. Some shit was going on in my house that took my attention.
No, I'm not saying you're trolling. I was speaking about Point, who told you you should use your mute.
Yes, but I was talking. You don't use your mute when you're talking. I was muted the whole time. That's why I'm the left on the stage.
Yeah.
But
we understand. What was going on in your house? We'd like to know. What was going on over there?
Another phone was ringing, and I have one person here, and she was in another room, and I don't know if that's interest to you.
Well, let me speak to her, and we'll find out. Let me speak to her.
No, you're not going to speak to her, boy.
Okay, fine.
Point, leave that man alone,
Point can say what you want, you can say whatever you want.
My biggest thing is, I think if we had more people who are willing to do more jobs, because there are more jobs available, and the money we're budgeting for the illegal aliens or ICE is because we have such a problem with so many of them taking what belongs to Americans. So I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, people are questioning what ICE is spending a year, but imagine if we have to spend $45 billion or whatever it is on housing in Alligator Alcatraz if we didn't let that many people in. Imagine more Americans getting good wages, living wages because of that. That's why, the tariffs are coming back to America, bringing jobs back. And if we do more of that, bring more jobs back, and give more Americans more of a living wage, and incentivize employers. And like you said, the billionaires are paying their taxes. The person who owns certain companies are paying their fair share in taxes. I mean, the small business owner will, but if he gets credit for giving that guy a $20 an hour job or whatever it is, and you have more Americans making more livable wages, we would be able to take care of the kids. We've let too many illegal people in here that make it difficult to take care of these things. And that's the biggest thing. You got house cleaners, housekeepers. You could probably find some other housekeepers or back of the house kitchen people to do the jobs, but because the employer can't or won't pay them a fair wage, they'll rather pay someone $6 an hour, $8 an hour, state minimum wage in Pennsylvania like $7.25 an hour to do a back of the house job, when you could be paying that person $11 an hour and get good quality work out of them. And that's the biggest thing.
And ICE, hopefully, is a temporary expense because, and by the way, the blame for why we have to pay so much for ICE is obviously the previous administration that opened the borders. Whether you like it or not, that's who's to blame for that. And somebody posted something, is $20 a fair wage? Probably not. It depends on the job you're talking about. But in this country, you don't have to...
Fast food is, they hired machines to do the burgers in McDonald's in California. They were paying people $15 an hour. But there's people who are getting paid $15 an hour can't even buy their cheeseburger at Burger King anymore because the burger is $15 an hour. How are they going to buy a meal? When I was working at $7.25 an hour, my meal was half price at Burger King. So instead of $6 at that time, I was still able to afford a $3 meal. I mean, you got to work harder, longer to get that meal covered now. And maybe if you had quality people in the kitchen doing the job and taught respect, I mean, it's hard to do, but I get it. These people will take less of an income and more of a discount, less of an income, but able to hire more because they'll do it for less. So I get it, and that's why I brought it up in the beginning about JB's grandson. His boss shut the door and took video of his boss getting arrested for not letting ICE in and doing their job. Imagine if they would have hired the regular Americans to do the job that ICE got rid of. Guess what? Those would be Americans making that money instead of immigrants sending it back overseas.
Well, like they said, the Americans don't want the jobs. They said Americans don't want the jobs.
They would want the jobs if they weren't getting cheap, giving it up to a lower wage person. You give it up to a lower wage person, how are these illegal immigrants paying taxes? Well, they're stealing your social security number, mine possibly, someone's social security number. And guess what? When you go to file your taxes, maybe the IRS guy, Jules, would say, oh yeah, there's a lot of people that got multiple social security numbers or taxes coming in that aren't in the same state, and they're being filed. So who do we give the tax refund to? The legal immigrant or the legal immigrant? Or are we supposed to set them up with an LLC, the legal immigrant, and get them an EIN number so they do pay taxes? That would be one way of doing it, and actually making sure they get their fair taxes by setting them up with an LLC for $125 in Pennsylvania. And then they go to the state, get an EIN, and now they got to report their income, 1099. There you go. There's illegals that way.
You know, it's funny you're talking about lower earners and the taxes and everything, and what you're saying is valid. So I don't know why the people of America didn't revolt when they saw Joe Biden's son setting up LLCs all across the world and stashing money that they were getting and not paying any taxes. I mean, that should.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the Mexican taking the job. And
Well, you're
doing
talking
their
about
own
taxes.
taxes.
Hold on. Oh, that's Marshall. Hold on. Let me just say this really quick, and Marshall, you got it. Do you guys think that we are, as Americans, we're concerned about the wrong things? That all of this is just distracting? That at the end of the day, when we lay our heads down and go to sleep, a lot of this stuff is not. I realize it's important, but is it how detrimental is it to our livelihoods? I mean, do we really care at the end of the day? Immigrants have been here for how long, ladies and gentlemen? And it only becomes an issue, in my opinion.
Immigrants, not illegal. Not
Well,
illegal.
see, just
Well,
wait
and that
for her to
too,
finish.
and that too.
But then that's
And
a
that too.
migrant. That's a migrant.
And that too. It seems to me it only becomes an issue, immigration, migrant, illegals, whatever we want to call it, when the politicians make it an issue to keep us divided and arguing and distracted and sparring, right?
You're right.
And 2 months, 3 months, a year from now, we'll be on to a whole nother subject and nobody will be talking about this. So I have to wonder, do we actually really care? This isn't, I understand the position that they're taking jobs from Americans. I understand that passionate talking point that many people have. I've been guilty of sharing my opinion on that too. And I agree, we need to have more jobs for Americans. But I keep stressing this. Every time we have this conversation, folks, the pushback is always, well, Americans don't want these jobs, so somebody has to do it, right?
Well, I think Americans don't want the jobs because employers are giving them to lower income people who will take them, when if they were to pay the American a decent wage to do that job, build a house, to actually nail in the nails correctly, instead of just putting a house up in 3 days or 2 days and the framework not being great. Imagine an American going in there hardworking.
See, that's not often the problem. The problem is in agriculture and construction, Americans can't do the jobs as fast. So,
they could.
You can just let me finish. While you have people who will just get interested in construction and can't do the job as fast, the folks who are either farm worker immigrants or folks who are not here legally can often do the jobs at a much faster rate with a much lower learning curve, right?
Yes, but the quality of work.
Bro,
Cool C, let him finish. Cool C, let Marshall
finish. If you don't want me to
finish.
move you to the audience, you need to stop interrupting.
Sorry.
Thank you. So you can teach Americans to do these jobs at a faster rate, but the learning curve is higher. So part of the argument is that these people have a lower learning curve than we do. And so they're more likely to take the jobs and be hired because they can do them in an economically efficient amount of time versus Americans who have to be taught to do this. It's going to take them a couple of houses to get quick.
You are
But you don't
right.
understand.
Wait.
Marshall, listen. Yeah.
Wait, what happened? What happened to your piece? Wait, hold on, Kusi.
Your piece, did you just mute yourself or did the thing mute you on accident? Because I didn't mute you.
I didn't mute you either. I didn't mute you, Cool Piece. But hold on, Kusi. We've been very gracious with you on the mic.
Yeah.
Let's let your piece say what she would like to say.
I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Your piece, if you're there, maybe she got a call and we don't know.
Well, my biggest thing, like you were saying, Marshall, yes, the immigrants do these jobs, they do them quicker, but sometimes they're sloppier at what they do. They don't put quality work in. If you train someone to do quality work, they do put the houses up quick. That's why when some of these people go to inspect the houses, they're looking at the corners. They're looking at this. And some of the cement work, some of the other stuff should not be approved, and yet they sell the houses. or they get around it because how quickly it was put together. If you hired Americans, maybe they do take a little longer to build that house, but the nails are going to go in there right. The roof is going to be on tighter. There's not going to be the parts that may fall apart sooner, where you have to have a 20-year warranty on your house, when you could get a good quality house and still have that 20-year warranty with better quality of it built. That's what I was getting at is, yes, the legal will build it for cheaper rate, quicker, but not always quality work.
I don't know if I agree. I understand your point, and
I've seen it.
But wait.
The inspectors go around and look at these houses. I'm just saying, they're taking construction jobs. They're taking truck driving jobs. They're taking these jobs from us. The truck driver has to, if they're going to work on a construction site in a home building community, they have to, like the graders and all that level the ground and all that, they have to go through licensing. What they do with foreigners, their licensing they don't do.
So maybe our grievances shouldn't be with the worker. Maybe it should be with the employer. They're taking advantage of these workers because they can hire them at lower wage. Yeah. So maybe we shouldn't be, have these fiery responses and reactions to
And we haven't even talking about
your piece. Yeah, we were waiting for you to jump in there. Go ahead, your piece. Go ahead. You got it.
We didn't hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you're having some mic issues, but the mic is yours, sis.
Go for it.
Okay, so hold on. Who is this that wants to come up? Arthur, I was trying to bring you up, but I added you as a friend. I didn't mean to do that, but here we are. You're my friend now. You don't need to add me back, but I was just trying to bring you up. Go ahead, Arthur.
I was going to say, you don't want to be my friend?
We're friends now, Arthur.
Hell yeah. So I'm a GC with 20 years in the trades. Can I speak reality here?
Yes.
You got it. Go ahead. Cool C, go on. Wait, Cool C, go on mute so we don't have to.
he fucking mute. All that over talking male chauvinist fucking pig.
Your piece, but nobody's muting you. That's the thing. I don't know who's. I'm not muting you.
I couldn't hear anything that I was trying to.
We can't hear. But wait. Let me just say this. Also, let me say this. Facts. This app has been glitching. For a lot of people, for a lot of users, they're finding when they speak on some of these stages, the app automatically mutes them. We're finding that sometimes you have to leave the room and come back or restart your phone altogether, right? Something weird is happening on Clubhouse where some people are experiencing when they start talking, they're muted automatically. It's an app glitch. But nobody on the stage has muted you. I can guarantee you I'm not muting you. So, yeah, if you were talking, sis, we couldn't hear you. As a matter of fact, I was like, your piece, go ahead, talk, but we didn't hear anything. So if you keep getting muted, it's the glitch on the app. So you might have to leave and come back.
Is this happening in other rooms too?
It has happened at Roger. If y'all know Roger Mayhem, aka Mojo, it happened to him a lot. I was in another space that happened to a speaker. I've not experienced it, but I have been in rooms where other speakers on the stage have experienced it. So hopefully she'll come back. Okay, hold on, Arthur. Before you go, let's see if this works. Your piece, you got it. See, yeah, I'm not muting you, sis. I promise you I'm not muting you. And CO has been silent on the stage. I don't even think CO's in the room, so I know he's not doing it. And the driver just came up, so I know he's not muting you. I'm positive it's a glitch. You might have to restart your phone. I know someone in another room, Mojo had this problem. When he was hosting his own space, he literally had to restart his phone and come back in the room before it started working. So if you want to give it one more try, go ahead. But I can guarantee you I wouldn't beat you. I enjoy listening to you. Yeah, somebody in the chat is even co-signing. It's true in all rooms. Go in and out and come back in. Yeah, it's happening a lot, sis. So while we wait for you and this weird glitch with the mic, we're going to turn it over to Arthur. But your piece, when you come back, yeah, just go off the app and come back. Scotty Lynn is saying, hey, Scotty. Yeah, you have to literally leave the app and come back. Okay, Arthur, you got it, Arthur.
All right. Construction. So there's usually like 3 tiers. There's high, mids, and lows. So the high quality guys work for themselves. They're custom. They're in demand. They charge what they want, and they do banging ass dope work. And they don't have to advertise or look for work or go bid on jobs. And they're booked up months, years ahead at a time. These are your best guys. Nobody can afford them unless you can afford them. So that's top tier. Mid tier is your regular, advertises social media. He's got a crew or a few. He's a GC. He's insured. He's bonded. He's got trucks. He's got capital. He's got overhead. He's got insurance. He's got workers' comp. He's got the whole thing. So he can't afford to work for builders because builders pay crap. Why? Because builders have quantity. They do quantity. Cookie cutter. Okay, how many houses can you do? How many guys you got? So to fit that kind of demand, your regular blue-collar builder who used to build in the 90s, they can't do that anymore. So they have to go work. They have to do remodeling because remodeling is where the money's at. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements. And because people who want to live in a neighborhood, in an area, they're going to move in, buy an old house to be closer to town instead of far away in a suburb, driving, commuting to work in a brand new cookie cutter, shitty, put together house by low tiered trades that are often hired by builders. Builders have superintendents that hire GCs who just know how to speak English. And these GCs go to the bar and hire, hey, I need 5 guys. We're doing this drywall job or something. And that's how it's done. So these guys are immigrants. They work, they weld, they smoke weed, they party, they do great work. But only up to the quality that they were getting paid to. So to say that those guys can't do that kind of work, that's not true. They often go off and disappear for a little while because they get work. They have quality, but because they're immigrants, because they're not legal, because they're not bonded, because they don't have insurance, because if they break your leg on my job, holy shit, I'm fucked. Because they have that, they don't have the ability to attract the kind of pricing that they are worth. So they work stupidly fast and just barely passing for builders who pay peanuts. So that's how that works.
Yes, I was agreeing with you. That's what I was saying. I know it gets a little harder for the contractors and all that stuff to get good quality employees, but if they started hiring better and doing a little bit better, it might work better. And yeah, those ones that are way top tier, they're building their own houses, a single house at a time.
The guys who are great these days, they don't need to work for a guy. They have an app. They have Thumbtack. They have a pickup truck. They find work themselves. If you know how to do drywall and some kind of carpentry, you can charge $50, $60 an hour working for yourself. I'll hire you. I charge $150. I'll pay you $60. Do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're the guys that are building one house at a time. They're not building multiple houses like a whole thing. And that's what I'm saying is when the inspector goes into some of these, they're looking at cracks in the foundation. They see the corners aren't a full 90 degrees. The pipes may not have been put in right. The electricity, that's one whole thing they do look for, I think, importance. But, I mean, the corners of the wall, all that stuff, the windows. I've seen videos where windows even square in houses that were being built.
You have to factor in settlement. Some builders don't want to wait that 6 months, 12 months that it takes when for a foundation. You have to wait for settlement to frame and build a house. So they build right away, and it's cheaper for them to have a punch list of things to correct than to build it correctly and take longer, doing it the correct way, and paying guys that are worth it. No, they'd rather get away with doing 100. Failing on 10 of them, half of them will have warranty issues, but the builders only have typically a 1-year warranty. So I was a punch guy for about a year. I went and I saw how all the builders work because I was the punch list guy before I went on my own 10 years ago. That's what caused me to go on my own. I thought I'd be a big shot builder, working as a supervisor, running teams and training people. I thought it was great. And then I saw what building is actually. Totally different world from where I came from, which is remodeling, flipping homes, investment properties, that kind of shit. I came from the housing collapse, the financial, that 2008, all that. That's where I came up from, making stupid money for investors who were selling houses like hotcakes. And then TV came and started making TV shows like Flip That House, and then programmed the whole masses and everybody to be like, hey, buy houses, and then that's how the prices remain high, all because it became popular to be a landlord. Social media influencers, hey, you should be a landlord. Now all these people came in during COVID lockdown, bought Airbnbs, now they're paying the price. Everybody's losing their house. It was all hype. It was fake. It was pumped. Everything's pumped. Everything was hyped up, and now everything's going back down.
So I also said if someone, like that builder, or that guy who does hire all those illegal immigrants. We got a mushroom factory in Pennsylvania that's been raided at least twice over time. I say someone who's like that, who has hired illegal immigrants, they sponsor them. They sponsor their visa. They sponsor their education. They may have to do 1 week, because they were housing them there, I think, at one point, at this farm. They have to pay, they have to give them 1 hour of English speaking classes so that they actually become American. I think if someone's going to do that, I think that's the way you go about these programs. If you're going to do this, you treat them right. You also help them get their visa as part of your program, or get their American whatever.
It's not that easy. You got to come in here legally first. If you're legal, you've already broken the law. You can't get papers by being here legal. You need an invitation from a company, from a corporation in the United States, sent an invitation to your address and invited via some kind of work visa, so that when you stay for a work visa and stand for like a year, then you can qualify for residency. And once you become a fucking resident and stay 5 years and taking the test, then you become legal.
I get that, but if someone's going to sponsor these illegally, whatever, there should be a process to help them become legal, is what I was saying.
Okay, hold on.
Like that builder or that farm.
Pause, cool. See, hold on, because I'm gonna turn it back over to your piece in a minute to see if she wants to speak. I am about to shut the room down in a second here, but shameless plug, really quickly. Deviate from the immigration migrant job talk. If anybody watches Dexter, check out my interview with Michael C. Hall. I pinned the link to the top. They have revived the Dexter series, Dexter Resurrection. I'm a huge Dexter fan. So if anybody is a fan of the Dexter franchise, there's a new Dexter that premiered next week. There's a new Dexter that premiered last week on Showtime. The new episode drops tonight. For those who are new to the space or new to my voice, I'm an entertainment news reporter, so I interview a lot of celebrities. And I'm just proud of the fact that I got an opportunity to interview Michael C. Hall. It's a very short interview, but there's a top for anybody who's interested. Check it out. Your piece, are you there? Would you like to share your piece, miss? She's not there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another thing. I run a club here. Our house is called Press Hollywood. Join the house if you like conspiracy theory talk as it relates to politics, UFOs, aliens, and celebrities and celebrity gossip and pop culture. And I play a lot of my celebrity interviews in there and spill the tea. We're meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central, so if anybody's interested, give me a follow or follow the house and check us out tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central. Now, final thoughts for anybody on the stage, because A, I gotta go eat, and B, it looks like some of the people that I like on this app have opened up another room that might be a really good discussion, and I want to go in there and check it out. Your piece, you got.
Okay, I was just saying this too.
Okay, what is going on with my sister's mic?
I think some of these mics, if they're going on there, as soon as it hears you speak, it's actually messing up, because depending on her pitch and tone, depending on what she has, may be cutting her off automatically. It might be the device Not the phone. It could be the if she's on a headset, that headset might automatically mute. Too.
Well, she left. This is annoying me. For the record, I hope.
I agree.
Folks know I wouldn't mute her at all. I don't mute people. Okay, so that's
soon as she got high pitched, it went to silent. So as soon as she got high pitched, it automatically went to silent. So it could be her headset or her earphones or something, thinking she's saying something else like, "Hey Siri."
And why? You don't have to defend yourself. You seem to be a very nice person and a very nice host, and you wouldn't do that. I'll just say that.
What house is it? What house was it again?
It's Press Hollywood. Press Hollywood. 2 words. Press Hollywood.
And how often?
Every week we meet around on Saturday. Sometimes I have to work on Saturday. If I have to work a junket, then we don't meet. But usually every Saturday at 2 p.m. Central. So we're definitely having a room tomorrow because I didn't have a room last week. Yeah. So tomorrow we have a lot to catch up on in the entertainment space, and really, if you're, and I just say this as a general, it's really not this. Our language is foul in there. Okay. If you're the easily offended type, if you don't like conspiracy theories and it talks about aliens and government conspiracies and MK Ultra and celebrity sexual sacrifices, is not the room for you.
Anunnaki at all?
Yes, we cover all of that.
So I guess
I might like it.
The Black Hole
Epstein's I guess Epstein's name was mentioned, huh?
Oh, we talk about all of that. No topic is off limits, and all voices are welcome. We have everybody that comes into all voices are welcome. Black, white, gay, straight. We don't care. We don't discriminate. Everybody can come in, right? So tell a friend, join the space. But listen, guys, I am going to close the room now.
I'll look for you. Thank you.
All right. Y'all be blessed. Same to you. I'm going to give you a follow, Jules. Y'all be blessed. Have a good Friday and a good weekend, and we'll see you in the next Healthy Debates room.
Playing basketball with them, and then they become our best friend. So we was like, what's going on with her? So my mom said, it's okay. If you like girls, I still love you. I think it's okay. Everybody's like, leave me alone, Grandma. I just want to say. Come to find out, the motherfucker like boys and girls.
Your mom's cute.
Okay. The only thing my mom and dad said, they're not going to approve of her bringing home a transvestite because he would.
Yeah.
Like my daddy said, don't do that Kehlani shit. Have a baby with a man that dress up as a woman.
Oh yeah, Kehlani.
He said, you do that shit. That motherfucker don't love you. He trying to look good for another man, not for a woman. So my dad said that's his cutoff when it comes to her relationships. But she done had, now that she done came out the closet, she done had a boyfriend that she was actually serious with for a long time. She broke up with him because he got a DUI. And she was like, there's no future in that. She's like, he got the record now. I was like, okay. Then she had a girlfriend that didn't last because she used to smoke. I know this kind of sounds crazy, but she's like, she smoked weed. I don't want no girlfriend that smells like marijuana and cigarettes.
Yeah.
So. And she doesn't like ghetto girls.
Oh, okay. She like pretty girls.
She says she wants a decent looking girl, or she wants that has some.
But does she like girls, or she likes girls that are pretty that dress like boys?
She doesn't like girls that dress like boys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so she likes pretty girls.
She's a fan.
Okay.
So, in our world, if it's a girl she's gonna chill with, she's gotta look like a girl. And then she looks like a girl. So she will wear her crop shirts, her girlfriend's gonna wear her crop shirts.
Yeah, that's how my niece is.
But then
yeah, that's how I am.
if she's with a boy, he gotta be. So I think she got this from my mom. He's gotta be like getting ready to graduate from college, and he has to be able to have conversation, and he has to be a socialist Democrat. If you're conservative, she's not fucking with you.
Yeah. So I was talking to my niece that day. I said, yo, if I put my niece on this app, she will chew this fucking stage up and spit it out.
She will too.
Oh my God.
She be listening to me all talk. She was like, where do they get their information? Because I don't
She was the same way.
She was like, do they read books?
That's the same thing Destiny was telling me when I was on the app, when I was at her mom's house. She's like, these people, they don't read. They don't read. That's their problem.
That's what she said. I said, they read the headlines. They don't read the article. She's like, you know, sometimes even within the article, it's nice to do a quick Google search. I was like, yeah, you're right, babe. She said, she was like, Mom, like one time I was spazzing, right? And when she first came home, she was like, Mom, don't spaz on them. They're a little slow. Sometimes, like with slow people, you just gotta say, okay. Yeah, that was nice.
She would be sharp as hell. I'm laughing.
My niece was like, you know, I have blocked all the family that was Republican. I unfollowed them on Instagram. I was like, really? She was like, yeah, I just can't. I can't deal with it.
Yeah, her
my
too.
God. Yeah.
And then even with Aya or even the African girl, let me tell you something. They went to go see Barbie. This is how deep entrenched they are into socialism. So they come home and I was like, did you understand the whole story behind Barbie? There's a message. And I'm like, what's the message, babe?
What's the message? I gotta hear this.
It's deep. It's how men put their foot on our neck. They don't want us to progress in society. It's as if we cannot, like, the greatest leaders are like Merkel. Like, look how Merkel brought countries together. And, like, it wasn't about pretty politics because she's a thick older lady, short haircut, and looks butch-like and still made things happen. My favorite picture is the picture of her eyeing Trump. She let him know, like, I'm not with the BS. And I was like, yeah, you're right. It sounds nice. My daddy calls her a gray baby. He calls all the girls a gray baby. He's like, them girls are gray babies.
And my niece said she don't want no kids. I was like, okay.
She doesn't want kids either. You want babies? She said, I got a dog.
She said, I'll adopt kids, but I don't want my own kids. I'm like,
she doesn't even want to adopt. She was like, why would I adopt children in this world?
Oppenheimer,
Like, they're getting
Barbieheimer. Oh, I hated that they did that to us. Like, they was trying to pit men and women against each other. That summer.
Well, yeah, my niece lost her virginity at 19 in Penn with a guy.
Yeah, her too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, guess who she calls about her business? Her grandpa.
What does grandpa say?
For the first time, he was like, I want to hear this shit. He didn't say her. He was like, okay, baby, okay. So what he does is he calls me. My mom's at work. He's like, call your mama. I don't know how to do this three-way shit on my cell phone. So I call my mom. He was like, you know that damn girl called? I said, what'd you say? He said, I said, okay. Well, if you need something, just let grandpa know. So he calls me. I call my mom. He's like, I don't know. My mom was like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We need her to be able to talk. If she's telling you her secrets, it's okay.
Yeah.
My dad was like, I want to hear that shit.
Yeah, she called my mom. No, my sister, then my mom, then she called me. I was like, okay. And you okay? Like, how was it? And, was he, did he know what he was doing? Was he too rough for what he, did he take his time? She was like, yeah. I was like, okay.
Now, she told me she didn't like it. It's kind of bad because, like, a lot of men don't realize, like, guys be like, oh, I want to pop her cherry, she's gonna fall in love. Like, even with me, the first time I had sex with somebody, it's like, it hurt so bad. Like, it hurt.
Yeah, there was no pleasure when you're trying to, yeah.
And you can either regret the dude or you just love him because of his personality or how he takes care of you. Like, guys think that you fall in love with them because they popped your cherry. Nigga, your dick didn't amount to shit for our first fuck. You broke our hymen. And that shit hurt like a motherfucker. If we stood by your ass, it's only because we loved your personality. So didn't know that the girl that loved you when she was a virgin only loved you because of who you were. It had nothing to do with your dick. Am I right?
Yeah.
That's like the worst experience.
You know, George, it had nothing to do with sex. I just really liked him. He was so cute.
So you're saying,
oh, George.
So it's like a penis plus type issue, like penis plus personality? Is that what it is?
We can't hear you.
I'm getting ready to close my room. Y'all take it too long. You got me on my daughter's room.
What? You never told us.
You're underwater. You gotta tell us.
Open the room and we can't hear you.
She ain't open that room. She went to go get some chicken and she trying to chill in here so we can fucking stay up all goddamn night.
Where is she at? Anyway.
She had it open first. I was right about to go right now, Lisa.
Let me go check. Lisa. Is Lisa gone? Okay, she's gonna reopen. Dr. AG.
All right, guys, we gotta leave. Let me put the link on top.
Yes, Patty.
Oh, go to the other room. I'm gonna ask you in the other room.
All right, click the link up on top, guys. We're closing down.
Dr. AG, you gonna go before me because I know you.
No.
I know you.
Come on the left.
Go, Dr. AG.
Lisa waiting for you.
Okay.
Michael, come on. Ladies. Deborah, come on. Okay, Deborah left. Sing, come on.
Broken. Oh, wait, I'm gonna leave it up
Lisa.
there.
He's a boss bitch. And I can tell you this. The boss bitch is so unhappy with her life.
Yeah, I would
because
say
no
that.
man wants to marry her.
Dude, I mean, here's the thing, though. I can fuck a few times a day still. You know, I'm good to go. I can still, get a woman pregnant. Okay, I can't say that. If you're in your mid-40s or, I'm kind of in my early 40s still, but I know women, they can't say that. They just can't do that. But I'm the norm for somebody in their 40s, at least I would think.
Of course.
But these bitches are, their norm is they can't have kids. They ran through, they went past the prime of their lives. Now they get to...
Pepe, they expect you to pay full price for what everyone else got for free when they're 20.
For real, that is like the worst thing I think any man can experience from a woman. Cause now imagine if you're in this like relationship where this woman wants you to pay for everything, just because her previous relationship had her man do this, and this is exactly what I'm talking about for women in general. Like women nowadays, they don't have no autonomy. They don't know anything. Like, you can ask a woman how many books she read. She will tell you she don't know how many books she read. She would sit there and say, like, maybe like one book or something. But then after that, she can't even name more than 10 books. Stupid hoe. And now we have people in America who are even more dumb. We have the education system that is so fucking bad. People don't even know people don't even know what other countries are out other than America. We have women nowadays who are even more sluts than before. Back in probably the 1900s, ever since feminism became a thing, it's just so fucking stupid. And I don't know why feminism literally is even a thing now, because it's like we have a bunch of women who have these have the same responsibilities as a man now, but they don't usually adhere to the responsibility. Like, it's so stupid, and I find it just dead.
Sarah, you said only beta men worry about paying. Fuck that shit. Okay, like before the manosphere was a thing, like Tom Likas was big on radio when I was in college, and he would say, "Don't you like always go half? Don't pay for that bitch." And if she does, and if she insists on you paying it, it was DTB, dump that bitch. That's it. And I'm not even lying. Like, I actually made it a habit of not paying for my fucking dates. And there's like useful reasons for it. Number one, I'm not going to invest in something I don't fucking have. Number two, it's kind of like when you make her pay like her half, it's kind of like she's going to feel like now she's somewhat invested. So she kind of wants something. She'll hope it will like kind of work out.
Feminist bullshit.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. Because here's the thing.
Men don't do that. I don't know.
I do it, but I don't give a fuck.
No. Hold on. Pay.
I've only had one man allowed me to pay half of the bill, and I have been on a lot of first dates.
Yeah, getting a lot of free food.
And but I don't need free meal, Jaden. But I have always offered to pay, like, split the bill.
Look, I can understand that.
But that's absolutely a trap. If a man says yes, I'll split the bill. I'll probably pick the whole bill. I won't even split
How is that a trap?
Pay it because they're never going to get a second date.
No, but the thing is, here's the thing. Usually some men really just want to know if their girl cares about them. So for an example, if I'm going on a date with a girl that I don't know, I'm obviously going to want some sort of 50-50 split. It's not like I'm just going to leave and dip after her. I just want to know that she would invest in me just as much as I would invest in her. I mean, you can't put all men in a box and say, oh, yeah, this man is just going to want money from me and then just dip after. Nah, I just don't think that, Sarah. I don't think.
And just remember, Jaden, women always show up after the fact. Like, you hear stories about women like, my man takes care of me, this and that. But were you with him when he was
Exactly.
Yes. 40 grand? No, you
exactly. That's why you don't. They want you when you already have what they think they deserve to be provided for. Whereas, like, if they were not willing to be with you, like I could think of my cousin. They met in high school. They were both broke as fuck. So actually, his brother, my other cousin, same thing with him. And he got out of the Marines while he was in college. They were living in an apartment for free. He agreed to be like the repairman. He's doing really well now. Both of them are actually. But I mean, it's just like I like that. I mean, I would say these are like decent women, but there are so many women out there, and you even hear them talk about it, where it's like if the guy isn't already established and making money and all of this stuff, it's like, well, fuck, you don't like him for who he is. I mean, it's fucking, these women are trash.
For real, that's what I'm saying.
No. What I was saying is, you don't love him, you love the life that he gives you. Because all of a sudden, let's say he gets sick and tells you, I can't work anymore. We have to sell the $600,000 house and live in a $200,000 house. And you have to go back to work, and we're driving two $10,000 Hondas. Let's see if she stays with them.
Yeah, and Sarah right here is like disagreeing with the concept. But I mean, here's the thing. I'm not saying every woman would generally do this. There are some women who would stick with you by your side even when you're like at your lowest. But if there's just this woman who's with just because you have this fancy lifestyle, then that's not a woman at all. Because a woman would generally take care of you, take care of the kids, take care of the house, wash the dishes, make you a sandwich. All of these things.
I don't know where you guys find these women. Let me say this, Nick. I don't know where you guys find these women that you guys are talking about. I don't know any woman like that around me, and I know a lot of women. Women stand by their men.
You hear them on this app all fucking day too.
Yeah. But this app is not real, Pepe.
Okay. Here. Go ahead.
They're stay-at-home moms. They don't do grocery shopping. They don't cut the grass. They don't clean.
They don't make you a fucking sandwich.
Yeah, they do, and they don't even want to cook dinner, and they don't like take the kids or walk the kids to school. Like, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, but she cooked, cleaned, cut the grass, pulled weeds in the garden, and had every day. My parents started from nothing, and they've been married 45 years. But these women don't want to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I want to play something. Okay, this is a 53-year-old woman.
Yeah, go ahead.
She had a viral video like a year ago.
53. It has been several years. Where are all the good men? I'm tired of alone. I want to share my life with someone. I am just tired. I want to be in love. I want to share my life with someone. I want to feel the joys. I want to have my hands held. I want to be held. I want to kiss. I want to support. I want to make coffee with that person. I want my person. I want my person. Why is it so hard to find your person?